Welcome, everyone, to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast. I'm Vince. That's Trevor. That's Sean. And that's Ryan. And we just witnessed one of the worst college football games I think I've ever seen as a Notre Dame fan. I mean, I can't even sugarcoat it. These are the kind of games, guys, where this is not what I want to be doing right now. I need to look. This is my catharsis. I need to get this out. I need to be able to commiserate with my boys, and you guys are my boys, and we're going to get through this thing. But I just want to crawl into bed and just go to bed right now. That's how I feel after watching what we just watched. Notre Dame loses to Northern Illinois 16-14 on a go-ahead field goal by Northern Illinois, where they just matriculated the ball right down the field, picking up first downs like it was no big deal, leaning on Notre Dame's defense and proving who wanted that game more. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. And, we're going to dig into this thing and we're going to give our feelings. And you guys were sharing with me before we started the show some of the things that were said on the broadcast by our esteemed head coach, Marcus Freeman. And that really bothered me, to be perfectly honest. And I'm still processing that in my own head because obviously I was at the game and I did not hear those comments. And I am shockingly not surprised, especially with the way the game turned out. So, fellas, the way we're doing this show this year, first segment is gut reactions. I can only imagine what's in your gut right now. And Sean, I'm going to lead off with you, my friend. Your gut reaction to Notre Dame's loss to Northern Illinois today, 14-16.
Well, my first gut reaction is I'm in hell over here because I have two sisters and two cousins that graduated from Northern Illinois. And not only today, but tomorrow at church is going to be the absolute worst. But to step away from that and talk about the game, I have no problem because usually we try to tell people don't overreact. Don't overreact in one game. Ladies and gentlemen, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This program, this head coach, right now, what they've shown you, that's who they are. And if you're going to be hyperbolic, I don't blame you. If you want to ask for his firing, I don't blame you because I do. Marshall, Stanford, Northern Illinois at home. It's unforgivable in Notre Dame. Unforgivable. You take that how you want to take it. I'm not wishing that anyone lose their job. I'm just telling you the way I perceive things and the way the people at Notre Dame perceive their program. I'm telling you, I guarantee you in the suites, under the tents, where the VIPs go after the games, this is not playing out well in conversations. I can tell you that. And so when you think about that, this was a total debacle. It reminds me of the end of the Marshall game. How many times do you see blown assignments? How many times do we have to see people giving up the leverage on the outside at the most critical times with a great defense? That's coaching. That's coaching. Double R, you pointed out some things in our text thread. That's coaching. The creativity. I said it. I watched Northern Illinois last week. They still don't impress me because I'm basing them based upon what I know Notre Dame has from a talent standpoint. I'm not impressed by Northern Illinois. But I said they would come into this game because of the eye candy and the different formations. They would get Notre Dame early and they would attack the linebackers. I knew that. I knew they wouldn't chance Ethan Hampton throwing against that secondary. They weren't going to do that. They were going to run the ball, depend upon the offensive line, run the clock, short throws, and hope that Notre Dame makes mistakes. This is just like that March Madness tournament game where you have one dude that can go off and hit 9 or 10 threes, and he catches fire, and you hope you stay close. They did the same thing. Thomas Hammock said it on the field. We had to play our very best just to have a chance to win. But not only that, they had to hope that Notre Dame played absolutely D-level football. And that's what they did. No one saw this coming. We said if Notre Dame played a C or even a B- game, they would handily win this game. They would handily win this game. Man, they trumped us. They decided to go even lower than that. And it was a complete, I don't know if I want to say they weren't prepared. Because like I said, I thought Northern Illinois would get some plays early because of the offensive creativity. And I knew that they would target the young linebackers, which if you watch the Texas A&M game, Texas A&M has success in the passing game against the linebackers. Everybody's going to attack Notre Dame that way. Play action, motion. That's how they're going to attack them. They play man-to-man. That's the best way to go against them. And then if you don't drop back, if you don't just drop back and give them time to, blitz you, what you do as a coaching staff is you negate what they want to do. Al Golden wants to bring fire. They want to play man-to-man. And Northern Illinois' coaching staff did a masterful job of negating that the best they could and putting their team and their players in the best position to make plays and win the game. Yo, Mr. Brown, Ontario Brown, you definitely got yourself a look in the league off this game.
He already had draftable grades, so he didn't really need it. But yeah.
He elevated himself today, double R. Because if he doesn't get hurt, it might have been worse if he doesn't get hurt. But the backup came in, ran the ball like crazy. I'm a changed man, guys. I'm a changed man. I'm not as fiery as I was last year for personal reasons. All right. So I'm keeping my cool, but I'm not about to sit here and try to feed the fan base a bunch of crap. I'm not about to do that.
Right.
I'm not about to put perfume on this poop. I'm not doing that. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. It is what it, ladies and gentlemen, you have every right to feel the way you feel today. Every right. And I am not here to tell you not to feel that way and to try to explain to you why you're wrong. You're absolutely right. From top to bottom, this is unacceptable. That's it. It's unacceptable.
Sean, I love your analogy about the March Madness and the kid that catches fire and the whole thing. The sad part is that kid that caught fire didn't even play in the fourth quarter.
Nope.
Like you had a lead. You could have just shut him down. I think that's the part that irks me the most. They were getting beat up by this running back, and the defensive line was getting, by the way, dominated by the Northern Illinois offensive line. I mean, they were getting pushed back on a regular basis. I don't know how many times I saw defensive linemen for Notre Dame 5-6 yards getting blown back off the ball. And then, a dynamic running back has the ball and can do things with that when that happens. Shocker. There's a lot of running backs out there that can do a lot of things when the defensive line is getting shoved back 5-6 yards at times. And that's exactly what happened. And it's just, there's no redemption here. There's no redeeming quality to this game that I can come up with. But I digress. I'm going to hand it over to Trevor because, Trevor, you canceled your evening plans. And you are, by the way, the one positive thing I am going to say today, and I meant to do this during the open, and I apologize for forgetting. Big ups and congratulations to Trevor. You have now entered the land of the married people. And you are less than a week as a less than a week, right? As a married person, and you had plans with your newly wedded wife to go out tonight, and you're like, I got stuff to say about the game that I just watched.
I would have been no fun at dinner. We'll put it that way. That's where we will start. Unfortunately, we are now already putting the stress of the marriage to the test. Not actually, but for how I've been essentially the last, call it 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Look, I've never sat here and had more questions internally about what has happened to this team from 7 days ago. The most polar opposite team. I've never seen anything like it. In the Texas A&M game, we talked about it in the post game. It felt like in crunch time when they had to make a play, they did. Right? It felt like whenever they needed to pick up a first down or whenever they needed to get that defensive stop, they would. And it's almost like they looked at that script and said, hey, here's a great idea. Let's do the exact opposite of that this week and see what happens. I don't understand. And it was everything from the top down, to Sean's point. From the head coach down to probably whoever's refilling the water bottles on the sideline. They all collectively as a unit decided to do something differently this week. At the start of the game, I knew it was going to be an interesting day. And I don't know if you caught this or if anybody else in the chat caught this. When Marcus Freeman was running out onto the field, the sideline reporter pulled him aside and mentioned that Riley Leonard didn't have the game that he wanted to last week. And he's looking for this week to open up the offense and show what his capabilities were, to which Marcus Freeman's answer was he needs to just live within our offense. We don't need to take any unnecessary risks. We don't need to be, quote, throwing the ball down the field. We just have to execute and we'll get out of here with a win. The second that I heard that, verbatim, we can go back and look at the live broadcast, I knew that this was going to be an interesting game. The biggest questions that I have, and I know we're going to dive into this, is mostly on the offensive side of the ball. Defensively, it was not great. But if we go back and watch the game, the defense gave the offense multiple opportunities to score more than 14 points. Multiple. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for them, it's just going to be looked at under the light of what happened on that last series. Which, here's my question. Another one, 3rd and 2, game's on the line. Jaden Ausberry was your best run stopper that game, and he's not on the field. How does that happen? How does that happen? It's decisions like that that make me think, what direction was this Saturday supposed to go in for the team? And I can't understand that to save my life. And Sean, I hear you about being a changed man and not trying to be fired up, and I'm trying to follow suit here, man. But goodness gracious, it's so tough. You guys get it. We're all fans of the team, despite wanting to provide analytical breakdowns of everything. You should have seen all the text messages that I've been sending out over the course of the last, however many hours that this game was on, talking about how this team is different. This game is what it is. I think regardless of, what happens over the next 2.5 quarters, Notre Dame is still going to win. Here we are. Mm-hmm. Over 13 people explaining what happened. So I'll leave it at that for now, because I know we're going to dive into significantly more later, but that's where I'm at. I've never been more puzzled. I've never been more frustrated. This trumps for me, and maybe it's just the recency bias. This trumps Stanford in 22. This trumps Marshall. It's
way worse than Marshall. It's way worse than Marshall.
This one is a stumper. And that's where I'm at.
Because if you're going to compare it, to Marshall, because they're both Group of 5 schools at home and they're awful losses. But Marshall was year 1 under Marcus Freeman, where you said, okay, transitional stuff. It's the first year as a head coach, whatever. Year 3 with high expectations on the table. You welcomed the Northern Illinois team at home, which I was writing articles about, what true freshmen and sophomores I'd be excited to see in the 4th quarter, because they'd be getting some reps hopefully in this game, because it would be handily and done by the end of the 3rd quarter. And I'll put it quite simply this way, because we'll talk about players when we break it down offensively, defensively, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in depth. Guys, there's a problem here, right? At the end of the day, we can talk about bench this guy, bench that guy. I want to see this player. I want to see that player. There's a problem here. Point blank, period. There is a problem here. And I think I wrote an article about this similarly at A to Z Sports this week, where maybe I should wait on this because this might be more of an offensive philosophy conversation. But regardless, as Trevor and Sean have stated, I know Vince has said in the past, and I think he may have said it earlier as well, we get paid to talk about this for a living, right? And to write about this for a living. But at the end of the day, I have been a Notre Dame fan my entire life. So trust me, the people that are frustrated in the chat, the true Notre Dame fans, not the trolls from other schools that are popping in the chat because they want to dunk on the Irish, right? I'm talking about like the true Notre Dame fans that watch every game, go to as many games as possible, watch, hope, dream, all those types of things. I am energized and invigorated by every single victory. Last week, I was on an emotional high.
Oh, yeah.
Every loss kills me, guys, right? Ultimately, these guys can vouch for what the text chat looks like when something doesn't go right in a Notre Dame football game that's sent from me, ultimately, right? So regardless of the player evaluation, and we'll get into that deeper of, maybe this guy should not be in this role. Maybe this guy should be playing this. Maybe these guys shouldn't be playing this. Whatever. We'll talk about that. At the end of the day, this sucks, right? And like that's point blank to this conversation. Everybody out there that is so frustrated about what they just saw in this, what was the final? 17-14? 16-14. In this 16-14 loss to Northern Illinois. Be frustrated. You're allowed to. Throw something as long as you don't break it or hurt someone, right? But like, be frustrated. You're okay. Go get the punching glove. Go get your boxing gloves out of the basement and hit the speed bag for a little bit. Like, do whatever the heck you need right now. Because guys, I hear you, man. Trust me, I hear you. And I know some of you are trying to dunk on me on Twitter for certain takes I've had, and it's all love at the end of the day. Because I am a Notre Dame fan. You all are Notre Dame fans. You're frustrated. I'm frustrated. Everybody's frustrated here. Let's bask in our frustration for a couple hours here because you guys are not on loan, unfortunately.
John, you look like you had something you wanted to say.
I just realized when you guys said the score, that was the same score as the Stanford game. The exact same score.
Was it really? See,
15-14. Exact same score.
I blocked it out.
And I'm sitting there like, this is incredible. Double R. Look, man, it's a problem. It's a problem. Just think about the current state of quarterback and who's playing and the current state of wide receiver recruiting. Just you want to think about the offensive health of a program, look at those two things. Just look at it. And the possibility of losing a quarterback that you had committed. It's not trending in the right direction. And this is not helping. This is definitely not helping. And to go ahead and to add to something else that was said on the broadcast, I believe it's like the beginning of the fourth quarter, coming from a timeout. And I know Hicks and Garrett, I'm shocked they even let this sneak out. Because usually when you talk to the offensive coordinator or the coach, it's just certain things that you get in those meetings that you just don't say in the broadcast, right? And when he literally says, talking to Mike Denbrock this week, he said, hey, he is who he is. He's a runner. And we're going to have to try and elevate him in the passing game. I was like, what are we doing? What is this? We thought we were getting something different. We've had that. We had that with Ian Book. We had that with Tyler Buckner. We've had that. This is who you went and got and said this was going to be different and convinced the entire fan base this is going to be different. Only to realize he's just a bigger version of what we had. And you know what I realized? This is what the head coach wants. Head coach doesn't really want somebody at the quarterback position that's advanced in the passing game because he doesn't want to open it up like that. You talk about offensive philosophy, Ryan, that's what I'm starting to feel. Regardless of who the OC is, it doesn't matter who the OC is. There's one common thread. It's one common thread. We're going to run the ball. And then in the biggest moment, when you have a chance to go down, take time off the clock, start the game away with 5 minutes, this is when you let them throw it deep. Right now, when you can just literally line up and wear them out.
Yep.
Run the clock down, put 7 on the board, go home.
And shoot, to go kick a field goal.
Absolutely.
Go kick a field goal. Because look, Northern Illinois played their butts off. I'm not taking anything away from Northern Illinois. I'm sorry, they weren't scoring a touchdown. They clearly were getting in field goal range because they were just running it right down Notre Dame's throat, but they weren't going to score a touchdown. Go put a field goal on the board, go up by 4, and at least you got a little bit of breathing room because all you got to do is keep them out of the end zone. And yeah, you're right. That's when they decide to take a shot, and it's underthrown by 10 yards. Like, it wasn't a bad read. He finally read something correctly and could not execute it.
It was late, though.
It was. No, 100%.
It was a right read, but it was late.
Completely agree with you.
That was the problem.
But if he puts it out over the defense, at the worst, it's incomplete.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, holy cow. Like that's going to be the easiest interception that kid's ever caught in his life. I mean, it went right to him. So in the whole time I'm thinking to myself, and I didn't mean to cut you off, Sean.
No.
The whole time I'm thinking to myself, okay, I'm thinking back to last week. You know, right? They at one point on the broadcast, because I had it on my iPad, I was obviously not listening to it. They put, Riley Leonard stats from last week and then Riley Leonard stats for this week. And it was like the middle of the fourth quarter, something like that. And they're pretty similar, to be perfectly honest. They're pretty darn similar, right? And so I'm thinking to myself, okay, last drive, I think it started with about 7 minutes to go, something along those lines. Okay, we talked about this last week. He didn't have a good game, but when it mattered, he put on the cape, and he put the team on his shoulders, and he single-handedly pretty much marched them down the field. A couple nice throws to Bo Collins, nice throw to Jaden Greathouse, mixed in some quarterback runs, which, by the way, were conspicuously missing after the first quarter. Whatever. And that's what you get out of it. Like, you had a couple nice throws to Collins on that drive, and then all of a sudden you're unleashing a bomb that just died. I mean, just absolutely died. He walks over to Marcus Freeman, and rightfully so. I don't even know if this is positive, but I'm telling you, Marcus Freeman told him the right thing. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you throwing that ball in that moment? Like, what are you doing? And they never really got the ball back, because when they finally got the ball back, there was 30 seconds to go. And that was, a poop show from word go. You know what I mean? They had one completion. So it was awful.
How does a team that you're way better than come into your house and want it more than you?
Oh,
I mean, at the end of the day, that is a reflection of leadership, first and foremost. It is. Like, call it what you want. You have to look at Marcus Freeman, this coaching staff, and say, why did that team that had no business playing with you talent-wise? Because if we really go roster to roster, break down the recruiting rankings, break down the overall resumes, break down the careers, whatever you want to break down, Notre Dame was way better than them talent-wise. And it wasn't even close. So at the end of the day, the issue is not talent. The issue was you were not prepared. The issue was that you don't have an identity. The issue was that Northern Illinois came into your house and punked you.
Oh, yeah.
They punked you. They punched you right in the mouth, and you were just like, all right, it's okay. Talent will win in the end. Well, guess what? Talent didn't win in the end, because when the time mattered most, when the biggest moments happened, Northern Illinois wanted it more than you. That last drive by Northern Illinois, was that a talent thing? Ethan Hampton converting that fourth and whatever, was that a talent thing? The running back moving the pile for extra yards, was that a talent thing? Hell no, man. They wanted it more than Notre Dame at the end of the day. And if you're Marcus Freeman, if you're the coaching staff, if you're the administration, if you're a student, if you're an alumni, whatever, you have to look at that and be like, that is unacceptable. That can never happen, and it happened today.
The decision at the end of the first half tells you everything. Tells you everything. You got a chance to go down, score before the end of the half, and you play for a field goal. You're at the 50-yard line, and you run up the middle. What are you doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? And then you're just running into the tunnel like it's okay. No, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not, because at that point, the flow of the game was the flow of the game.
Right.
You're already down. Even if you score, unless you play flawless football, you're not getting rid of this team, because they're controlling the clock. They're controlling the tempo of the game. They're winning the trench. Riley Mills is getting pushed 4 or 5 yards off the line of scrimmage. consistently. This is your leader. Let's talk about it. Your leaders didn't play well today.
Nope.
So now, yeah, the people that question that quarterback getting that C, I have no problem with you questioning that. None at all. He's too calm for me, man. He's too in that moment when you come to the sideline after throwing that interception. My bad. Who else? Who? Of course, it's your bad. Throw the helmet. Show some emotion. Something. Which goes to your point, Double R. Like who wants this? Like, no, dude. You don't want. You're not invested enough. You're not invested enough. Get the other guys. Get the other guys. We can bring them in now.
Oh yeah. Well,
you telling me, Ryan? We've had debates. You don't think Stephen Jelly could have won this game today? You don't think CJ Carr could have won this game today? Man, other quarterbacks could have won this game today. Period.
Sean, I think there's a fundamental issue about quarterback.
Y'all have to stop. Y'all have to stop. It was last year. We made excuse after excuse after excuse early in the season, waiting for things to change. And eventually, at that position, you have to believe what you see. I was at fall camp. Some of the easy throws that are being missed were missed in practices. And we just said, oh, he's just coming back. Oh, it's just his third practice. Oh, it's just his fifth. No. That's him. That's his inaccuracy. I'll say it. If nobody else wants to say it, that was at fall camp, I saw it. And I don't have a problem speaking to it. I stood there next to other people and said, man, Riley, you can't miss that. You can't miss that easy throw, and said it more than once. That's what's showing up in the games. So, no, you're not going to fool me. I tried to play the nice guy. I tried to look above and beyond it and say, well, he's just coming back. Give him time. At this point, and maybe he grows, and maybe he gets used to the offense or whatever they're trying to work him into. Right now, from what was said on TV and from what I see, I feel like Mike Denbrock feels like he has the baby. And I don't like that approach because I think it puts everybody else in an unfortunate situation. If you have wide receivers that you feel like can make play, Mitchell Evans was a dude. Maybe he's not healthy, but no.
Right.
How many targets have we actually seen to the tight ends down the middle of the field?
Was it like 2 today? I think it was.
And everybody seems to be playing too high safety against them. And we're not attacking the middle of the field with the tight ends.
Here, Sean, I respect the opinion, and again, you feel the way you feel, brother. You know what it is, right? This is my thing, though. Last year, Notre Dame got a kid who was a top 5 productive quarterback in college football history, and he lost his mojo at Notre Dame. A guy that was both applauded and ridiculed for his aggressiveness forgot how to be aggressive at Notre Dame last year. And then Riley Leonard, who is a physically talented player, comes to Notre Dame and he looks awful today. Terrible. Disgusting. You just brought in an offensive coordinator who helped lead a Heisman Trophy winning campaign for Jaden Daniels, the highest scoring offense in college football, and somehow the offense is worse. I think there's a bigger fundamental issue than the quarterback. I do. Was Riley Leonard bad today? Absolutely. Absolutely. No one will argue against it, and I certainly will not. But do I think there's a bigger issue that is hindering the offense and is hindering this team overall? I absolutely do. I'm not willing to just blame the quarterback. The quarterback will have his blame, but there is a bigger issue than the quarterback, in my opinion.
Double R.
Yeah.
5 minutes ago, I said the common thread is the head coach. I said that. It doesn't matter who the OC has been. I've come to believe, not the OC, it's the head coach offensively and philosophy that's handcuffed. I said that. You don't have to tell me. You don't have to tell me. I'm with you. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing in the games. I saw it. This is not all just the Texas A&M defense. No. Yeah. And the chances of it getting better, I don't know. I can't place a percentage on that. I can't. So has it made him worse? I think the situation made him worse. None of us have played quarterback. I do a show with a guy that does quarterback that said you flat out cannot ask a guy to come in the first year, give him only 40% of the reps after he's missed the spring, and expect him to be able to be ready to play. He said it's not going to work.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's not going to work. And so once again, we're playing this, quarterback competition. No, if he's the dude, he's the dude. Give him 70, 80% of the snaps and let him roll. Let him roll. They were doing the same thing last spring before Tyler Buckner decided to depart. You know what else we heard? Tyler Buckner was the one that had the offense, that knew the offense. That's what they said last spring. That's what the previous transfer quarterback said to the media. I'm learning the offense from Tyler Buckner. Matter of fact, the OC stood before the media in the spring and said, yeah, I'm leaning on Tyler Buckner to show me the offense. And now Steve Angeli is the one who the OC comes out and says, yeah, he knows the offense. He knows it all. We laud him for that. And now we see another transfer quarterback on the field struggling. It is Double R. We're on the same page. We're talking about the same thing. We're just adding more information into the file. It's just a big file.
Let's get Vince and Trevor into this. Have we seen a Mike Denbrock offense the first two games, guys?
No.
Let's be honest with ourselves.
No.
We need to ask ourselves why we haven't seen that.
No. Look, if you're gonna be, because okay, we're comparing offenses. I think, Sean, you said, this offense has gotten worse this year than last year. So I want to point this out, okay? Because all we heard last year was how bad Jared Parker was, right? He's not the guy to lead this team to a championship as an offensive coordinator and all that. And maybe people are right about that. But I also want people to understand what he did as an offensive coordinator against teams like this, okay? Teams at home that you should throttle, okay? 56 points, 41 points. I'm not even going to count USC, okay? Pitt was terrible, 58 points, right? Wake Forest, 45 points, okay? Stanford, 56 points. Points weren't a problem against the crappy teams, and that was the argument. The argument was they put up points against the garbage teams, but they can't score against the good teams, right? That was the argument. That's why Jared Parker left, okay? I mean, yeah, he got a head coaching job, but, he wasn't the guy to win a championship with. Well, as of right now, this offense can't score against the crappy teams either. And look, all due respect to Northern Illinois, they played their asses off. They played pretty much a perfect game, okay? They did, and Notre Dame didn't. You can look at penalties, you can look at execution, you can look at being out leveraged. We're going to talk about all that, obviously. But Notre Dame didn't put up points. They had two drives that had points at the end of it. The first one and the second to last one. And that's it. Northern Illinois scored on their first three drives of the game. Bottom line is, and we've said it before, you can't win if you can't score, period. And you're certainly not going to win championships if you can't put up big points. And right now, this team is averaging, about 20 points a game? A little less? I think it's in the teens, actually.
Less. It's got to be less. Yeah.
Right. So it's not good enough. And this is not a Mike Denbrock offense that I saw at Cincinnati, that I saw at LSU. I'm not even going to say that it was a Mike Denbrock offense when he was at Notre Dame because, Brian Kelly was part of it and the whole. I'm not. We'll just X that out, right? When he was the actual OC at Cincinnati and LSU, is night and day what we're seeing here.
Let me ask one question before we go. Double R, honestly.
Do it. Yeah.
No. In all seriousness,
I love it. Oh, I love it, dude. Yeah.
Did we underestimate everybody? Trevor, Ben, did we underestimate the Jagasaw injury?
Did we underestimate it? I feel like we talked about it for weeks after that. You know what I mean?
Well, the importance, the importance, you mean?
Yeah. I don't know. When I'm watching,
Mhm.
I'm praying that the kid could just hold up
Sure.
every pass.
Sure.
I wasn't gonna be feeling that way if Charles Jackson saw the left tackle. I wasn't. So does that affect the game plan? You know, they definitely said it affected the game planning versus Texas A&M, right? You know, Riley can say he has confidence in them, but does it impact him? Does it speed him up? That's why I just asked, because I'm trying to be fair. As much as I have these emotions, on the same side, I want to be fair and say, you know what? Maybe the Jagasaw injury was a little bit more than we thought. Not that it can't be overcome, because I think both the kids on the left side still have really good snaps.
Yeah.
And then they have some snaps, but that's typical, right? Joe Alt, his first game and a half, had some really good snaps, and then some snaps you were like, so, you know, he'll continue to grow. Both of them will continue to grow. But I thought it would just be interesting to ask, like, yo,
Yeah.
would the offensive production have been more? Do you feel like the offensive production would have been impacted in both games if he had started at left tackle? Because as much as you say, well, he only started one game, yeah, but I mean, he clearly beat out the two veterans.
Sure.
Clearly have been viewed as maybe the best lineman on that line.
Mhm.
That's redshirt. I mean, as a true freshman. So did we underestimate how good he could have been and how impactful he could have been to a lot of different things offensively? You know, I just wonder about it sometimes.
Yeah. I mean,
or today.
I mean, my impulse is like, would Charles Jagasaw have helped? The answer is like yes, obviously, right? I mean, he's a very talented player, and I think that he could have been maybe Notre Dame's best offensive lineman this year if he developed properly. I think that's that. But Sean, I mean, again, I guess I'm always just kind of coming back to, but even if Charles Jagasaw is there, I still think there's something bigger here than just personnel.
But
Like
we're in the same file. We have the same file. You can put the head coach in there. You can put Riley Leonard in there. You can put what Vince said about this is not the OC's offense. Same thing last year. Is this Jared Parker's off? We're putting the same information in the same file. It all goes there together for you to come up with a conclusion of what the problem is.
Right.
And there's no secret that everything, Trevor said it, from top to bottom. This was an exposure, top to bottom, of what's wrong. We had the excuse. Oh, it was the quarterback room. Okay. 2 straight years you said you were going to solve that. Nothing's changed. You went to the portal. We didn't have wide receivers last year. There was redundancy in the room. We wouldn't change that.
Well, that's my main talking point. Are we going into offense specifically now, Vince, or are we're just going in?
We can. I do want to say at this point, because you know, it is when we're having a show, it is difficult to moderate the chat and talk and, you know, have a good conversation where you're listening to the person that is speaking so that you can respond intelligently and moderate a chat with 1,500 people in it. So I'm going to do a better job of attempting to moderate the chat. But please, people, you are allowed to be upset. You are allowed to be in your feels about this game. We certainly are. If you've been listening for the last 38 minutes, have no problem with that. But can we please keep it civil? Can we stop swearing? Can we stop name calling? Can we stop being, you know, what somebody said, racist? I don't know what the racist comment was. Doesn't matter. Guys, come on. Please be civil in the chat. Be upset. Be mad. We clearly are upset. But we're not name calling and we're not doing all the things that are happening in the chat right now. Okay? So this is the fair warning to everybody. I'm starting to pancake it, right? People are leaving. I'm getting them out. And it's going to start with a timeout. Then it's going to start with a boot. Okay? So people, I'm going to need you to settle down a little bit. All right? Now, in the meantime, if you are enjoying this,
keep it respectful. Keep it respectful.
You know, hit that like button, the subscribe button, the notification bell, all that fun stuff. And we'd really appreciate it. Because look, we're here all season, guys. Regardless of the way this thing turns out, you're still gonna see our smiling faces after every single game. So make sure you stick around as best you can. All right, boys. Segment number 2. Let's roll into this thing. Let's talk some more specifics about both sides of the ball. Well, let's start on the defensive side of the ball. Your first feelings about defense, what you saw, what was wrong. I mean, I was going to say what went right, but that list is few and far between. So, Trevor, I'll kick this one to you since we've been kind of hogging the spotlight here for a minute.
No, totally fine. Honestly, I appreciate it because it helped calm me down a little bit. Because after the gut feelings, we were getting pretty juiced up. So, unfortunately, there's nobody here to run the Oklahoma drill with me in the living room. So, appreciate listening to the chat. No, what went right? Gosh, Jaden Osbury, list ends there. I think we can move on. Right, loosely, we'll put it that way.
I mean, you say it sounds hyperbolically when you say it because they only gave up. What was it again? 17 points, 16 points. They gave up 16 points, right? So, like in a vacuum, you're like the defense wasn't the problem, but like if we watch the game, we know that defense was a problem, right? So, I mean, like Trevor, you say that and it sounds hyperbolic, but there wasn't many bright spots to either side of the ball tonight. There really wasn't.
No, I mean, my biggest question, one, starts around personnel groupings. We heard nothing but great things in the fall camp about Armel Mukum, about how he's burst onto the scene. Look, I understand wanting to lean on your veteran guys. You have Howard Cross, you have Riley Mills. You also had Howard Cross and Riley Mills who were getting pushed 5 yards off the ball on any given run. At what point do you have to look internally and say, maybe we just try somebody else? I'm not all for schematically just throwing people in to see who works and who fits, but I think it has to make sense when you make substitutions. But Northern Illinois had a great game plan for this. They knew not to throw into the heart of this defense because I would make the argument that there's not, I mean, after what Texas did today, maybe Texas, but I don't know if there's many teams in the country who can go toe-to-toe with Notre Dame secondary, and I'm willing to bet that list doesn't start with Northern Illinois. Maybe. But they had a great game plan for it. We talked about it in the pregame show and Keys to Victory, and Sean has already brought it up about how the linebackers were going to be able to play. And they held a big key with how much pre-snap motion Northern Illinois does for the play. A lot of activity before the snap. And I bring up Jaden Osbury because until he started to see legitimate snaps, it was a little rough out there. They were able to get matchups. The amount of times an inside linebacker, whether it was Kingston or Drake, caught on a wheel route or something up the sideline early in the game was rough. Initial reactions to defense. That's where I'm at. It's tough.
Sean, I just had a young man tell me that Northern Illinois, they only had one big play. Well, if you take out that one big play that they had, the running back still had over 120 all-purpose yards, and he was hurt for the majority of the fourth quarter. So again, guys, I think that we can call for the issues that we see and also still say that the defense did not play well today. Like you can, whatever.
Right.
They didn't play well.
Look, they didn't. Yes, the big play was bad. Don't get me wrong. That was a bad touchdown. That happened at the very beginning of the game. You had plenty of time to recover from that. And the problem was, in key moments, the defense couldn't get off the field. Mm-hmm. That's the problem. They were getting pushed around, right? Look, it's not even the amount of yards. I don't care. It's the moments that mattered. It's they routinely, and I'd have to go back and make, the stats or whatever. They routinely had Northern Illinois in second and long. Routinely. And then they would give up 7 yards,
8 yards.
On second down. And then it would be third and short. And I leaned over to Sean Stiers, and I looked at Brian Driscoll, and I said, do we have any faith that this defense is going to stop Northern Illinois in short yardage? And they both looked at me and they're like, nope. Because we didn't. With the way that game was going, I had zero faith that defense could stop Northern Illinois in short yardage on a regular basis. And they didn't. And so that was the problem defensively. It's not that they gave up a bunch of big plays. Yeah, look, some guys didn't play well, right? Ben Morrison, I think, got more catches on him today than he has in his entire Notre Dame career, right? Some guys didn't play well, but in the big moments, the defense as a whole couldn't get off the field, right? We would be lauding the defense right now if they continued to give it back to the offense and then the offense sputtered. Now, they did do that at times, don't get me wrong, but in the big moments, especially that final drive, just as an example, that final drive, Northern Illinois just kept churning out the yards, getting first downs, bleeding the clock, and all this different stuff. And their best player was on the sideline when that took place. Yep. That's the problem with the defense.
They took your hearts on the final drive that they had without their best player on the field. They took your hearts. And I know we can do this, right? If the offense was on the field more, sure, guys. Yes, there's always context. But we can't look past it and say that the defense played well today. I will not.
Right.
They only scored 6 points after that fluke. Guys, watch the game, man.
Yeah,
Riley Mills was getting bullied all game.
Yes.
All game. People were making plays. No forced turnovers. It was ugly, man. I hate the excuses. I hate it. What? No. It's all Riley Leonard's fault. He was the only one that played bad today.
Well, he was playing D-line, wasn't he? He was playing D-line because last time I checked, the D-line got their butts handed to him on a regular basis the entire game. That's not coaching. That's not scheme. That's you getting your butt kicked one-on-one. I'm sorry. That's what that is. And it's linebackers not getting off blocks. It's all of these different things. The defense did not play well. I don't care that they only gave up 16 points because you know what? 16 was all they needed. It's all they needed. 16 won them the game. So great. They only gave up 16. 16 won in the game.
Yeah. And for me, defensively, I go back to situational football, which was what? The big issue with Al Golden in his first year as a defensive coordinator, which coming to his second year, he said, we're going to improve upon, and Notre Dame improved upon situational football. But how many times did we see Ethan Hampton bootleg or scrambling
with nobody to touch him?
No, both players are running with the running back. Nobody says, you know what? Let me leverage this. Let me keep outside contained.
Jalen Sneed was
Jalen Sneed has the running back in front of him, stops his feet, just stops his feet. Brown just runs around him for like 10 yards when it should have been a 2-yard loss. You have inside, you have linebackers coming from the inside. If you just get upfield and force him back inside to your pursuit, it's a stop. Those are the types of things that it's like you can't allow that to happen. This is supposed to be a championship defense, right? These are the type of games that Michigan. These are the type of games with J.J. McCarthy playing terrible that Michigan won. Because the defense, when it mattered, shut teams down. We can sit up. We can go pull 3 or 4 games where it would have been easy to put blame on how the offense played. But they went to Penn State and handed the ball off. Well, how many straight times at Penn State? 30-something? It was crazy. But the defense stepped up and played championship. This defense had a chance to step up and show who they were.
Mm-hmm.
And then to get the job done.
Yep.
Period. You can sit up here, you can talk about it. We're not about to absolve anybody in this loss.
Nope.
No one. No one deserves it.
It's funny.
It's
funny because in the chat, people think like we're saying that certain people played well. Guys, there's plenty of blame to go around. I don't think I've said a single thing positive except congratulating Trevor on his marriage. Like, that's it. That's the positive aspect on this thing.
Vince, I just want to say one thing before Trevor goes, because Trevor's going to give us deep and great analysis, okay? People are trying to talk about this in the chat, and I'm not going to address the chat from this step forward. Guys, Riley Leonard played bad. We're talking defense right now, and the defense didn't play well. I'm sorry. When we get to offense, I will once again say Riley Leonard played bad. That will again come out of my mouth. Riley Leonard played bad. But right now, we're talking about defense, and the defense also was not good enough today.
Correct.
It wasn't.
Correct. Could not agree more. Trevor, the floor is yours, sir.
No, heard that. I agree. Riley Leonard's time will come. Okay. This will be a long show. We'll be here. We're digging our heels in. Look, the entire time watching defense, it looked like everybody else on the field was waiting for somebody else to make a play. And that is so frustrating to watch. When you have this veteran, to Sean's point, championship caliber defense, in those games that Michigan dug out last year with their defense, they had that, right? They had a Mike Sanderson or a Mason Graham or a Will Johnson come in and make a play and that just wasn't there today. It's so frustrating to talk about. Yes, Northern Illinois played a heck of a game today. And I think we're all in agreement that doesn't take away what they did. But you're Notre Dame. Northern Illinois can play their hearts out. You're not supposed to lose. That's the thing. That's the issue. It starts systemically. Sorry, just trying to get that word out. Everything comes top down, in my opinion. And if we're looking at it specifically on the defensive side of the ball, I don't understand how you're so prepped one week for an opponent and you come into this week and you look like you had no idea what Northern Illinois was going to do on offense. With anything, Jalen Sneed was lost today. To your guys' point that you brought up earlier. Absolutely lost. We can sit and point the finger all we want at specific things, but and I hate to give the cop-out answer, but players played poorly, and I think that was maximized by the preparation not being there, in my opinion. Some of the stuff that was happening, I was watching on my couch, and I had written about it in an article. I was like, hey, this is the stuff that you should look out for. I feel like if I can see that sitting on my couch, somebody at Notre Dame
you would think
would be able to also point that out and figure it out. I just don't understand what happened. I don't know if they just assumed that their talent would take over, but how many times do you have to go through this and say that maybe sometimes, even though you are clearly the more talented team, talent might not be enough sometimes? How many times? I don't understand. Don't get it.
It's
Sean?
interesting that you talk about that, Trevor, because I was sitting here thinking, and I'm interested in what you guys, we talk about them being out. In my opinion, they got out-coached. They got out-coached. They got outplayed. They got out-coached. Just, man, tip of my cap to the players for Northern Illinois, but tip of the cap to the offensive coordinator and the defensive coordinator. They basically dared Riley Leonard to throw deep. That's basically what they did. They dared him to throw deep. Their safeties didn't go any further than 8 to 10 yards. They helped out in the run game, and they were willing to give that up and trust that Riley Leonard couldn't beat them for 4 quarters. Didn't happen. That's not the place blame on Riley Leonard. That's just to say that's the game plan. They decided this is going to give us the best chance to win. Offensively, they said we're going to run the ball, shorten the game, and then we know, this is what I really want to get to. They know in this situation, this is what they're going to do. And every time they anticipated man to man, they had to answer for it. They had to answer for it. The dude, they're running the slowest jet sweep I've ever seen in my life and getting the edge. And doing it multiple times. Like, are we not prepared for that? Is there no communication on the back to say, okay, he's coming, drop down, that's your man? Where? So I'm like, yo, even though you have a great secondary, you just can't go man all the time in key situations. You're basically, dude, if you have a good offensive coordinator, he's going to attack you. He's going to attack you. And that's exactly what they did today. And with Al Golden's defense, look, once again, it's not just this year. In games like that, in clutch situations, we see kids see the defense getting out leveraged consistently in big games, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating because I don't know if we can just blame that on the kids, or does that go up to the coaching staff? But It's unacceptable. I think that is the key word for this entire, no matter what we talk about, whatever we're talking about is going to be unacceptable at this point. It's just flat out unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable for those things to be happening. Unacceptable. Trevor, like he said, how is Jaden Osbury not in the game at that point? At the most important, but it goes back to what Al Golden said this week. It doesn't matter who's in the game. It doesn't matter what situation. We just rotate. It's like, hold on, man. Hold on. Even a good coach knows you go to the man that's hot. If this guy is going, we're calling a play for him. We're putting him in. I don't care what the rotation says. This kid has been playing his butt up, his tail off the entire second half. Rock out. It's just so many different situational things and coaching things and awareness and, the timeouts and the clock, man. It's just it's like you plug one hole here and there's another one popping open over here. You plug that one and here's another. It's just at this point, it's unacceptable. It just is. And I hate having to speak in these terms because once again, they gave up 16 points. They gave up 16 points. But those 16 points really should have been 7. If we're going to be honest, I'll give him the first play, the big one. I'll give him that. That's, man, Ethan Hampton stood in there, got smacked.
Yep.
Faced the blitz. Perfect ball. Kingston got beat. Hey, that's scheme. You schemed that up. You schemed it. You got the young linebacker one-on-one with your best player. You schemed it up.
I knew that was going to end poorly too, Sean. As soon as he
flexed out,
as soon as he motioned out, and I saw Kingston go halfway as more of a overhang than actually out on him, and I didn't see a safety. I was like, oh no, this is not going to end well. I don't think. I didn't think it was going to be a 83-yard touchdown, but I mean, yeah, if we're talking about from the top to down defensively, Al Golden, I think, has been a tremendous defensive coordinator for the majority of his Notre Dame career.
Absolutely.
He got out-coached today. I mean, just out like that. I know it's 16 points or whatever, but there were several big plays that were created because the offense won. They out-leveraged. They were creative. And, yeah, I think Al Golden lost the matchup of defensive coordinator versus offensive coordinator for Northern Illinois today.
Oh, well, we're by the way, we're adding a part to this segment, and we're going to talk defense and then we're going to talk offense, and then we're going to talk coaching, because I think that is a viable topic to have. So if you guys are, when we're breaking this stuff down, leave your specific coaching thoughts until that part, right? Not everything you said was awesome and absolutely accurate. I just want to put a button on the defensive part of this in that, look, you're right. And Ryan said this earlier, and so I'm basically echoing what Ryan said, but I know people are kind of in and out and people are whatever. They gave up 16 points, and in a vacuum, 16 points does not seem like that much. I think Notre Dame averaged giving up 15 points last year. 16 points is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Vincent, can I just add? There was a comment that there was only one big play in the game. There was also, aside from the 83-yarder, there was a 43-yarder, there was a 28-yard run, there was another 20+ yarder. So there were a couple big plays there. I mean, we can admit it to whatever. Yeah, there was a few big plays.
5 over 20 after 0.
5 over 20 after not giving up a single over 20 last week. So there were some big chunk plays today. Sorry to tell you.
Correct. Yeah, there were way too many. Northern Illinois had 6 what they call big plays according to StatCast today, which is passing plays over 15 and running plays over 10. They had 6. That's unacceptable. That's way too much. And so the point that I want to back up what Ryan said, 16 points in a vacuum is not a lot. The offense should be able to score more than 16. Yes, no doubt about it. But you have to look at the game. You have to watch the game. You have to understand the moments in the game. Notre Dame is winning 14-13, and Northern Illinois gets the ball with, I think, 4+ minutes to go. They gave it back to Notre Dame after scoring a field goal with 30 seconds. Okay? The defense had multiple opportunities to get the ball back at that point. All right? And it was an epidemic of what had been going on all game long. Northern Illinois controlled the line of scrimmage offensively versus Notre Dame's defense. They controlled the line of scrimmage. Okay. That's not okay. If Notre Dame is going to have an elite defense, and we all were talking about the elite defense at Notre Dame all offseason, and especially after last Saturday, if people think that they have an elite defense, they cannot allow that final drive. I'll just boil it down to that final drive. They were getting pushed around all game, guys. They were. And we said it, and people don't want to hear it, but that's the truth. We can boil it down to one drive. Northern Illinois held on to the ball for the remainder of the game on their terms and kicked the game-winning field goal.
And we will talk about offense next, and we'll be critical of offense as well.
Of course we are. And yes, Jimmy, it was only 16 points, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. This is why I wanted the chat off, because it gets me upset. Okay. Within the confines of the game, you're winning by a point. You got to stop them. Period. If you're an elite defense, you should be able to stop a mid-level MAC team offensively in the final drive of the game. That's it. That's it. I don't care what the total points were. It may have been 172 points. The problem was Notre Dame had 173 when you got the ball, when they got the ball. Get the ball back to the offense so they could put a knee on it and call it a freaking day. That's the problem, okay? They didn't play well. The defense didn't play well. And we're going to get to the offense next. Do you guys have anything else you want to say about the defense after my rant? I apologize.
The interior defensive line was the most disappointing part to me. I know Howard Cross has been kind of, back and forth with just being a little bit banged up and stuff, but I think it's 2 straight games that Riley Mills didn't show up if we're just talking about guys that kind of were a little bit of no-shows. So I think Riley Mills did not do anything today to give me any positivity to how good the defensive line could be moving forward. You mentioned Jay Nosberry. I think he had a tremendous game. I thought Boubacar Traore had a couple of nice flashes just based upon watching the game, but I did not think Mills came to play. I also did not think – I think Kaiser was okay, nothing special. He was just whatever. He was out there. There was one other player that I did want to mention that I did not think played overly well, but it'll come back to me. But overall, if we're looking at the positive of defense today, Jaden Osbury is the positive.
I will say this. I thought Boubacar had some decent play.
Agreed.
On the edge.
5 was flashing.
He had some decent, especially in the run game.
Yeah.
He played well.
5 was flashing. I remember him.
This is double R Vince, Trevor. Just real quick. This could very well be 2016 all over again.
Oh, don't say it.
Where no. Where you get to the point, man, where it's like, okay, now we're just watching youngsters develop. Watching those young kids in the second half of the season, the Julian Loves and all those kids come in and play, eventually led to 2018. Right? Marcus Freeman doesn't have that much time. And he's not entrenched like Brian Kelly was.
True.
But if it turns bad, I don't feel comfortable about Purdue. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not comfortable about any game left on the schedule.
I really don't feel comfortable about Louisville.
Guys.
And that pass rush they have coming.
I don't know if you guys realize this or not. I mean, you guys watch college football, but Miami of Ohio is better than Northern Illinois. And they're still on the schedule. So just throwing that out there.
Coach Chuck is licking his chops.
I mean, wouldn't you be? I mean, it's just.
Oh, and shout out, Jordan Clark played well today. I forgot about Jordan Clark. Jordan Clark had some good flashes. I thought Jordan Clark played well. Yep.
Good call.
The last thing that I'll say, and this is for the people, and I have friends like this too, who only want to look at stats and they only use statistics to formulate their argument. This kind of goes back to what we were talking about. Final score only gave up 16 points. Okay. You had a team in Northern Illinois come into your house and run the ball 45 times. Their quarterback had 10 completions. And they were able to move the ball at will. So, yes, 16 points, you put that in a box. Logically, you have to say, yeah, well, you're Notre Dame. You should probably score more than 14 points. I get that argument.
100%.
But 45 times and averaged 4.2 yards a carry, 190 yards rushing on the ground. And you allowed that to happen. To Vince's point, if you just go back and watch the game, for whatever reason, second down defense was atrocious today.
Yes.
I mean, and I think atrocious is put lightly in the spirit of not cursing in this show. Okay. That's so bad. And it was almost like after first down, you get a stop for 2 yards, and it's almost like everybody took a breath. It's like, oh, thank goodness.
Yeah.
Finally.
They were actually pretty good on first down.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, they were actually
Yeah.
pretty good on first down. It's second down that they were awful on all
Yes.
game long.
Yes. Like, I agree. The offense underperformed. They had the ball for almost 10 less minutes than what Northern Illinois did. Almost 10. And that's a double-sided coin. You can look at that one way and say, well, if the offense was better, they'd have the ball longer. Duh.
Sure.
Or you can look at it the other way, and if you watch the game, this is how it was. It magnified every possession the offense had.
Yep.
And put it under a microscope that said, well, we know that Northern Illinois is just going to have the ball for the next 8 minutes. So we have to score here. And that is a really rough spot to be in as an offensive coordinator, as a quarterback, as whoever. And those are the stats that I beg you guys to go and look at. Don't just look at 16 points. We should score more than 16 points. Yes.
We all
I
agree
agree.
with that. Yes.
Yes. But you have to go and dive a little deeper. If you're not going to do the eye test thing and you actually sat down and watched the game, if you're somebody that needs statistics to leverage your argument, go look at time of possession and yards per carry. And you get half of the answers that you need right there. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, we say this. Don't, because see, Trevor, you play the same defensive game against an actual talented offense. They put 35 on the board today. 35 against this team. You let Texas come in and control the trenches like that today, and watch how much points. Oh, they're going to find, because they have receivers that can go and challenge one-on-one. You go get an actual offense, oh yeah, 30, 35 points. Because Northern Illinois had the opportunities. Because they were in Notre Dame's territory 5 to 6 times today with chances to put points on the board. So don't look at the points and say, well, we only gave up 16 points. Thank God we were playing Northern Illinois. Because if this performance is against an actual top of the line offense, and you put forth this type of effort in the trenches, it could have been much worse. Much worse. Much worse. And so that is, don't get fooled. And it's amazing that Jim Tressel can make that phone call to Marcus Freeman and say, don't be fooled. All things are not good. Okay. It's one thing to say that, but it's another thing to actually coach it, transfer that to your players, get them ready, and have them go out there and play. Right? Jalen Sneed. No, we're just as pumped up for this game as we were for Texas A&M. Like Ryan said, where? You got bullied. You got pushed around. You allowed a team, you paid a team $4 million, by the way, to come in to push you around at home.
No doubt about it. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Let me take it. It's beyond unacceptable. It's embarrassing. Mm-hmm. I'm embarrassed as a Notre Dame fan. I'm flat out embarrassed. I'm embarrassed by this performance. I'm embarrassed. It's embarrassing.
Agreed. So that's going to wrap up the defense. Let's shift it over to the offense that everybody wants to talk about. By the way, there's a reason I talked about defense first, by the way, because we all have plenty to say about the offense, and I know that's what the chat wants to hear about. I know that's what the fans want to hear about. So let's talk offense, fellas. 14 points, obviously not good enough, right? I'll start there. 14 points, not good enough. The way the offense started this game with the drive that they had was fantastic. Okay. I mean, I think it was a 13 play, 75, whatever it ended up being. It was a great drive. They go down, they put points on the board. Okay, 7-0. Let's go. This is going to be the offense. This is how they're going to go. It obviously only got worse from there. They put together one other drive in the second half where they started to lean on Northern Illinois. I leaned over to Brian during that drive. I was like, this is what they should have been doing this entire time. They're leaning on them. They're running the football. They're moving it down the field. They're eating clock, and they're ending it with points, right? And you saw the talent, obviously, in Jeremiah Love and what he was able to do with the football in his hands. And I think somebody mentioned it after that amazing touchdown run that he had where he breaks a tackle, leaps over another guy, scores, I think it was 37 yards out. He touched the ball one more time the rest of the game. So make that for what you will. Maybe we save that part for the coaching aspect that we're going to talk about. But boys, the offense today, we weren't happy with the defense, and I wasn't at all. But we're going to spin it over to the offense, and this goes right back to what Trevor was saying about what Marcus Freeman said on the broadcast. Apparently, this is the offense that Marcus Freeman wants, and they didn't even execute it. Offense was bad, guys. Ryan, hit it.
All right, where's the frustration come from? Okay, a loss, right? 16-14, it sucks. Here's where the actual frustration came from, and I think that others should probably feel the same way, but you can feel it however you feel like you choose that you want to. You all were lied to. I was lied to. Everybody was lied to. We were sold a dream of a more explosive offense this offseason. We were sold a dream. Why are you bringing in a dual threat quarterback like Riley Leonard? Why are you bringing in wide receivers like Chris Mitchell, who's rumored to run in the 4-3s, recruiting wide receivers like Cam Williams, who, by the way, I haven't seen yet on this season, but that's a conversation probably for a different podcast. Why are you bringing in Mike Denbrock as your offensive coordinator, who just led an offense that averaged over 46 points per game and had a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, number 2 overall draft pick, and 2 first-round wide receivers? Why are you bringing that all in? The thought process is to be an explosive and efficient offense, right? To bring that explosiveness back, because Notre Dame hasn't been an explosive offense in several years. And I'm sitting here 2 games in. You scored 23 against Texas A&M. Okay. I sat back and said, maybe that's just how Marcus Freeman chose that they needed to win this football game, and they did. So, okay, I will take a step back, and I will listen, and I will watch. Then you go into this game. You failed to create explosive plays. You scored 13 points at home against a MAC team, and a MAC team, honestly, whose offense I thought going into the game was a lot better than their defense, a whole lot better than their defense. You all were lied to. There is an issue here. And when I said there was an issue earlier in the show, this is an issue of offensive philosophy. There is a bigger issue here. We'll talk about, again, I want to say it for people in the chat because they get really mad at me about this. Riley Leonard sucked tonight, okay? Other players offensively sucked tonight, but there is a bigger issue, okay? And we've talked about it on this show. Brian's talked about it. Vince, I know you've talked about it a little bit. I've talked about it. Sean, I think we've talked about it in certain spots. There is I don't want to say passiveness, but there is a methodicalness to how this team wants to run offense. They want to be ball control. They want to be a offensive line driven team, which I'm fine with in a vacuum, but they don't know how to create explosive plays. And am I supposed to believe that Mike Denbrock, who has done nothing but create explosive plays for 2 years down at LSU, and now has all these talents to play with, because we'll talk about Jeremiah Love, because that boy is different, okay? I'm supposed to look at Jeremiah Love, Riley Leonard from an athlete perspective. Again, bad quarterback tonight, but athleticism perspective. Just stay with me there. Chris Mitchell, Bo Collins, the tight end room. And I'm supposed to look at that and say, that's a Mike Denbrock thing? Absolutely not. There is a philosophical issue at Notre Dame offensively. We could talk about the quarterback, and we will. Again, he was bad tonight. But there is an issue here offensively, guys, philosophically, and you should feel lied to. If you want to be frustrated tonight, you were promised explosive offense. You were promised an upgraded offense. You were promised championship level offense, and we don't have that. And it's incredibly frustrating, and we saw that tonight.
Sean?
Oh, I was going to let Trevor have it because I've been talking a little bit more than everybody else, but Yeah, man. Tabar's right. And I think honestly it's affecting everything under the tree. It starts at the top, offensive philosophy, the Jim Tressel connection. It makes sense. The philosophy on how to play offensive football, lean on your defense, and win games. And unfortunately, it's 2024. College football has totally changed since he played at Ohio State and since Jim Tressel was coaching. It's just different now. And like you said, we feel like we've been sold a pipe dream. And then not only sold, it'd be different to sell it. And then you don't go out and make it seem as if you're changing the philosophy from a talent acquisition standpoint. But only to do that and stay the same, it's like it hurts. It hurts even more because it's like you doubled down on the lie and decided to masquerade it even more instead of just being who you were and just flat out saying, this is who I am. You put on this whole masquerade to make it seem like things were going to change, the philosophy was going to change, only to come out and do the same thing. So we could sit here, we could talk about the offensive line, we could talk about the quarterback, we could talk about the receivers. At the end of the day, let me speak from a fan. It's boring football to watch. I'm not even about to get analytical. As a Notre Dame fan, I'm bored watching the offense. I'm bored. I know it's talent. I know there's talent, but I'm bored. We heard about Micah Gilbert all spring and fall. Haven't seen him. I know Cam Williams to take the top off the defense. Haven't seen him. So now, was it really? Now, Double R, now I'm really going down the rabbit hole.
Also, we know Chris Mitchell could take the top off. Has he been asked to take the top off once?
No. Well, he tried to on the interception.
Oh, well.
At the wrong time.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, he had his guy beat.
I didn't even know who the wide receiver was on that play. I was too pissed off.
But the rabbit hole, dare I go down the rabbit hole? Was it really Tommy Reese that didn't want to play Tobias? When we kept saying, let Tobias take the top off the day. I'm seeing the same thing here.
You're starting conspiracy theories, Sean. You're starting conspiracy theories, man.
I'll go down. I'll go down the rabbit hole because I know who got the blame. But we hear all of this hype. KK, he's in the rotation. You're gonna see him. Didn't we hear that?
Yeah, that was a lie.
Micah Gilbert, we're gonna see him this week. He's in the rotation with the injury to Faison. Look, Double R, you hit it on the head. Yeah, now I'm aware. Yeah. Now I'm critical of just about everything that's being said. Like, okay, like, are you really being upfront and totally honest? Or are you just trying to kind of keep us off the track of keeping things powerful, I'm embarrassed. I'm sorry, man. I'm embarrassed.
Well, you shouldn't be embarrassed. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, man.
You're bringing the heat, bro. Sean. You should not be embarrassed.
I'm embarrassed. I feel absolutely.
It is embarrassing.
As a fan, embarrassed, upset, angry, humiliated. Yo, we can't sugarcoat this. We cannot sugarcoat this. Because really what we're for the first time admitting, as Trevor said, there are systemic issues.
Sure.
Systemic issues that I don't know if any quarterback is going to solve or any insertion at a certain position is going to solve offensively.
Before we get to Trevor, let me ask you this question, Sean. is this a one-player problem that can be
No.
solved by benching one guy?
No.
Is that the problem?
No.
Exactly.
But if you're really a staff and you're doing your job, you do everything you can to solve the problem.
Correct. Absolutely
Everything.
agree.
There is absolute urgency, and you do everything you can to solve the problem.
Absolutely.
Including at the top, starting at the top. Do some soul searching.
Mm-hmm.
And really admit to yourself, my way offensively is not working. It's not working. You can't, Trevor, you can't say that as a head coach before the kickoff of a game on national TV. You can't say that.
Agreed.
You can't. Once again, the awareness, you can't say that. You just can't.
I agree.
No.
I agree with you, man. I mean, for the game specifically, I'll start here, and then I'll kind of widen out the view and go bigger picture here. One thing that I didn't understand is why Notre Dame went away from tempo. Played with great tempo on the first possession. Fantastic. And I'm not talking about running no huddle and getting back up to the line and snapping the ball within 10 seconds of the ball being spotted, but great tempo. Fantastic. Use of motion. They're sending slot receivers in motion. They're moving the tight end over to, set run fits. And then it stopped. Couldn't tell you why. For the life of me, I couldn't tell you why. Jeremiah Love is a dude. There's only so many things that he can do to, pull the rabbit out of the hat. And I mean, in order for Notre Dame to score in the second half, he had to jump over another grown man while breaking a tackle in order for Notre Dame to score. And that is awesome to watch, 100%. But from an overall offensive standpoint, that's really disheartening that you have to have somebody go Superman to score your second touchdown of the game, right? Riley Leonard today was bad. And to provide a little bit more insight to, I also have it turned off, satisfy the people in the chat, whatever. When I mean bad, I mean things were happening that he was going through that most Division I quarterbacks shouldn't be. I mean, the misses were bad. Mm-hmm. Accuracy was not good. Big picture, I think Notre Dame's offense can be wrapped up in a sum of paralysis by analysis. I think the approach that they take to the game is they are so deathly afraid of turning the ball over that they're willing to take zero risks. And in my opinion, I think one way to make it really easy for you to turn the ball over is playing way too passive. Defense starts sitting on routes. They know what to expect. We saw that today. And the second interception came by way of one of the worst post routes I've seen thrown. That was rough.
Yes, agreed.
That was really bad.
It looked like me trying to throw to the receivers, at 42. I mean, like my high school receivers, like, nah, guys, I got this. And I just go to chuck it as far as I can. It's 10 yards short. That's what it looked like, and then I got a dead arm. That was not a high level college throw. That wasn't even a low level college throw, Trevor. That was just not good. Continue. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're okay. It's 100% right. But to Ryan's point, it's frustrating. Everything that we, the fans, the media had all heard, it is yet to come to fruition. And now there's so many question marks surrounding, will it ever? And it's hard for me to believe that it's still an execution thing. Execution can always be better, 100%. It can. But it's still hard for me to believe that with all of the transfer portal additions and bringing in Mike Denbrock and gearing up your offense to be that big play offense, it's hard for me to sit back and listen to, well, they need to execute better. I just can't buy into that anymore. Can't. It's frustrating.
Super frustrating. Brian, welcome to whatever this is right now.
My dad told me you guys were crushing it, but I mean,
yeah.
Listen,
Hey, welcome to it. Hey, give us your thoughts. We're talking offense. If you want to make it an offensive centered, if you just want to go.
I'll say you guys are killing it. So I'm not going to come in and mess up your guys' flow. You guys are doing a great job. Some great answers. Vince, I was talking to you about, like, I don't know if I should join because you guys are killing it right now. But Trevor, I mean, if I'm reading you correctly, you're basically saying, yeah, sure, they could have executed well. They could have executed better, but there's a much bigger problem than just not executing well enough. Why did you bring Mike Denbrock here?
That was my whole point,
Right.
Brian, not to cut you off, is that I said, like, you brought in all these offensive weapons, you brought in a dual threat quarterback, you brought in Mike Denbrock, and yet it feels
Okay.
handcuffed.
Two responses to you, Ryan. A, it's a post-game show. You don't have to apologize for cutting people off. B, I am the cutter offer of cutter offers. You definitely don't have to apologize to me for cutting people off, but you're absolutely right, Ryan. Like, look, here's the thing. Tommy Rees sucks, and Drew Pine sucks, and Tyler Buckner sucks, and Jared Parker sucks, and Sam Hartman forgot how to throw the football at Notre Dame, and now it's Mike Denbrock's not that good, and Riley Leonard sucks. Ryan, you and I watched a more Riley Leonard film than anyone on the planet outside of maybe Duke coaches or people that played for Riley Leonard. I never saw Riley Leonard lose to a team like Northern Illinois when he was at Duke. I never saw Riley Leonard play like this, and you saw look. There's a and Vince, I know you talked about this in the beginning part. There's been one constant the last 3 years why we said Tommy Rees sucked, when we said Drew Pine sucked, when we said Tyler Buckner sucked, when we said Sam Hartman sucked, when we said stop going to the portal. Guys, you really think that this is going to change if they put in one of their own recruited quarterbacks into the game? Because the problem isn't that Riley Leonard sucks. Riley Leonard played terrible today. Terrible. This isn't a Riley Leonard defense session.
Correct.
This is how did Sam Hartman stop? I mean, because here's the thing. We saw Sam Hartman play way better at Wake against the same teams we saw him struggle against last year. We're seeing Riley Leonard play terrible against a team that he shredded as a true sophomore at Duke. And I'm supposed to sit there and say, well, it's a Riley Leonard problem. Like, okay, bench Riley Leonard. Guys, it doesn't fix anything. It puts a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. There's something bigger here. And look, I love Marcus Freeman as a person. I do. And we all want him to be successful. But at the end of the day, Vince, as you said in the beginning section, there's been one constant through all these. And you just lost to Northern Illinois by the same score you lost to Stanford in your first year. You've lost 4 games at home now in 3 years, and then you didn't get to 20 points in any of them. You've scored more points on the road in your losses than you have in your home losses. Think about that, guys, except with the exception of Ohio State 2 years ago. Scored 20 against Louisville last year, 23 against Clemson, 27 against USC 2 years ago. In 2 years, Marcus Freeman has now lost to Stanford, who was 3-9, Marshall, who's a good football team, in North. Look. We said, here's what frustrates me, guys. We said all week, this is going to be a very well-coached football team. They're not going to be afraid of Notre Dame. Ryan, you and I talked about this on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about all the things they were going to do offensively, what they're going to do defensively. They're going to keep everything in front of you. And did you guys at all get the impression that Notre Dame knew that?
Right.
Like, well, they were right. So I was getting vibes post-game listening to them talk about the stretch plays. Like, we weren't prepared for the veer. I was getting those same kind of vibes. Like, how were you not prepared for all the motions and shifts that we saw them do for an entire game against Western Illinois that Ryan and I talked about? If Trevor wasn't dealing with the whole, I got married thing all week, we would have talked about it. It's not even disappointing. It's not even embarrassing. It makes you angry. That's my thing is I'm not even disappointed at this point in time. I went straight past like whatever stages there are of football grief. I went past all of them, and I'm right to anger because there's too many people taking the easy routes. Oh, just bench Riley Leonard. That fixes it. That fixes everything. That fixes the fact that your defense couldn't make stops. How many times, Vince? I know you pointed that out.
Mm-hmm.
That fixes the fact that after Jeremiah Love hurdles a dude and scores a touchdown, early third quarter, middle of the third quarter, he touches the ball one time after that. That fixes that. I can't even understand what Riley was thinking on that second interception. Like, I literally can't even say, well, here's what I think he saw. I got nothing. I've been in college football for over 20 years. I've been in college football since Ryan was in middle school. And I feel like I've been able to explain a lot of things. Well, I'm not saying he's right, but I don't even know what he was thinking. Like I can't. I mean, first of all, he missed 2 open guys. Like but
he also hit an open great house and dropped it.
I mean, I get that. That was one ball.
Right.
I get that. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, this isn't my point, Vince, is like these right. Sam Hartman came to Notre Dame and did things he didn't do in 3 years at Wake Forest.
And people wanted to look at Hartman and say, "Oh, Hartman wasn't what we thought. He sucks." And I'm looking at it and I'm saying, "But why is he playing a different style of football than he did before? You completely crippled him.
He got afraid to make mistakes, Ryan. He was afraid to throw the ball down the field. You know, like, and you're watching Riley Leonard, and I'm sitting there saying, like, this isn't the kid that I said, you guys sold us a bill of goods. Well, yeah, we did sell you a bill of goods because we thought crazily that you'd bring in a guy like Sam Hartman, who's one of the 20th most prolific passers in all of college football history. You'd bring in a guy like Riley Leonard, who NFL scouts love. Ohio State trying to get him, Auburn and we thought crazily that you'd actually use his unique skills to go be successful. And they didn't. So it's like, okay, Riley played bad, right? Vince, this is even something high school level, middle school, Pop Warner level. When your quarterback is struggling, you do things to try to get him into a rhythm. What did they do in this game to try to adjust to get Riley into Leonard into any kind of rhythm?
And how do you get Riley Leonard into a rhythm? You run his butt. Like after the first quarter, they completely abandoned.
That's like, I get
running
that,
the
Vince,
ball,
but that's kind of like at some point in time, you're going to have to be able to throw the football with Riley Leonard.
Completely agree.
Right. And what are your answers? Let's throw a tunnel screen. That's the only answer you got to get a completion in the pass game right now is to throw a tunnel screen.
Totally get it.
Everything is horizontal stretch right now. There's like, what do they like? Vince, you and I were talking during the game. They run it's like 3rd and 9, and they run all verts. And I'm like, guys, they're going to bring pressure here. Yeah. How do you not have some sort of? And they were in 2-down territory. This is the point I made to you, Vince. They were in 2-down territory. How do you not have something built in? Run verts play side and bring me some kind of high-low backside where if they bring a pressure, I can replace it. That's exactly what Northern Illinois did to Notre Dame. Notre Dame stopped some of them. They made plays on others. And you're running all verts and slow developing verts. It's like, guys, you say, I sold a bill of goods. Guys, I watched Chris Mitchell play a lot of football. I watched Chris Mitchell go on the road and tear up an SEC school. You brought him here to run hitches and outs. That's what you brought Chris Mitchell to do here. I mean, the throw that on the pick was the first time I've seen him all season run a vertical route all season. And like, what did you bring them here for? Because like and here's the deal, guys. Let's be real about something. We've always told you guys, whether we like a coach or don't like a coach, we're always going to be honest with you guys. Mm-hmm. And I don't like Brian Kelly, and I like Marcus Freeman. But if this kind of game happened under Brian Kelly, we would be losing our absolute minds. And so, we saying like
still are.
But that's what I'm saying. Like we are. Yes. Like there's no excuses here. There's no spinning this.
No, gosh,
it's no. Like look, bad teams, good teams come out early in games and play poorly when it's a bad team. I watched South Carolina jump up ahead of Georgia last year, 14-3. I watched Bowling Green jump ahead of Penn State today, 17-3. You know what the difference is? Those coaching staffs made adjustments. Those players stepped up and made plays, and those teams came back and won those games. So there were no answers today. No answers today. How does that keep happening? It's the same thing that we saw last year against Clemson. Clemson jumps ahead. Notre Dame can't find. There's no you keep running the same stuff, hoping that you're eventually going to get a different result. And they say, well, but Mike Denbrock wasn't here last year. Yeah, I know. I was watching Mike Denbrock lead the nation's #1 scoring offense. Well, he doesn't have Jaden Daniels. Not having Jaden Daniels doesn't mean you should be all the way down to 14 points against Northern freaking Illinois. Right? That's a Mike Denbrock. I watched Mike Denbrock run offenses at Notre Dame. Never saw this crap. Never saw this. There's one constant, and we say it all the time, guys, and Trevor, you nailed it as I jumped in. When you beat into people's heads so much, don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up, this is what you're going to get. You can blame Riley Leonard all you want, but if they put Steve Angeli in there, he's going to throw 1 million checkdowns, and it's going to be the same thing. If you put CJ Carr in there and you don't change that, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be conservative, play not to lose football. And that's not Mike Denbrock's philosophy. That wasn't Jared Parker's philosophy. That wasn't Tommy Rees's philosophy. That's Marcus Freeman's philosophy. And he said it. He said it. He has said that.
He said it today, Brian. Did you know that?
I listened to the postgame. That was ridiculous.
Well, no, before the game.
Yeah.
Before the game started.
What did he say?
Trevor, go ahead and tell him how this went.
Before the game, this is when I knew it was going to be somewhat of an uphill battle, but he was running out onto the field, and the sideline reporter pulled him aside and said, hey, Riley Leonard said he didn't have the game that he wanted to against Texas A&M. He's looking for today to really open up the offense and showcase why, there's all this hype surrounding whatever. To which Marcus Freeman's answer was, we don't need Riley Leonard to do any heroics. We need him to live within the offense, execute. He said, quote, we don't need him throwing the ball down the field. Quote, you can go back and watch the live broadcast. He said.
Trevor, that's it. I mean, so that's what we got.
Yeah, that's exactly what we got.
I mean, and it's like, why do you practice that stuff? Vince, we go to practice. We see them throwing the ball down the field. We see them taking shots, and then we get to games, and then you don't do that. I mean, again, we can take the easy thing of bench Riley Leonard, and I'm not even here to defend Riley Leonard. Like, you can't play that poorly. Nobody plays that poorly and just automatically you trot him out there the next week. No, I don't care who you are. But if you think it's simple as just, it's just because they know Leonard can't throw. That's lazy. Because again, did we know that Sam Hartman couldn't throw? He accidentally threw for 13,000 yards his first how many years of college football? Like, really? Yeah. Really? Like, it's lazy. Yes, he struggled to throw the ball today. This isn't a defense of Riley's play. Nope. The point is, there's a much deeper problem here. That was true when they had Tyler Buckner quarterback. It was true when they had Drew Pine at quarterback. It was true when they had Sam Hartman at quarterback. It was true they have Riley Leonard at quarterback. It'll be true when they put Steve Angeli in at quarterback. It'll be true when they put if you don't change that philosophy because you can't. And here's the other thing too. What did we say before the season, guys? And it's true on offense. We said Marcus Freeman's highs are super high. We saw it last week. But he's got to avoid this. How many times do we say that he's got to avoid this? This is exactly what we're talking about. This isn't even about the game plan. This isn't about Riley Leonard. This is about my wife texts me. I'll read you what my wife texted me. This is a coach's wife. She said, I could have called this outcome when I was watching them in warmups. They weren't locked in. They seemed like they weren't focused and like they believed that this would be a walk in the park. And she was just talking about they were just going through the motions. Sound familiar? Is that Riley Leonard's fault? Was it Sam Hartman's fault last year when they did it against Louisville or Duke or Clemson, right? Or against Stanford in 22? Because we've now had 3 different coordinators on offense. We've seen 3 different quarterbacks in these situations, and nothing looks different.
Yeah.
So either these guys are able to, for multiple years, like, fool us into thinking they can play football, and then they come here and all of a sudden we realize, they really couldn't play football even though they were doing it. So we're supposed to believe that Kevin Johns was such an offensive wizard that he was able to get all this out of Riley Leonard when in reality Riley didn't have talent. And then he comes and plays at Notre Dame and wow, he never was that good anyway. Look, we're missing the big picture here, and that is this, guys. You did not bring Mike Denbrock in to do this.
No.
You're averaging 18.5 points a game through your first 2 games of the season. Mike Denbrock scored more points on this against Georgia in the Peach Bowl. Like,
a lot more. A lot more.
We watched Mike Denbrock come into Notre Dame Stadium, Ryan. You were there. You were at that game. And aggressively throw the ball down the field with Desmond Ritter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Leonard Taylor, who's not even in the NFL. Like,
yeah. And Josh Weish at tight end. Like, So he comes here, and all of a sudden, Mike Denbrock at 59 years old forgot how to coach offensive football. Yeah. Riley Leonard forgot how to throw, or maybe there's something mindset-wise that is being instilled at the top. That is why we see these same things year after year. We see the ups and we see the downs. We see teams look great in certain instances and then just come out like they don't even want to be there in others. And you know what? I'll say this, that this is a Marcus Freeman problem, but this is also a player problem. Because in Brian Kelly's tenure, there were mistakes Brian Kelly did back then too to not get a team up. But you know what those players did? They said, hey, screw that. We're going to go out here and we're going to do what we got to do because we know we can go beat people. And they did. You know, this is exactly how the Toledo game went a couple years ago. You know what the difference was? Jack Cohn said, nope, not today, fellas. Not today. I got this. I mean,
you're not wrong.
It just comes down to we can pick apart the game plan, and the game plan was super conservative.
Yes.
You know, like you came out trying to – I mean, they did – and here's the thing, Vince, to your point, they did run Riley Leonard early. Didn't matter. Still couldn't – still, you know, like he's there's a severe lack of comfort going through his progressions. You know, like they weren't getting great separation today, but there were plenty of guys open at times to complete balls. But there was way too much static route running on third down, too much static route running. And there was way too much just Riley going from one read to the other way too fast. And, you know, it's like they were daring Notre Dame to throw a go ball on the outside, and Notre Dame was like, we will not. You know what I mean? Like one of the plays early, Chris Mitchell ran a go ball and Riley scrambled. And I'm like, if he just throws that go ball, it's either caught for a big gain or it goes out of his fourth quarter. And just he won't pull the trigger. And then he finally does, and you're just like, what the heck was that? There's no confidence with Riley right now in what he's seeing. You guys, I mean, do you guys see something different?
No,
he has no ability to process Ryan right now. None.
Yeah, well, I think part of it too, and again, like people are going to say, oh, you're defending Riley Leonard, whatever. Like, again, starting the conversation, Riley Leonard was bad today.
Terrible.
And I've said it 9 times on this podcast, and I hope that we can kind of move past that for a second and also admit to ourselves that you said one thing that is 100% correct. A lot of just static, just super boring, bunch of hitches across, like just no separation stuff. It was awful. I mean, there were some tight window throws that he was trying to make where it's just like, I don't know if anybody's really open on this play, but I'm going to try to force it in there. Like that was the interception to me. I mean, it looked like it was sticks all across the formation to me. I mean, I didn't see anything that was relatively inviting as a quarterback. So I think that it was a little bit of that. And then, man, I just, there were a few plays, and we can talk about the Jaden Greathouse drop, which was easily Riley Leonard's best throw of the day by a landslide. Yeah. But there was somebody else, I think Chris Mitchell had a drop in this game. Somebody else had a drop. So like there was a couple opportunities for wide receivers that also did not capitalize, did not play a good football game either. So yes, Riley Leonard deserves a lot of the blame. He did not play a good game, but the wide receivers didn't play a good game either. And the play calling left more than a lot to be desired. It was terrible today.
Yeah. Plenty of blame to go around is the point that you're making, and you're not wrong. Right. And nobody, I want, you know, the entire time we were talking about defense, Brian, all anybody could talk about was this Riley Leonard's fault. It's Riley Leonard's fault. The whole thing, right? We are not defending the play of Riley Leonard. That is not what is taking place here.
What we're doing is saying, don't be lazy.
And we're also having an organized discussion about
Riley Leonard.
Yeah, it's an organized discussion about the entire game, right? And we were talking defense at that moment. Now we are talking offense.
It's Riley Leonard's fault that they had a 98-yard touchdown drive after you went up 7-0 and pinned him at the 2-yard line. That's Riley Leonard's fault. It's Riley Leonard's fault that they allowed them to convert how many third downs on that final drive to run the clock down, right? I mean, this team was not ready to play today.
Brian, that final drive was 11 plays and only 31 yards, and they took 5.5 minutes off the clock. Okay. Like, that's unacceptable. Like, yeah. And the defense only gave up 16 points. Got it. But they can't give up all those first downs. They can't allow them to bleed the clock like that. They've got to get off the field in that moment. And Trevor and I were talking about the fact that, and I'm sure you agree with this, the worst down for the defense today was second down.
Yeah.
They were pretty darn good on first down. They were in 2nd and long so many times and then would pick up 6, 7, 8 yards and be in a 3rd and short situation. Like constantly, over and over and over again. And at the end of the day, the defense could not stop them on 3rd and short or 4th and short for that matter. It's bad. It's bad. But again, at the end of the day, of course, the offense needs to score more than 14 points.
100%.
No doubt about it.
Exactly.
No doubt.
But you're playing Northern Illinois. You make
Correct.
1/3 or 4th down stop on the final drive. And no, they shouldn't have been put in that situation. But
Correct.
they were.
But that's when elite
make
defenses
play.
step up.
You've got okay, the receivers aren't, but when you get the ball thrown to you, got to make the catch. How does this team still not know how to get a 5-man fire? They still don't know how to stop a 5-man fire pressure. Like, that's it.
Right. So
again, we could sit here and just tell you, it's all Riley Leonard's fault. And if you bench Riley Leonard, everything's fixed. That's lazy.
Correct.
Do you guys just want us to say silly things that have no value, or do you guys want us to tell you the truth? And it's actually worse. I wish it was just Riley Leonard. I'd feel way better if, hey, you bench Riley Leonard and you're good to go. It's the same thing that I was debating with people at Florida State, Ryan. Is DJ Uiagalelei playing well for Florida State? No. Is he the reason they're 0-2? No. He's not the reason their defense is soft. He's not the reason their offensive line has regressed. Right? Like, yes, Riley Leonard's playing poorly. Yep. He's not the reason that you're seeing the things we're seeing. Marcus Freeman has got to look in the mirror and say, what am I doing to cause this? Because you can blame Riley Leonard just like you blamed Sam Hartman, just like you blamed Tyler Buckner, just like you blamed Drew Pine. You can blame Mike Denbrock for calling a bad game. You can blame Jared Parker for calling bad games and big moments. You can blame Tommy Reese. So either A, he's horrible at identifying and hiring offensive coordinators and quarterbacks, which is a problem, or B, maybe there's something within his philosophy that is putting handcuffs on his football team. Maybe there's something that he's doing in how he goes about practice the week after a big game or going into a game like this where he's not getting this team ready. Lou Holtz's players should say, hey, look, we hated getting ready for teams like that. We hated playing Navy, not because of the option, because Lou and his staff are going to be miserable during the week. Like, I can imagine Lou Holtz letting his football team go out the Friday before the home opener at Dick's Sporting Goods and let them sign autographs. Look, I get we live in an NIL era, but Friday night before a game, there should be nothing else going on but getting ready for that football game. Whose fault is that? Who's responsible for that? So we can sit here and blame Riley Leonard all we want. Okay, bench Riley Leonard. Okay, we'll give you guys what you want. Bench Riley Leonard. Guess what? Nothing changes. Nothing changes. Because the problem isn't Riley Leonard, just like it wasn't Sam Hartman, just like it wasn't Tommy Reese, just like it wasn't Jared Parker, just like it's not Mike Denbrock. I can't believe he said that before the game. That's even worse. Right? Like, because it's not just coach speak when you then go see them do that.
Exactly. 100%.
You know the positive here, though? The one positive that we can all take from this, big positive, during my time at Irish Breakdown, was that I was blamed that I was the jinx because I was at the Marshall game and I was at the Cincinnati game, and everyone said, oh, it's because Ryan goes to the games. Well, wasn't there tonight, folks. So can't blame me on this one. Blame me on this one.
I was at all those games. I'll just stay home.
Ryan, like it's frustrating because there are so many things that Marcus Freeman does right. But at the end of the day, being a great guy, being a good recruiter, being personable, all those things. Jerry Faust was a great guy that loved Notre Dame. Ty Willingham was a very well-respected human being whose players went to class and did things the right way. I don't know if he loved Notre Dame, but I don't think he disliked Notre Dame. Charlie White,
he did things the right way off the field.
But at the end of the day, what are you judged on? You're judged on winning and losing, and you can't be sitting here in year 3 dropping a game to Northern Illinois. There's just no excuse for it. There's no excuse for it. You look. What do we say, Ryan? What do we always say about coaches? Right? Your job is to build around the players that you have. Yeah. There's nothing that they're doing right now that tells me they're building around the players they have. Where's Jeremiah Love in the pass game?
Or if they do think they're doing that, that means that they're evaluating very poorly,
Very
which is
poorly.
also a major issue, like a major.
Yeah.
If they have looked at Chris Mitchell, brought him in, and they watched him and they said, he's a stick comeback route runner. That's what he is. That's an issue in amongst itself. Like even based on misuse. Also, like Bo Collins has played pretty well. He's been the outlier at wide receiver so far. I think he's probably made the most progress over the last 2 days.
Sure.
Why am I throwing screens to him though? Like all due respect, like why is he the screen guy in this offense? Like I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff that's just like I don't understand. I really don't understand. It was the same thing last year though. We're like, why is Rico Flores and Jaden Greathouse getting jet sweeps? Right? We're just
and
like
Chris Tyree's not.
And everybody wanted to blame Jared Parker. Well, we're still seeing like these roles that don't really make sense for skill set stuff after Jared Parker left, after Tommy Reese left. So there's something else there if we want to be honest with ourselves.
And Ryan, that's at the heart of it though, right? Like we could sit here and take the easy route. Oh, Riley Leonard didn't play well. Okay. Yeah, he didn't. Who on the planet saying he did? But this isn't a one-off. This isn't a one-off. You know, like I just coach's job is to put his players in position to be successful. And the reality is they're just not doing enough of that. I mean, as good as last week was, you literally just pissed all that right down the toilet. All the momentum you got last week, finishing the game well.
Doesn't matter.
Okay. But here's the thing. So did all of a sudden the players that did that last week show no heart? Or maybe your preparation was such that you didn't, as a coaching staff, take this opponent seriously. You know, I mean, we're not talking about the defense right now. I'm just still disgusted by the fact that it's not the defense's fault. It's not Riley Leonard's fault that they lined up in Wildcat and said, we're coming at you, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Oh, well, Brian, I wasn't allowed to talk about the defense when we were talking about the defense because according to the chat, the defense actually played well.
No, they didn't. They lined up in Wildcat and said, we're running right down your throat. There's nothing you can do about it. Notre Dame said, you're right.
Exactly.
I wasn't allowed to talk about that though because Riley Leonard sucked. So
right. They only gave up 16 points. At the end of the day, they only gave up 16.
Okay, fine. They didn't make the stops when they needed to make stops. It's the same thing. Like, look, you guys need to be able to walk. We all need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to be able to say Riley Leonard played terrible today, terrible, and still say, but this wasn't a Riley Leonard problem only. We're not saying it's not a Riley Leonard problem. We're saying to say it's just Riley Leonard is lazy.
Super lazy.
Riley Leonard didn't give up a 98-yard touch. Riley Leonard leaves the team on like 11, 12-yard touchdown drive to start the game. You pin him at the 2-yard line, and you give up a 98-yard touchdown drive on a blown coverage. That's Riley Leonard's fault? He throws a stupid, terrible pick. They still had to go 30, 40 yards before they were in scoring range. Who did that? Who gave up those 3rd and 4th down plays?
Right.
This was a team loss. And at the end of the day, the guy on top of this team continues to show the same things in these moments where it's 1 week, you do a phenomenal job of getting your team ready to play and pumped up before going, and that was all awesome. It doesn't take anything away from last week, but you're the one that then did whatever it is you guys did to have the preparation be the way that it was this week. Who's on? Did Riley Leonard go in there and say, hey, we're not going to be locked in this week, coach? Just give you a heads up on that one. No, because we've seen this before. When Riley Leonard was still wearing a Duke uniform, we saw the same stuff. So maybe Tommy Reese wasn't as bad of a coach as we thought he was. You know, maybe Sam Hartman wasn't as bad of a quarterback as we thought he was. Right? Maybe Riley Leonard didn't forget how to play football when he came to Notre Dame. Right? Like you got to turn your players loose because that's a mentality. That's a mentality. It's a mentality of who you are is who you are. And the problem that this football team has, guys, and Ryan, I'm going to kick this to you because I know you got to run because I want to get your last thoughts on this. The issue that I have is I say this all the time, Ryan. You've heard me say it a million times. You can't turn the switch on and off because then your players may not know how to do that. You've got to be, if anything, you've got to be here and then turn it up to here, but you can never be down here. And that's the reason this team just sometimes doesn't show up. You know, like we say this all the time. Hey, you can be young, You can be, play poorly. There's a whole lot of things you can do as a football player. But what you should never do and what's never excusable is to not play hard, is to not be locked in. At the end of the day, that's on the players. But at the same time, why does this keep happening? Different players every year, different players. But the same thing happens. Is that a Notre Dame problem? Or is that a person in charge of Notre Dame problem? We blamed Brian Kelly for it when it happened to his football teams.
Right.
Now we're going to say it's not Marcus's fault now. It's Riley Leonard's fault now. Even it was Sam Hartman's fault. It was Drew Pine's fault and Tyler Buckner's fault, not Marcus Freeman's.
We had a great conversation about this when we started, actually, Brian. Like, this is kind of mirrors the conversation we had to start this podcast. I'm frustrated because we always talk about process driven. We always talk about the standard, right? The standard. And the standard that I have seen that in some of the biggest games, which is so funny that we are here now, in some of the biggest games, this Notre Dame team looks juiced, right? Like pumped up, ready to go. And then in other games, it's like, we're not there. Why are we not there? Well, there's something different that happened this week in pregame that was different than what we saw in Texas A&M. You let a team, Northern Illinois, come into your house and punch you in the mouth and punk you. They punked you in your home stadium, which is just like, is there no pride anymore? It used to be a prideful thing to represent your community and represent your house, and nobody comes into your house and punks you, right? Like that used to be a thing when I was in high school and college anyway.
Thing,
like
Ryan.
That was a
wasn't
thing.
It? Wasn't that a thing for the team that puts the logo on their uniforms? Wasn't that an Under Armour thing? Right? We must protect this house.
You must protect this house. Yeah.
Maybe they should go back to some old school commercials, man.
I thought that was the standard that we were building here. And honestly, I didn't think it was going to be a problem this week because last week, Sean, I think you mentioned it. Jalen Snead in his availability was like, oh, it means a lot to us talking about this game, right? So I'm like, oh, this team might be locked in, man. They might be locked in. They might not be taking it for granted. And they did for whatever reason. They weren't prepared. And I'll put it like this, and I agree, and we have agreed, and me and Sean had a nice back and forth to start the show. There is a bigger issue than just one player, one coach, whatever. There is an issue up top, and we need to continue to talk about that, or else we're not being honest with ourselves. Okay, there is an issue, but at the heart of this conversation, is that you allowed the process to get away from you this week. You did not take this team seriously. Don't tell me that you took film study and preparation as diligently as you took it last week, because I saw the players that we talked about that you can't let hurt you this week hurt you in multiple ways. We saw formations hurt you that we talked about and said, you can't let that hurt you. That is the play. I'm watching lack of focus. I'm watching lack of physicality. Yes, Riley Leonard missed a lot of throws. The inaccuracy was bad. The pursuit angles on defense were bad at times. I still don't know what Jalen Snead was doing when he was slow playing Antonio Brown to get to the corner. I still don't know what he was doing. But ultimately, that is a reflection of your head coach and your preparation. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. They were not prepared. They did not have the energy. They did not have the juice. Northern Illinois came in to South Bend, a place that should be a daunting environment for an away team, and they wanted it more than you did. They were the hungrier team. They had the more energy. It was their house tonight. And at the end of the day, Coach Freeman, everybody else involved needs to take a step back and be like, damn, dude, we just let that happen to us in our home stadium. We always talk about fan support at Notre Dame, right? Fans selling their tickets. Why the hell do you want to go to a Notre Dame game right now after what you just saw today at this field, man? Put a good product on the field. That wasn't a good product. It was disheartening. It was frustrating. It was terrible. Terrible.
I think this is a great transition because I said we were going to talk about this before, and you guys are right there. So I want to transition to, normally we talk offense and we talk defense. I want to talk coaching. Okay. Just coaching in this game. And if you want to expand big picture, then you are more than welcome to do so. But I do want to touch on just coaching in this game, in this season, in this tenure, whatever direction you want to go. I do want to have a coaching conversation because I think it is absolutely necessary based on what we have seen in the last, 3 years and what we saw today and what we have seen this season so far. So, Trevor, I'm going to kick this to you first. Coaching, whatever direction you want to go, my friend.
The buck stops at the head coach. Has to. And that's what you have to look at. And this even goes beyond football. If you own a company and something's happening and going on with the people at lower levels in your company, it's not the HR manager's fault, it's the owner's fault. That's how it works.
Correct.
If I were a betting man and if I started going out and tweeting a bunch of crazy stuff and whatnot, yeah, sure, stuff would come back to me. But then I know it would also be like, yo, what were the Irish Breakdown people thinking about with this Trev guy? That's just how it works. With the Riley Leonard stuff, I was told when I was a player, and I think it still holds true to this day, when you're a quarterback, you get way too much of the credit when you win and way too much of the blame when you lose. To Brian's point, it's lazy. It is extremely lazy. Irish Breakdown, I'm sure most of the people in the chat are not new to what we all do here, and it's to find and seek and understand the reason as to why those things happen.
Right.
Let's all agree Leonard played poorly, but we seek to understand why. To your point about Sam Hartman, he didn't come to South Bend and forget how to throw a football.
Or read a defense.
Exactly. And that's where coaching comes into play. It is impossible to ask your players to go play to the highest level of their ability when you continue to suppress their ability. Can't do it. There's a reason why out of all of the mishaps that have happened with Notre Dame's offense over the last couple of years, one thing has been consistent, and it's been the running backs. And it's impossible to suppress their talent when they have the ball in their hands, short of telling them to slide after they get a first down. We saw it today with Jeremiah Love. We saw it last year, all season, with Audric. But it starts with coaching. You can't continue to limit your players with these abilities unless you're going to try to convince me that Chris Mitchell got off the plane to South Bend and is no longer fast.
Right.
And Riley Leonard got off the plane to South Bend and just completely forgot how to throw a football. I don't buy it. And I'm not here to tell you that I believe that Riley Leonard is a finished product and is ready to go pick apart, Texas's, Alabama's, Georgia's, insert whatever team's here defense. I'm not here to tell you that. But what I'm here to tell you is there's an issue bigger than everything else, and it starts with the head coach. It's inconsistent. Looking big picture, you can't come and rise to the occasion for big games when it's convenient for you. It can't be when College game day's there. And it can't be when it's a night game. And it can't be when it's a ranked opponent. Because unfortunately, and we got to see it this week, when Notre Dame beat Texas A&M, like we predicted in the postgame show, it's when all the excuses started pouring in about, Texas A&M was never that good anyways. And even though we understand how good of a win that was. But there is no spinning losing to Northern Illinois at home, regardless of how good they played. I said it earlier in the show. They played their hearts out, and they were fantastic. Your Notre Dame, if Northern Illinois plays fantastic, based on the coaches that they brought in and the talent that they brought in, you still win that game. And it starts with Marcus Freeman, in my opinion. And you can't continue to just hang your hat on, we just have to execute better. I agree. But the issues go farther than just executing better and not turning the football over. You need to trust in your coordinators that you brought, specifically your offensive coordinators. And Marcus Freeman needs to do a better job of trusting that they will put Riley Leonard and Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price and insert whatever great skilled position player that we have here, trust that they will go make the plays that you need them to win the game. Instead of playing this, I want to make sure that nothing bad happens and we don't turn the ball over. Because when you do that, when you play scared, you can't play free, and that's when all the mistakes come in. And that is exactly what we saw today. And it starts up top.
Sean, you're up to bat, brother.
questioned everything except for my offensive philosophy. That's amazing. It's cool to question everything. That's your mantra. We question everything, except when it comes to my offensive philosophy. Yes. That's pretty much what has been put on Front Street right now. Like you'll question everything about everything else, except for how you feel football games need to be won offensively. And we can sit here and talk, like Ryan said. I said we're putting the same information in the same file. Same information in the same file when talking about the offense and the systemic issues. I think it all goes in there, but it all flows from the same source. And it is what it is. But like I said, I'm not absolving anybody, dude. Nobody's getting off the hook. I'm not letting anybody off the hook. No one is getting off the hook after this. Nobody, including Riley Leonard. You're not getting off the hook, buddy. No.
Can I just
Defense
nominate
isn't getting off the
hook? Can I just nominate one person off? Can we just nominate Jeremiah Love to be off the hook?
Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah. One after that touchdown, Trevor, did you say he had one carry or Vince?
One
carry
touch.
After that touchdown?
One touch.
Yeah, that's real smart. Real smart. Yeah, you get into their territory with 5 minutes left, ready to salt the game away. And yeah, that's when you go over the top. Yeah. And I'm not comfortable right now. I'm not, man. I'm not. Third year head coach. Timeout should be figured out. This offensive system should be figured out. Clock management, not having to turn around and ask, is this the right time to call it? No. All of those things should have been learned by now. So that's a problem. That's a problem. I feel worse. I said this last year after and during the Ohio State post game. Those players don't deserve this, man. Those kids don't deserve this. These offensive players don't deserve that. They don't deserve that. Those kids that transferred here, Bo Collins has been playing his butt off. Playing his tail off. I'm interested in seeing Brian's breakdown because I'm sure he was open more. Playing his tail off. Chris Mitchell was open. Missed a couple of times. Dude, yes, Jaden Greathouse dropped the perfect ball. Perfect ball. You talk about a total team collapse. It was on full display for everyone to watch on national TV today. Full display. This is not a game where you say, oh man, this person. Oh man, this unit. It is indicative of the status of this program right now. And it's time to face it and say it is what it is. Will they dig out of the hole? We'll see. We'll see. But it's at the point, Brian, I'm very interested in how you think. I say, this could become very similar to 2016. It will become very similar, to where we start looking forward to the youngsters playing that will eventually become a really good team in 2 years. Like when Julian Love and those guys start taking the field late in that season or in the middle of that season, and it led to 2018. Like, if certain things don't change, this could go left real fast against a soft schedule. That's the crazy thing about it. Things could go left really fast against what was perceived as a soft schedule. That is where things sit. And I'm praying and hoping, like everybody else, that things can get turned around.
Ryan?
To begin, the issue with Marcus Freeman is not because I'm going at everybody right now. the up and down nature with which Notre Dame plays goes beyond just a conservative offense. Like if the only issue today was a conservative offense, we are complaining about Notre Dame only beating Northern Illinois by 10. That's the beef, right? If the only issue today was that Riley Leonard couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, we'd be talking about Notre Dame winning this game 14-13. If that, or 17-13, something like that. If that was the only issue. The issue is much deeper, folks. You say, well, how does Marcus Freeman do this offensively? Is he just tell him to only run? No, it's a mindset. I've been telling you all this for a long time. Being good at something is a mindset. It's who you are all the time. You can't say, let's open it up 1 week against this team who has a terrible defense, and then when you're playing somebody good, you then say, okay, let's pull the reins. You can't win that. It goes beyond just play calling. It's the mindset. It's why your football team just doesn't show up sometimes. And it's why your football team found no answers today. It's why you couldn't find answers against Stanford. It's why you couldn't find answers against Clemson, in Louisville. And the only reason you beat Duke last year is because your dudes were just way better than their dudes, and guys like Audric and Mitchell Evans took those games over at the end of the game. And Sam Hartman went out and made a brilliant play. Today, you didn't have that. You didn't have that. And it was across the board. What are you doing in your preparation for every game that is causing your team to be an emotion, not a discipline roller coaster or an execution roller coaster or a passing offense, an emotional roller coaster where you are up for one game and the next week you don't even want to be there because, Notre Dame Stadium. Notre Dame's problem today was not the fans. They were freaking loud. I always been, Vince, I spend usually the first quarter outside. They were super loud before the game and loud during that first whole drive. Loud when they pinned them inside the 2. They got a little quiet when they gave up an 83-yard touchdown pass, understandably.
Yeah, fair.
This wasn't a home field. Alabama had no home field advantage when Mike Shula and Mike Du Bois were their head coach or Nick Saban's first year. They lost at home to Louisiana Monroe. But eventually, they became pretty hard to beat at home. Why? Because Alabama, for whatever you feel about them, kind of was like this all the time. And it was always high. But that team always found ways to win. And this team doesn't. But it's not as simple as just, this is all on Freeman. You're the offensive coordinator, even within whatever restrictions you might have been given preparation-wise. It's your job to find answers to get your quarterback into a rhythm. It's your job to say, we got to get out of this game. Number 4 is cooking in the second half, right? Him and 24 are ballers. Use them both. Put them both on the field. Get out of this game with a win. Figure out ways. You've got to know how to get your quarterback into a rhythm. Defensively, we told y'all all week, this team's going to motion, they're going to shift, they're going to run trick plays, they're going to run post-snap switch. I saw it. How did they not see it? How are they not prepared for it? That's not Marcus Freeman's fault from the standpoint of he's directly responsible for it. That's on Al Golden and his coaching staff. You guys, they were doing things we saw last week. We talked about they're going to do things with their motions and shifts to get you out leverage. And Notre Dame had no answers. No answers the entire game.
Yeah.
And it's not like, they ran a stretch play. If a stretch play is what you were so unprepared for and couldn't adjust to, you got a much bigger problem than your quarterback can't complete a pass.
I wouldn't even take that excuse from a high school defensive coordinator, to be perfectly honest with you.
It's we weren't prepared for the veer. Why not?
Right.
You're playing a triple option team.
Seriously.
They were just lining up, and this is the thing I'm talking about. Like, when they needed a yard, they couldn't always get a yard. When they needed a completion, they couldn't get a completion. When they needed a stop, they couldn't get a stop. When Northern Illinois needed a stop, I actually still don't understand why they threw on a couple of those 4th and shorts.
Yeah.
I'd have lined up in the Wildcat and said, you haven't stopped this for less than 2 yards all game.
Yeah, seriously.
Notre Dame caught some breaks in this game. There's a couple times where they had a guy in the flats on defense. Go back and watch the game. They had a kid on the flats, and the quarterback just missed him. If he doesn't miss him, there's nobody outside to defend that kid. Nobody. And if it's not for a couple plays from like Josh Burnham and Boubacar and Xavier Watts, this game could have been a lot worse. Northern Illinois coach circles around Notre Dame today. Are there some major problems for Marcus Freeman from a why isn't your team getting prepared and why aren't you doing? Absolutely. But Notre Dame on offense and defense today got you're sitting there and this is what I talk about, the mindset. It's the whole, and we talked about this last week, the whole having your running back go down thing. No.
Why would you even say that?
You're sitting there and you're getting close to field goal range. And you're not playing for the situation. You have 5 seconds left in a 62-yard field goal. You literally have a better chance in that situation of either throwing a Hail Mary or try to get something quick to get you another 5 or 6 yards and get out. And here's a thought. Maybe if you don't have to blow a third down or blow a timeout early in the third quarter, you may have time to still throw the middle of the field and get a completion there. You know what I mean? It's like, but it's where's that? I mean, is Marcus Freeman getting on the horn and saying, hey, don't do – I don't know. I don't know if he's doing that or not. But I know that the offensive coordinator, who I have a great deal of respect for, is not finding answers, and he needs to be able to find answers. You've got to be able to say, hey, look, it's not Riley Leonard's fault that they just stopped giving the ball to Jeremiah Love after he got hot. Right? We say, hey, guys, I'm all for playing a deep depth chart, but you got to be willing to ride a hot hand.
Right.
You got to be willing to ride a hot hand.
They were married to that rotation, regardless of who was playing hot and who wasn't.
And why are you trying to pop a draw at midfield with Devin Ford? I mean,
right.
How are you not having Jeremiah Love on the field on that last? He's our third down back. Well, then you need to be better prepared. You need to be better prepared for an end-of-the-game situation where you've got to get your playmakers on the field and go make a play. I don't think Marcus Freeman walked in there and said, I demand that you take Jeremiah Love off of your third down offense or your 2-minute offense. I don't think that was a Marcus Freeman problem, right? You've got to be willing to say, okay, yes, this is what we normally do, but in this situation, there's one dude on our team that has shown there's 2 dudes on our team that have shown they can make plays when there's not a lot there. And when the game was on the line, they were both sitting on the sidelines next to the offensive coordinator, running backs coach. That's inexcusable. Inexcusable. And then you handed it off to Devin Ford. I'm not trying to throw shade at Devin Ford, but that guy's not going to go win you a ball game.
Right.
Put your guys in hey, maybe just the threat of Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price being there is something that maybe gets a guy to creep up and you can hit somebody over the middle of the field. So, I mean, there are problems. There is blame to go around everywhere. And the fact that you never were able to find answers for their run game. The only time you really slowed them down is when Brown was on the sideline nursing an injury. That's really the only time you got any consistent stops. You let them flip the field all day long, even when they didn't score. Because you weren't prepared for what we all talked about was going to happen in this game. Motion, shifts. They're going to create extra spacing on the edge. They're going to do post-snap switches. They're going to run jet sweeps. We talked about this, guys. How are you not prepared to handle jet sweeps? So, this team was emotionally and schematically unprepared for this game, and Thomas Hammock and his staff coached absolute circles around the Notre Dame football team. And I don't want to hear, yes, it was a letdown game. We all knew that. But you know what? Good teams, Penn State had a letdown game today against Bowling Green, who's not as good of a football team as Northern Illinois, because they were coming off a big win over West Virginia, and they down 17-3 at one point in time? Who won that game? Penn State, because they figured it out. They answered. They were down way more than what Notre Dame was down today, but they figured it out. I watched, as I said before, Georgia down 14-3 to South Carolina at halftime last year. They figured it out, won convincingly. Notre Dame could not push the right buttons, and that's head coach, OC, DC, on down. You got out coached today. You got out physical today on your own freaking stadium by a MAC team. I don't care that it's a good MAC team. We told you all week, this is a good football team, y'all. So you may only win by 17. There's no excuse to lose to this football team. And the fact that you didn't have your team prepared to go out and play, you blame Riley. If all they do this week, if the only change they make is to bench Riley Leonard, okay, you're not challenging anything. You're looking for a scapegoat because you're not looking in the mirror. I don't care who starts a quarterback moving forward. If the foundation doesn't change, it won't matter, guys, because it didn't matter last year and it didn't matter the year before that. One week they look like world beaters. They're aggressive. They're throwing the ball downfield. Next week they won't throw the ball more than 10 yards down the field. Where have you heard that before? At least last year there were some games they tried to throw the ball down the field. And if your quarterback can't do that, I'm sorry. Like, here's the deal. If you knew your quarterback couldn't throw the ball down the field, he shouldn't be your quarterback. It's like the thing with, if Riley Leonard is this bad in practice, he shouldn't be your quarterback. Right? I mean, what are we doing here, guys? If you're so unafraid to throw the ball down the field and willing to admit that publicly, which is super embarrassing, then he shouldn't be your quarterback. This isn't a situation where, well, who are we supposed to do? Put Drew Pine in the game? You've got freaking Steve Angeli, who, I think he's got his limitations, right? We know that. But he's still better than what Drew Pine was. You've got Kenny freaking Minchie over there and CJ Carr. If Riley Leonard is this bad that you don't feel you can open up your offense, then put another freaking quarterback in the game, but that's still on you. That's still on you. And that's the thing. Like, the fact that they tried to line up with a field goal kicker who's maybe like made, what, 150-plus yard field goal in his career and try to kick a 62-yard field
For
goal?
a 62-yard field goal? Like, come on, man.
You knew what was going to happen. Vince, you and I both knew that was going to get blocked because every time a kid who doesn't have the leg to make a kick tries to kick a ball like that, it's going to be a freaking line drive.
Right.
That's
exactly.
on you. That's on you.
And that's also happened when he tried to kick a 50-plus yarder. It was also a line drive and it got blocked. Right? Now, those linemen can't let them get their arms up and all. Okay, cool. But like you're lining up for field goals he can't hit, man.
Right.
That's
on you.
That's not fair to that kid, first of all. That's not fair to your team. You had a better chance, Brian, in my opinion, of just throwing a Hail Mary because your dudes are pretty dang good at 50-50 balls. Just put it up. See what happens. Like when I saw him taking his headset off and handing it to the little kid next to him, and they were lining up for a 62-yard field goal, I was like, I can't watch this.
I mean, I was literally had just finished up they're going to lose this. Guys, seriously, during that last drive, I was putting the finishing touches on the post I made about how this is an embarrassing loss. Yeah. I have no faith they're going to go down there and score. Even when they completed that ball, I was like, they're not going to score. They're going to give up a pressure. They're going to do something clock management wise. It's dumb. Look, I like Marcus Freeman a lot as a person. I want him to be successful here, but Marcus Freeman has to do some serious soul searching. And if his first thing in his mind when he gets home tonight is Riley Leonard this, or Al Golden that, or Mike Denbrock this, then he's just not the guy. Because right now there's one thing that needs to get fixed, and it's got to be him finding out why his team keeps doing this. Why do you blow out Syracuse on the road 1 week and then come back, a week later, 2 weeks later, and lay an egg against a terrible Stanford team, who this Northern Illinois team would have smacked, by the way, and not find answers? How do you beat Texas A&M on the road 1 week, play with such fire and discipline and focus, and you punch them in the mouth, and then you come out and got punked? I think my dad said, Ryan said this early in the show, you got punked. Notre Dame came out and threw an uppercut on Northern Illinois, and it landed. And Northern Illinois was a little shook. And Northern Illinois said, okay, I got my bearings back. I'm going to throw punches back. And Notre Dame said, oh, hold on a second. That's not fair. You're Northern Illinois. What are you doing here? We're not prepared to take a counter punch. We thought you were going to lay down and die. What are you doing fighting back? And Notre Dame had no answers. They thought, we tried the knockout punch. That was our whole strategy. We thought you're going to knock you out. And they never, what adjustments did you see Notre Dame go to in this game? When we need to play, let's call a tunnel screen. And guess what? It worked because their dudes are better than the other team's dudes.
Right.
And then they just would, no answers in any aspect of the game. No answers with the head coach. No answers with the OC. No answers with the defensive coordinator. You're watching Donovan Hinish get pushed around the field for 60 minutes.
No
and
adjustment
is
there.
Armel Mukum really that bad? Is Armel Mukum that bad that he can't get a snap when you're and you know, I'm listening to Howard Cross, and I loved what Howard Cross said after the game. He was saying captain stuff after the game. But where are you during the game? Like, so people get mad that we talked about how good this D-line was because they were. Where's that at? I don't know. I don't know where it's at. Benjamin Morrison's getting beat by freaking MAC receivers today.
Well, yeah, he was.
Like, Jack Kaiser's getting blown off the ball. Your captains did not lead you today. And they weren't led. This wasn't on the sophomores. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for the sophomores, this game might not have been close. Because outside of a couple plays by Bo Collins and one play by Riley Mills on that one third down stop, Riley Mills blew a dude up. That was like, would love seen that before and afterwards. Who made all the plays today? Jeremiah Love, Boubacar, Jaden Ausbury, Josh Burnham, redshirt sophomore. Drake Bowen started to step up in the fourth quarter late in Wood a couple times. Like, where were the seniors? Where was Riley Mills? Where was Howard? Right? Where were they? So I just this was an absolute failure from the top down. Correct. And if we're just going to sit there and say this is all on Marcus Freeman, then we're being lazy. If we're going to say this is all on Riley Leonard, we're being lazy. This was a team failure today. But at the end of the day, two people primarily get the blame for teams: head coach and the quarterback.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, you guys know me. I'm laying at the feet of the coaches first and foremost.
Yes.
And when you like, guys, look, everybody has a bad game every now and then. That's true for everybody. Nick Saban had some, like, how did you lose that game moments? You know, the year Clemson wins the national title, they lost at home to an 8-5 Pitt team that wasn't very good. And they were only 8-5 because they beat Clemson. They would have been 7-6 if Clemson would have beat them. Right? But that's an anomaly. This is a pattern. When you are not showing up emotionally ready to play and then can't do anything to get out of it, that's a pattern. That's not a bad game. That's not a letdown game. That's a pattern. And who's responsible for that? Okay, it's Riley Leonard's fault this year. Whose fault was it last year? Whose fault was it in 2022? Because I only know one person, and we've talked about coordinators and quarterbacks. There's only been one person that's been in the same role each of the last 3 years.
Correct.
He's got to be able to look in the mirror and say, what are we doing? Guys, he's got all the slogans, and they work. They're good slogans if they're applied. The challenge everything, it's beautiful. Last week, Marcus Freeman hit all the right buttons. You can't, like, that doesn't get dismissed because of this game.
Right.
It actually makes it more frustrating. That's you guys tell me if I'm wrong here. I would rather him just be bad. And then we know he's bad, and then you can just fire him. Like with Charlie and Ty, we knew they were bad. But when you look at the masterful job he did getting his team ready to play last week, the masterful job he did in the fourth quarter with that football team last week, and the answers, he just pushed all the right buttons. It's even more frustrating when you come a week later and you watch this disaster where his team wasn't prepared. That makes it even more frustrating because you're like, I know he's got it in him, but what are you missing here? What's missing here? And he's got to be willing to look in the mirror. Brian Kelly failed at Notre Dame because he was never willing to look in the mirror. If Marcus Freeman's willing to look in the mirror, he can turn this around. He is a young coach. He still is learning on the job. It's annoying. It's frustrating. But if he's not willing to look in the mirror and not say, and just him, and say, we got to fix this. It's not the players. It's not your coordinators. It's not your strength coach. It's not Notre Dame. It's not that they had to go to class. You're the head football coach. You've got to find those answers. You've got to find those answers. And if he's not willing to do that, then he won't succeed here. If he does, then he can turn it around. The problem is it's going to be hard to change the perception of this football team because there's no win. No one's going to care if you beat Louisville by 30. No one's going to care if he makes a quarterback change tomorrow. There's only, well, a buddy of mine said this. There's only one quarterback change he can make that would somewhat revitalize the fan base, and there's no way in hell he's going to do it.
Zero chance that number 12
No
is
way
the
in hell he's
quarterback on Saturday.
None.
And I assume that's what you're talking about.
I am.
Okay.
And I'm not even saying that's the right move. I'm saying that's the only
Right.
one that would revitalize the fan base.
Correct.
The only thing
No
that
doubt.
he can do is get to the playoff and win 2 or 3 games. But after you just
Right.
beat Northern Illinois, my hope is I just hope you can beat Purdue. Forget
Exactly.
talking about the playoffs.
Right.
You know what I mean? So he's got to be willing to look in the mirror and say, why does this keep happening?
Correct.
And completely re-examine that. And you know, I hope he's got it in him because he's learned from a lot of mistakes, except this one.
Right.
This is the one he hasn't learned from. He learned, hey, I can't go out there and lay an egg in big games on offense. So let me go hire Mike Denbrock. But if you hire Mike Denbrock, but you don't change the root cause of why your offense was that way, it really doesn't matter.
You got to let Mike Denbrock be Mike Denbrock. That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
All right, fellas. Any final comments you want to make before we jump into the super chats? Sean, you good? Trevor's good. Brian's good. Okay.
I'm just disgusted.
Well, that is a common thought, I think, throughout the Notre Dame fan base and on this podcast, Brian. There is no doubt about it. Now, one thing I wanted to agree with you on and just kind of put just a little highlight on it. You said the only thing that could revitalize the fan base is changing quarterbacks to a certain guy, and obviously you were talking about CJ Carr. Marcus Freeman.
I think Kenny would be one too. I think there's a lot of people to be fired
Fair.
up about.
Okay.
Kenny as well.
Okay, that's fine. But the only point,
I don't know if he's excited about CJ. I don't know if the fans would be as excited about Kenny as they would CJ, just because of the perception.
Sure.
But I still think a decent chunk of the fan base would still get kind of fired up if they went to him as well. But
Sure.
CJ would be the one that would, no question about it, would just get people fired up.
Right. Yeah. No. The
Anybody
only thing I
disagree
want.
with that? Anybody is anybody?
No.
That's why I pointed to 2016. It was like that was the only thing in that season that was just like that season coming off 15. There was excitement, but this is something, Vince, that we need to think about. What we're talking about, 2 of the 3 seasons, leadership has been a question. Let's just think 2 of the 3 seasons for sure. To this point, leadership has been a question. So Brian is, I kind of walked around it and Brian just decided to go ahead and just jump both feet in the air and just smash it. This is so much bigger than Northern Illinois. I know we're focused on the loss in Northern Illinois, but this is so much bigger than Northern Illinois right now. And it's perplexing. It's perplexing, right? Because you get to a point now where now you might start to question what you hear now. Sounds good, but where's the substance?
Sure.
Oh, that sounds good, but where's the proof?
Can I ask you a question, Sean?
Yeah.
Explain to me how you can do what you did last. This is what you say. Where's the substance? That's actually why I get so frustrated, because we saw the substance a week ago, right? Like we saw the substance like last year when they would blow out 9 of the 10 teams they beat, right? Like that's the thing that frustrates me, is because there are times when we see the substance, right? And perhaps I'm missing. I'm understanding your point, and I agree with you, but I'm just adding a little bit of stank to it, because it's like if it was just like it was with Ty or with Faust or with Davey, where it's just like you just know he can't do it.
Yeah.
But then it's like, but when you see the instances where he does it, it's like you get this excitement because you do want to root for him, because he is a very likable guy, but I got some comments about, there's certain ways you can treat people that support your program. Eventually they're going to stop buying that you're a great guy and, all these type of things. But I don't know if that's him as much as it's the people around him, that are in charge of, how they treat us, for example, different things like that. That's a different conversation for a different day. But eventually, man, like you get, so I want you to continue, Sean, like that, but like you say, there's no substance. So like, that's not the conversation we were having a week ago. That's what's so maddening to me, Sean.
Yeah,
but
now this is what I'm talking about. Now you take another look at the Texas A&M game and you say, yo, did we get away with one? Like this, for me, it puts everything into perspective, right? Because the truth of the matter is nothing really changed. The running game was solid. Offensive line, they are who they are, right? Game plans are probably a little bit different. You said last week they had one game plan. This week they decided to, Jekyll and Hyde, right? Mm-hmm. So basically you don't have anything that goes back to leadership. You don't have anything that is the anchor of your program, right? Or you have nothing, no matter what we're doing. Michigan won last year because no matter what, you knew they were going to run the ball, regardless of whether or not JJ McCarthy and not let you run the ball. This is what we're going to do. We're doing this. If JJ shows up, fine. If he doesn't show up, fine. But no, one thing for sure, we're stopping it and we're going to run it. We're stopping the run and we're going to run it. So what is now the identity? After 2 weeks, what's the identity? What's the identity offensively? I thought we started to see it. What was that? They went to Bo Collins a couple of times, right? They get to the 50. I'm like, okay, now they're about to close him out with the running backs. And I thought we were getting ready to see that fourth quarter identity again. Bo Collins in the passing game and the running backs. And then here we go, the interception. And it's so
like to me, Sean, identity isn't so much about play calls. It's about how you play. And that's what you said. What was the identity last week? Toughness. Even if A&M's not that good, that doesn't change that they played hard, that they fought, that they scrapped, that when the game was on the line, they stepped up and made plays. Today, they didn't fight. They didn't play hard. They didn't scrap. That's what's so maddening, Sean. That's why I'm sitting there I'm losing my mind, because it's like, how is this the same football team that we saw play? A&M's not that good. Guys, I told you guys that for weeks leading up to that game, right? For weeks. It's about, but they played hard. Look, it was very windy today. That might have hurt the pass game. Okay, whatever. It was windy for Northern Illinois, so they just ran it down your throat. So fine, we're going to be tougher than you are. Like, okay, you got to have some answers for those type of things. The fact that Northern Illinois pushed them around, like my guy, Mark Stewart, right? You're getting mad at us, doom and gloom. Buddy, they just lost to Northern Illinois. What do you want me to do? You want me, they've in 3 years, they've lost to 3-9 Stanford, Marshall, and Northern Illinois, who lost last year to Southern Illinois, an FCS team. What do you want me to do, man? What do you want me to do? I love Marcus Freeman, but I'm always going to be honest. If Brian Kelly did something like this, we would all be trashing him. Nobody be here defending Brian Kelly, like some people are trying to defend Coach Freeman. Look, I'm going to be honest. I love Marcus Freeman, but he's got to own this. This keeps happening. This isn't a one-off. This keeps happening. So what do you want us to do? That's all good, everybody. Don't worry about it. Everything's rainbows and sunshine. They'll get back out and beat Purdue next week. They just lost to Northern Illinois, guys. Every phase of the game played into winning that game in the fourth quarter last week. And every phase in the game is why they lost this game. They couldn't punt. They missed 2 field goals. Every single phase of the game, it's the complete opposite of last week. And I don't understand it. I don't know how you get from that to this, Sean.
You know what's so weird? You remember the practice we went to? And we're sitting there and we're timing Rendell's punts. And it's like 4-5. 4-7. We're like, yo. And Marcus Freeman comes to the podium after practice, like, yeah, we didn't have a good day punting. And I'm like,
what were you looking for?
wait.
I hope he wasn't looking for what he's been doing for the last 2 games.
Rugby punts.
I know what my stopwatch was saying. Like, what? So it's like, what is the disconnect? Like, like we see one thing, you don't see it. And you see something and we don't see it. And it's like
but what you see is not working. What you see is
right.
getting beat. You got this 6'6". You went all the way down to Australia to get this big leg punter who booms the crap out of football, and you're doing rugby punts all the time.
Yeah. Let me tell you, I was at a camp with 1,500 kids, and I'd say 700 of them can do what James Rendell has done so far in 2 games. Yeah. Right? Maybe it's a one-off, whatever. But I never saw him
not doing what we saw him do. Sean,
I never saw him.
You weren't there.
Yeah,
right?
I never saw him.
Sean, they weren't doing that when he was catching normal punts and booming the crap out of it.
Booming the crap out of it.
And the way
to
that
the point
got
that the punt returners were dropping.
And they're not dropping these line drives because he's not doing that. I don't understand.
They're easy. End over end is easy to catch.
I don't understand it. It's like we'll see things in practice and then we get to the games and it's like, what is this? This is what you were practicing?
Yeah.
They're not throwing the ball down the field. They throw the ball down the field in practice all the freaking time.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the thing. Then just stop repping that. If you're not going to do it in the game, don't waste your time with it in practice. You know what you do? Go do what Tommy Rees did in 2022 if that's who you want to be. Go 12-13 personnel and do what you know what you need to do? If you're gonna have this mindset as a head football coach, go spend the next 2 days wherever. Sean, where's Northern Illinois? Where's it located?
DeKalb.
Go to DeKalb, Illinois, and sit down with Thomas Hammock and his OC and say, okay, what do you guys do? And just run that offense. Because they just lined up. So we're going to go Wildcat to our stud, and we're going to have nothing but tight ends in the game. And you know what's coming, Notre Dame, number 5 team in the country, on your own field. And you're not going to be able to stop it. If you're going to have that mentality, then just lean into it. Don't give us this, let's go hire Mike Denbrock and this, that, and the other. It's like, I mean, you know, in the last 4 years, Mike Denbrock has been in the college football playoff. He had coached an undefeated football team. He coached the SEC East West champs, and he coached the number 1 offense in the country. And he comes to Notre Dame, and all of a sudden, they can't even do anything close to what Jared Parker's offense did last year. And I'm supposed to believe that's all Riley Leonard's fault and all Mike Denbrock. I mean, come on, what are we doing here? There's a disconnect going on. There's some level of disconnect going on. And you know what's actually, if he's going to have the mentality he wants to have, the smart thing for Coach Freeman to do would actually to be put into CJ Carr in the game. Because then he has an excuse to run a conservative offense. I got a freshman quarterback, guys. What do you want me to do? Why go get Riley Leonard and do this? Why go get Mike Denbrock and do this? I love it how all these people forget how to coach and forget how to play when they come to Notre Dame.
Hey.
I can promise you there will be more of the same over the next few days. We've got our Upon Further Review show tomorrow at 7 at this point.
Oh, that should be fun.
And we've got, of course, our shows that are going to be breaking everything down in the afternoon and in the evening all week long. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, that notification bell, share with your family and friends, all the good stuff. We'd really appreciate it because we're going to be along for this ride for the entire season, guys. Like it or not, you know, whether we enjoy it or
we're
not.
We're not quitting.
We're not quitting.
People that quit the message board and all, y'all can quit.
Wow.
That's fine.
Seriously?
You quit?
Wow.
Oh, that happens there. That's all. That's even ever since I'm covering Notre Dame. Whenever they lose a game like this, people
That's
just
hilarious. Okay. Whatever.
So,
That's
we're
fine.
not going anywhere.
We're not going anywhere.
We're going to keep on it like we see it. You may not like it.
Yep.
You may want to come here and be apologists. You may just want to come here and say fire everyone. I'm not going to do either one of those two things.
And that's fine. Because we don't advocate for firing coaches. That's not a thing.
Well, nor is that the answer.
Of course it's not the answer. Of course it's not the answer. So if that's what you want, go someplace else. That's fine. That's cool. But hey, we're gonna be here and we're gonna tell you, we're gonna call it like we see it. We're gonna get into the film.
Got some super chats coming up,
Oh,
right?
100%. We got a bunch actually. So stick around. But again, boards.irishbreakdown.com. There's going to be all kinds of breakdowns, all kinds of fun stuff over there. So make sure you hit it. Boards.irishbreakdown.com.
I think this first super chat, Vince, is gonna start us off.
All right, let's do it. So we're gonna hit the super chats here. Again, if you want to get your question in, or just have your voice be heard, you got to put in a super chat. We got a ton of them to get to, and that is what we are going to do in this segment. So, Brian, if you would be so kind,
these first two, Vince, are
okay.
Like, sum up the game.
Oh, okay.
Sum up my reaction after the game. First one from Hunter H. Wow.
Yeah, that's fair.
Thank you for super chat, Hunter. But dude, I'm with you. And then this one from Ryan Keeler.
Same quote unquote stuff every year. And I appreciate you keeping it family friendly there, Ryan, unlike other people. But yeah, completely agree with you. Look, my wife, who hates football, does not follow football, texted me as the show was starting. She's like, wow, that was rough. and by the way, continued to watch the show to see how we would act, by the way. And obviously this is not everybody, but she was appalled by the chat. So I just want to throw that out there. So Joe, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Total and complete failure. They didn't want to be there. Leonard needs to take his aw shucks country boy shtick back down south and just leave the school. My biggest worry is this pattern of Marcus Freeman. I agree with the last part. The other part, just take a breath. Take a breath.
Best not respond to that.
That's probably true. Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thanks for the super chat. Listen, Riley isn't the answer. The guy can't throw more than 10 yards. Wide receiver development is non-existent, except Collins, but he was a Clemson guy. We're going to just read some of these.
Some of these, I mean, I don't know what you want. I mean, we've talked about all this stuff.
I just
we're
going
to be here for 7 hours if we're going to respond to all.
Correct.
We have over 70 super chats.
That's why I said we're just going to read some of these, and that's going to have to do it.
I mean, I want the people in the chat to be able to vent too, right? Like, I don't want to pick apart. If you feel that way, you feel that way. All I would say is, and Joe, I love you, man. My only issue with his was you don't need to take personal shots.
Exactly. Correct.
Right. Like he played like I didn't push back on Charlie Weiss's last belt loop saying he can't throw the ball more than 10 yards.
He hasn't proved it.
I mean, he has.
And
not at Notre Dame.
Yeah,
he
right.
has.
Correct. Not
right. But it's
helmet.
like, dude, I watched the same game you did. I'm not going to sit here and defend that. Talking about his that's take personal shots at a kid. I understand you're pissed off, but we can be better than that. You want to say he played like garbage? He needs to be benched. Okay, we can agree or disagree, but that's fair. Stick to football. We don't need to get personal with people.
Correct.
But I get your Joe. I do get your frustration,
and we're all frustrated. That's why
I get it. I do.
We let off the show with vent. You are 100% allowed to vent. We're venting. Yeah. We have an outlet to vent.
Yeah.
You are allowed to vent as well. But keep it,
right. Because there's a lot
focused.
To be pissed about.
Keep
a lot to be pissed about.
Tanner Conray with super chat. Thank you. I think we should all stop using the phrase Brian Kelly PTSD. That's different. I mean, there are similarities, but that's different.
To his point, though, stuff like this keeps happening. It's no longer BK PTSD. It's just this is Marcus Freeman PT. I mean, this is MF PTSD at this point in time.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're going to be real about it,
well, it won't be PTSD until he's gone. Because
what I'm
literally,
saying is like
the P stands for
moments, and it's like, well, I wonder how they're going to do in this game. You know what I mean? Like.
That's MF reality. That's
right. Because we said Vince and Sean, I know you guys talked about this too, but like we had two stories of Marcus Freeman. Year one, it was you have some really huge wins and then you lose to some teams that suck, or not suck because Marshall didn't suck, but you have no bit, just like Northern Illinois doesn't suck, but you have no business Notre Dame losing that game.
Correct.
And then last year they won games like this and won games like this in blowout fashion. And so which is sadly what we saw today, guys, is regression. Saw a team regress from where it was last year. And that's inexcusable. So, yeah, I mean, Tanner, dude, I can't disagree. I can't argue with you, man.
Thanks for the super sticker, Philip. Appreciate you. Ray Price, thanks for the super chat. Did I just watch NIU get paid $1.4 million and pound our defense and watch our quarterback not be able to throw a deep ball? That was beyond heartbreaking. Agree with every bit of that.
A lot more issues than just a deep ball.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, he was missing short stuff. I mean, there's a screen pass he threw way off base that slowed a guy down. I mean, it just.
Yep. John A1, thanks for the super chat. I don't need to watch any other game. I watched NIU outcoach Notre Dame in preparation, scheme, and toughness. Freeman is not the guy. We owe Reese, Parker, and Hartman an apology. Freeman held him back.
Anybody have a comment on that? Sean, you have a comment on that?
You know my feelings, bro. I mean, I'll let things. Nah, man, I'm not absolved. Go watch the Ohio State game. Sam Hartman was awful. That's it. That ain't Coach Freeman. He was awful. He was awful at Clemson. That pick 6 was awful.
Mm-hmm.
That's basic high school football. Like, stop. I understand everybody's frustrated, upset. The blame starts at the top, but let's not start rewriting history. That's
fair.
Stop.
That's fair.
Let's not stop, dude. Jared Parker has some really bad games.
Yes.
Some really bad games. Just caught picking plays out of, let's try this one. No, I'm going to try this one over here. No build up, no game plan, no feel, nothing. And Tommy Reese, I don't even want to go down that rabbit hole. So.
Adrian Hooks, thanks for the super chat. Notre Dame needs to replace the quarterback. Riley gave this game away. He had help.
Here's my only thing is I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys. And is anybody sitting there saying that Riley Leonard, no questions asked, should be starting quarterback next week? Is anybody saying that? I mean, I mean, look, I think it at least is worth the conversation. But again, it's what's the expression? You're putting a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. Because this goes way deeper than Riley Leonard. This is the same crap we talked about last year with Sam Hartman. There's something much deeper here than just Riley played poorly. And he did. But this is an easy thing to placate certain people's emotions. This doesn't fix the problem. Riley Leonard is not why this team was unprepared to play hard.
David Carpenter, thanks for the super chat. A Division I quarterback with 0 passing touchdowns in 2 games. How is that possible? As my kids say, I can't even. John A1, new captains need to be appointed. Both Rileys deserve to lose the C.
I mean, I think you're falling short on blaming both. I mean, I think Riley Mills made more plays today and played harder than Howard Cross did. So,
Marky Stewart, thanks for the super chat. We can tell ourselves we don't need a guy like Deuce Knight, but a dynamic quarterback doesn't lose this game.
Notre Dame had a dynamic quarterback today who's rushed for over 1,000. Go ahead, Trevor.
No, you're good. I was just about to say Riley Leonard is a dynamic quarterback. Don't let the sample size of what's happened. Look, there were plays that happened last week that wouldn't have been made if Riley Leonard wasn't the quarterback.
Correct.
Bobbled handoff, pick up the football underneath the running back's leg, get the ball out. I'm sorry. Nobody else in that quarterback room is doing that.
Snaps were crap today too.
Yes. Look, my biggest gripe whenever a loss like this happens is who's just the immediate next replacement. It's when there is a fundamental issue with a program, you could plug in whoever you want to. It's not going to matter unless the foundational issue gets corrected. And we could see if Deuce Knight is eligible to come play early, or if CJ Carr is ready to start as a true freshman. It doesn't matter, because the issues are going to come up whether it's against Purdue or in a couple weeks when Louisville comes to town, or in November on the 9th when Notre Dame plays Florida State. It doesn't matter.
Had a dynamic quarterback when they lost to Marshall too. They didn't use him. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've been doing this song and dance for how long? About, well, wait till this guy shows up. Wait till Phil Jerkovic shows up. Wait till Tyler Buckner shows up. Wait till Brandon Wimbush becomes a starter. And then they stopped using Brandon as a runner. So again, guys, we are looking for easy fixes, and that ain't it. Mark, and I love you, man, but that doesn't fix why this team got their butts kicked in the trenches. Let's just say hypothetically that Sean, let's say hypothetically that they had an athlete like Deuce Knight, the quarterback today, and he made enough plays at the end to win it. Okay. Does that fix the fun? The problem isn't today that they lost. The problem is why they lost, how they lost, why they lost, the root cause behind it. Having a quarterback that can kind of put his team on his shoulders at the end of the game and make that final play doesn't change. Like, let's just say hypothetically that they would have benched Riley in the fourth quarter, brought in CJ leaves him on a – does that change? Or does that just masks the symptom of why was this team not prepared emotionally today? Why did this team get bullied in the trenches today? Does CJ or Kenny or Steve coming off the bench and rallying his team in the fourth quarter change that? No, it just makes you feel a little bit better until it happens the next time. Trevor, you had something you wanted to add to that, look like?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been thinking about that during the duration of this show, is even if Notre Dame were to win that game, a lot of the conversations that we're having are going to be the same, in my opinion. It's just maybe with a slightly more positive tone, because we can look at the overall record and say, well, at least Notre Dame's 2-0. But a lot of these questions that we're having about the preparedness of the team and, you know, how does Marcus Freeman get his guys up for games like this that aren't under the national media spotlight? All those conversations are remaining the same. And I'm glad that you brought that up, because I've been thinking about that now for the last 2 hours. And I was like, I feel like a lot of these conversations would be the same.
You know what, fellas? I guess, the word dynamic threw me off. I guess basically he's saying dual threat. Is that how he's describing
I think dynamic is not just dual threat, but a guy that's like, you can be a dual threat quarterback and you're not, there's dual threat quarterbacks that are, good players, and there's dual threat quarterbacks like, Lamar Jackson. You know what I mean? Like, there's the really dynamic, take a game over. Like, SMU has a dual threat quarterback, Kevin Jennings.
Mm-hmm.
He's not dynamic. You know what I mean? He couldn't put that team on his shoulders last night and lead them to a victory over BYU. You know what I mean? So I think it's more about not just dual threat, but I think he's I think in his instance, dynamic is as much about dual threat, but also elite talent is what I think he's getting at there.
I guess that's why I laughed when the whole Lamar Jackson stuff was said. I was like, all right, we need to relax. Like, he's nowhere near Lamar Jackson's elite talent running the fuck. Probably Leonard. He's nowhere near Lamar. Yeah, Jaden Thomas was like, yeah, he's like Lamar Jackson. Stop. And even Marcus Freeman had to say, yo, relax. I think it's so many things that have been unfair to Riley Leonard before he even took the field from an expectation standpoint. And that's what I just don't like, man. I just don't like when people, because for me, I thought he still needed work. And I think missing a full half a season stunted a little bit of that. And then to be injured in the spring didn't help. And then, not getting the majority of the snaps. It's like, yo, we're not, if he's the guy, let him be the guy. Let him get ready. Get him ready to go, because he needs to work. He needs to work. He has some things he needs to figure out. He has some rough edges that he needs to smooth out. Like, get him ready. Put him in the best position to be able to play the position, regardless of what you ask him to do. Right? So he took a lot of heat. Sorry about that. He took a lot of heat last week for that play to Devin Ford. And I'm like, dude, that's spinning out of a sack, guy bearing down on you, trying to get rid of the ball and be accurate. That's not easy. And fans were like, you got to make that play. If he makes that play, it's a touchdown. I felt like he got chased, and it would have been nice for him to be on target to Bo Collins on that last drive when he got flushed out. Like, yo, still opportunity. Yeah, you got flushed, but yo, be dynamic and make that play. Make that play. It's there. He didn't make it. So, I think it's don't put that on the kid yet, man. He was rough coming in. You knew that. You knew the passing game needed work. I'm just disappointed. I'm shocked that they said some of the things they said on the national broadcast today. It was absolutely unfair. Like Trevor pointed out what Marcus Freeman said before the game, and then Dan Hicks and Jason Garrett like leaking stuff that was said with their meeting with Mike Denbrock. We met with Mike Denbrock, and Mike Denbrock said he is who he is. He's a runner, and we're gonna have to help elevate him in the passing game. I'm like, why would you even say that on the broadcast? Like that's the information you allow to stay between you and the coordinator. You don't say that across. Like now, like why would you put that on this kid? Why?
And if
I'm amazed,
is that,
man.
Your talent at quarterback is too good to still go with that. If you truly believe that, then he shouldn't be your quarterback. When you've got the three kids, and I'll even throw Steve Angeli in there. Like, if you don't think this kid can complete, like, I think Steve has trouble processing information and things like that. But what you're not going to do with Steve is overly rely on him running the ball, and you're going to let him throw the ball down the field a little bit. And if you really believe that about him, then he shouldn't be your quarterback. Yeah. It's just.
Hey, Brian, do you remember what Bo Collins said this week? I thought that was strange too. He met with the media and they asked him about his big play opportunities. And he said, I'm paraphrasing here, but he said something to the effect of, I'm not worrying about, Riley working through his progressions. And it just struck me as strange. Like, what are we talking about here? It's just some really weird things being said and leaking out, man, concerning Riley Leonard. And I just think I'm like, yo, this is unfair to the kid. It's like, I'm not shocked that he was rough around the edges in the passing game. I think everybody knew that needed work.
But not this bad.
No, I don't think anybody expected this bad. I don't think anybody.
That's my point, Sean. He regressed mightily at Notre Dame. Like Mark Stewart says, Riley is not dynamic. It'll be proven when he never plays in the NFL. Come on, guys, we have eyes. Yeah, so do I. So does he. So does he. Right? So do NFL scouts. There's a reason people were high on Riley Leonard. Yes, he is a dynamic quarterback. We've seen him be a dynamic quarterback. What he's doing at Notre Dame is not what he did at Duke, and that's a problem. Just like Sam Hartman wasn't at Notre Dame what he was, anything close to what he was. Okay, so we knew he wasn't going to pass for almost 4,000 yards. It's a different offense. He couldn't even snip 3,000 yards last year. Man. No, I mean, I'm sorry. Yes, he's got to play a lot better. But there's a reason this keeps happening.
It's almost like we are too late. Like, remember we said if Jack Cohn had stayed an extra year, and played with that offensive line,
22,
like, oh man, things would have been so much better. And it's almost like if Riley had played behind that offensive line last year.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's almost crazy. Or Sam played behind this offensive line, or like in this offensive system, I should say.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like, yo, we get the right guy, but he's not in the right year or with the right fit.
It's frustrating.
It is frustrating.
It's like I'm just so tired of talking about we'll wait till next year. I hated it under Brian Kelly, and I hate it just as much under Marcus Freeman.
Aiden Benami, thanks for the super chat. A tradition like any other. Masters and Notre Dame with a bad loss.
Yeah.
Aiden with another one. How in the heck do we not go deep? Why, God, why? They went deep twice. Just didn't go well either time.
Once not on the quarterback, once flat out 100% on the quarterback.
Oh, yeah. No doubt. Not making excuses, man. Not at all. That was awful. Nidabita, thanks for the super chat.
Nita Bita, I would be willing to bet you that's what that one is.
Cool. Thank you.
just trying to guess and get it right.
See, when I do PA, it's just like you do, Nidabita! You just kind of just roll through it. Yeah. Congratulations.
I'm interested. Is that Renita, Darnita, Tanita?
Hey, whoever it is, I appreciate the super chat.
Nita something. Yes,
you're right. It probably is Nita. It probably is Nita Bita.
Yeah.
They clearly watched no film on this team. They clearly did not practice hard. They did not come ready to play. They played just like they played at Clemson. I was at the CU game. They didn't even try.
I mean, my first thought is this, right? Trevor, there's no way they didn't watch film. But
true.
They played like a team
didn't watch film.
That didn't watch film.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Like clearly they watched, but like they were so unprepared. So like, how can I tell her, nah, Nita, no, you're wrong. You're wrong. I mean, like the Clemson game, like she's right. She's right. They played with no fire, no passion, no heart. And I don't say no heart lightly, guys. You know that. So, I mean, how do you push back on this, Trevor? Because that's how they played.
I don't know. That's what's tough. I don't know if you can. I brought it up earlier in the show, but the defense was missing things that I caught just watching a 14-minute highlight video of Northern Illinois versus Western Illinois.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if Al Golden specifically was like, we're just not going to watch this. By the way, how I know a football program operates, I think there is a 0% chance that they didn't watch film, but I think that's what makes it more concerning. I guess it'd be concerning on both fronts, but the fact that you on paper theoretically prepared for this and that was still the product on the field, I don't know what you say to that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Taylor, thanks for the super chat. If Riley Leonard starts next Saturday, somebody needs to be fired. Adrian Hooks, thanks for the super chat. Sean, they better listen to Malik.
Do you have any idea what that means?
Yeah, Malik is not the. No. In all fairness, he had a reason why he was not comfortable with Riley Leonard going into the season, and it was all about preparation. First-year transfer quarterbacks being injured in the spring, and he was upset because he felt like if Riley's the guy, he needs to get 70% of the snaps in fall camp after missing the spring. You need to get him ready. That didn't take place. I'm worried. He said, I had the same injury as a quarterback. I know the difficulty coming back, and it's not as easy to play the position unless they're preparing you.
He didn't get those reps.
He didn't go those reps.
I'm talking about not just Riley, but Malik.
Yeah, and Malik, that's what he's saying. He was like in 16 coming back. I didn't get the reps.
He needed them.
And I needed them. Exactly. Absolutely. Yeah.
And they tried to make him run the Deshaun Kaiser offense, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Yeah. When you rig the game, you're going to get that result, right? But that's a good point.
So that was his concern. That's why.
It's very fair. Yeah. That's why I say, like, this is not just a Riley Leonard problem. There's a reason Riley Leonard has regressed significantly since last year. This staff has not done a good enough job preparing him. You go into every game with some easy throws. If we need to get into a rhythm, here's some easy throws that we like. I couldn't tell you what those are for Notre Dame because they don't go to them, except unless you think the only easy screen for him or only easy play for him is the tunnel screen.
Spark 5219, thanks for the super chat. Well, We just witnessed the worst interception thrown by a Notre Dame quarterback in Notre Dame history. That's not true.
Did the words Pat Dillingham just BC just pop into anybody's head when you thought about that one? It was bad, but there have been. I mean, Tyler Buckner's pick 6 against Marshall.
Yeah,
guys, we've seen some.
His pick 6 against South Carolina in the bowl game.
Which one?
Which one?
The one going in to close it out that tied it up. Like, are you kidding me? Tommy Reese in the end zone against Michigan. Tommy Reese at the end of the Utah game. Like,
yep. I was going to say Tommy Reese, 2012 Pitt, started the third quarter. Looked like he threw an out route to the corner.
Yeah. There's a bunch of bad interceptions, man.
Yeah. I'm still going Pat Dillingham against BC, and
you're probably right.
At the top of my list.
You're probably right.
There's a lot of candidates. Let's put it that way.
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But it wasn't that bad.
Right. McKay Rippey, thanks for the super chat. The only reason to play Riley was to put on his Superman cape to win important games. It's officially a rebuilding year. Bench Riley, bring in Carr.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I don't even want to get into there's still a lot to play for thing and all that because it just is not. Look, you don't just abandon the season.
At this point, it's one game at a time. And I know that sounds like coach speak. People were in the chat earlier. Can they still make the playoff or the playoffs a possibility and all that? Like, that is not the conversation that even needs to be had right now, right? I mean, I know. It's right there for you. Oh, man. Wow. Coming inside the house.
Yes. I'm about to go have a little chat with her.
Man. I'm calling from inside the house. It's like friendly fire.
That is for real.
No, I think you know what? I think you guys pointed something out, and now that I think about it, once again, it just goes to being unfair. Like, you don't go get that kid and tell him not to be dynamic. You don't tell him we just need you to play within our offense. No, that's him.
Yes.
Let him be dynamic.
Yes.
That's him.
And if you don't,
Sean,
if you don't trust him to do it, then bench him till he's healthy.
Absolutely. That's
right.
That's totally unfair. That's like, asking me as a center to come out and play point guard. Like, nah, that's not gonna go well. And yeah.
Matt Last, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Hey, guys, been a while. Just wanted to pop in and say 2nd and 1 in positive territory to put the game away, and that's when they take a shot down the field with Price and Love in your backfield.
I'm actually perfectly fine with them.
Me too.
The field. I don't like that shot down the field.
Thank you.
Who was coming across?
Jaden Greathouse was
He's
wide open.
Yeah, I saw that.
Collins is also open, in my opinion, on the other side. I don't like that shot. I'm a fan of taking something that's working to the sideline or an outside go ball or some kind of like clear with an over type of thing, which is what I think they were kind of trying to do.
The double post, right?
Yeah. So I actually think because you have Love and Price in your backfield and Riley Leonard as a runner, that's actually the perfect time to take a shot. You just don't take that shot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't take that over the middle of the field post shot. That's the shot you don't take.
Correct.
Yeah, I get the frustration.
Somebody else say it.
Nita Beta.
Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. I didn't want to butcher your name again, so respect. They have 4 other QBs on the team. 3 scholarship, 1. Yeah, there's 4.
Yeah,
5.
So if you think Riley Leonard's that bad, then you should. Your depth chart is such that you shouldn't have to.
Correct.
Deal with whatever issues you think he has. Like if he's really struggling that bad in practice, then he shouldn't be your starting quarterback, guys.
Right. Yep. Could not agree more to that. Andy Milton fan, thanks for the super chat. Quote, when all is well, all is not well. Unquote.
The life of a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah. Right. T3, thanks for the super chat. Fire Freeman tomorrow. You don't come here for your first head coaching job talking about national championships and lose to Marshall, Stanford, NIU. Not acceptable.
Well, I mean, Nick Saban had coaching experience and lost to Louisiana Monroe and some really bad teams his first year, but eventually you get past that. I have Marcus Freeman's not going to fail because he lost to Marshall and Stanford. Marcus Freeman, if he doesn't make it, it's going to fail because he didn't learn the lessons needed to make sure it didn't happen again in year 3. That's the difference.
But also the difference, I think Nick Saban had a well to pull from as far as championship football.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Freeman, he's dependent on someone else's well.
Right.
And you got to dig your own well.
You're correct. My point is simply lots of coaches have the losses he had in year 1.
Yeah.
But you learn from it. And that's what the frustration is. He's learned from certain mistakes in a lot of areas, but this thing, what we saw today, still there.
Because you can lose tough games, but there is a lining that connects all 3 of these losses. That's the issue.
Yeah.
That's the issue. There is a similarity in all 3 of these losses. They're very similar. So that is when you start to identify this might be a trend and a problem.
Yep.
This might be a trend and a problem, right? So
Joe, thanks for the super chat. Hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. It's like, I agree. I don't disagree with that statement, but
but the way they played today is not like a team that prepared hard. I mean, like a team that practiced hard this week doesn't play the way they played today. And I'm going to try to confirm a couple things, but some things I heard, I'll tell you guys after the show, makes me wonder, like, did they look at this like the Ball State game in 2018?
I mean, I know none of them were here then, but come on, man. Like, how do you
same way, not meaning like they looked at it, oh, remember the Ball State game? But like their philosophy was similar to the one, like, hey, this is a get-right game.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Let's not prepare. Let's not get as many. And to a degree, I understand it. It was a hot week, and but yeah, this team did not prepare. They did not play like a team that put in the work during the week of practice.
Right. Andrew Burt, thanks for the super chat. Seeing Riley Leonard's face on the sideline before the last drive said it all. He was already defeated.
Trevor, I didn't watch the TV broadcast. Did you happen to see that by chance?
Yeah, I did. I don't know if I want to say defeated. I would definitely say overwhelmed, which is also not fantastic.
Not good.
Guys, how does that happen though? Like, we just saw the same kid a week ago on the road at Kyle Field have the exact same expression. Like, what happened in his head that got broke today? That's the case when this isn't the first game of the year. Didn't we see him lead them on a 4th quarter drive last week where he threw 2 great balls? Like, that's what's so crazy about this. That's what I don't understand. I got nothing. Like, I usually can explain something. Hey, look, I don't like it. I don't agree with it, but this is what happened. I don't understand. Trevor, I mean, you and I are both quarterbacks. I don't understand how you go from that mentality one week to this to that. I don't understand it, dude. I don't get it.
The only thing I can draw it back to is lack of trust somewhere, but even then it doesn't make sense because of what happened week 1. Right. I would have understood, not accepted. I would have understood if this happened week 1, where you don't trust your guys, but I don't understand where the monumental fall off was from literally 7 days ago from like right now. I don't know where that disconnect happens.
The 80s guy, thanks for the super chat. I'll be the face of optimism. Oh, that's brave. It's only 1 loss. The season isn't over. However, there needs to be a quarterback change.
Okay.
It's optimistic.
Yeah.
Sure. Cool.
I
Thanks,
mean,
man.
he's right. Things need to change.
Yes.
I'm not saying what it is or wasn't. I'm not going to say it's not the quarterback.
No, I'm not either.
Like, to Trevor's point, if the quarterback had the defeated look on his face, I can live with a guy misses a read, guy doesn't do. I mean, I can live with a pick. If you're mentally not like you can't go win, that's what I can't deal with. And I'm not saying that's the case. I didn't see it. I'm just saying in theory, you got to be able. All of us have been in sports, Sean, as players and coaches. You're looking at somebody's eyes and you just know they're not about this.
Yeah.
And when you see that, I can't, Mike Singletary, right? Can't do it. Can't win with him.
Can't win with him.
Can't win with him.
I'm not saying he was that way. I'm just saying if that was the case,
sure,
that would make me think about making a change. Not that he played poorly. It would be that.
Sure.
you know?
The biggest thing that I think today lacked too is, when you play on a team and we all get it, Brian, to your point, we all play ball at some level and in different sports. You want the ball in your hand when you're that guy.
Yeah,
sure.
And it felt like on
last
offense. Yeah. And that's what's even crazier about the fall off. But
Correct.
Today, across the board, it looked like everybody else was waiting for everybody else to make that play.
That's a great point, Trevor.
That's what it looked like.
It's a great point.
Dragons 42, thanks for the super chat. I understand Jagasaw got hurt and 2 guys went to the NFL last season, but it is a glaring recruiting failure to not have better offensive tackles in year 3 of Marcus Freeman. Was the portal ever considered?
Well, yeah, it was. There was nobody out there really that was worth getting.
That was
number
legit.
one.
That was better than
Number
the guys you had
2,
on your roster. Yeah.
Coaches don't plan for losing 2 true junior tackles. It just rarely happens, and you're normally going to turn to your sophomore stud. They'd had some, Joey Tanona's car accident ruining. I mean, there's been some unfortunate things, but you when they recruited Joe Walt, at what point in time did, okay, he's going to be a 3-year player and then be a top 5 pick. I mean, you figured it out. Eventually he could be that, but just, yeah.
T3, if you watch the Peacock doc, Freeman comes off as a hit, a got Hollywood celeb. If he wants to be a movie star, let him go be that. Look, he's doing what people are asking him to do. All right. Notre Dame Fighting Irish Media is asking him to be in a documentary. They're asking
part
him
of the job.
Do these. Like that's, I don't think he's like, hey, let's do a documentary about me. Like, I don't think I'm not here to defend Marcus Freeman, but at the same time, come on.
I mean, he's not the one that signed the Peacock contract that they were going to do Here Come the Irish.
Correct.
But when you don't have your team ready to play against Northern Illinois, a week ago, man, that was a great show. Then you lose. That's some bull crap. If you want to be in Hollywood,
Right. Yes.
So if you're going to do all that, then you better back it up. It's like we're talking trash. Vince, if you're going to run your mouth and talk trash and you're playing pickup basketball, you better freaking be good.
Yep. Gabe A, thanks for the super chat. Offense has looked uninspired under 3 straight offensive coordinators.
I mean, yeah. Nita Bita.
Thanks for the super chat. Marcus Freeman is not calling the plays. They need to play multiple quarterbacks. I'm sorry, multiple quarterbacks is not the answer. But
the only way that would be the answer, Vince, is if you had like a Tyler Buckner, Tim Tebow type of just pure runner that gives you something that the other quarterbacks don't have, and they don't have that. They're all pure quarterbacks. Kenny Minchie's not the kind of athlete that you're going to do that with, and Riley Leonard's not the kind of athlete. He's not you're not going to start someone else and bring Riley in just to do that. But you're correct. Marcus Freeman's not calling plays, but again, he's made very clear they are carrying out his philosophy. He said that to me in an interview in a one-on-one back when we were allowed to have one-on-ones. They don't do that anymore at Notre Dame. Yeah, I mean,
Aiden, thank you for the super chat. How did not one leader or playmaker take over a super chat just for more rants? I don't mind. Coach Sig put in Carr, going to be a long 11 months. Ray Price, thanks for the super chat. Sean, you hit all the right points. Start with the quarterback. Next is the D line. I feel like a fool because I still love Notre Dame. It's like watching the Cowboys. How do you think Sean feels? All right.
On Stiers, right?
That's what I meant. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I forgot we have more than one Sean around here. But yeah, I believe me, guys, we get it.
I might even be more pissed at the play of the defensive line because of.
Yeah, I'm more shocked by them than I am Riley.
Shocked is a good answer. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm more shocked about that performance today.
Relicu, thanks for the super chat. I feel right now the way I felt in 2009 when Weiss's team lost to Navy. Second loss to them that broke a 40-year streak. It confirmed my worst fears. That was the team program. This is Marshall 2.0, and this is who we are.
It's hard to argue against that until they prove otherwise. Sean, like, what did you say earlier? It's the substance has got to be there.
Yeah, man. It's like when someone shows you who they are, eventually you need to believe it.
Yeah.
Eventually you need to believe it until you see different. And yeah. Hey, it is what it is.
Andy Milton fan, thanks for the super chat. The offense plays not to make a mistake, and yet mistakes are made. So I added that last part for people.
Well, we've said that a million times, guys. When you coach that way, that ultimately ends up being what you get. We said this during the Brian Kelly era, and this is what I've said this. I will say we've said this before. That is always my fear when you hire a defensive head coach.
Relic Q, thanks for the super chat. Sean, no need to go to church tomorrow with your NIU fam. You and Ryan have been preaching the truth tonight. I am at a loss. Where do we even go from here as fans?
Yeah,
might actually be a good place to go.
No, I have both of my sisters graduated from NIU and two of my cousins. I'll see all four at church tomorrow. So it's going to be, they're going to let me have it.
Don't worry.
Because I talked a lot of trash leading up to this game. A lot of trash. And I'm going to have to eat every word.
Yeah.
They're going to make sure that I eat every word.
You just got to take it, man. Like at that point, you just got to take it. Let the Lord put your armor on, but you got to take it, man.
I mean, where do we go from here? I mean, man, be a fan. You show up
either
next
you're
week,
a fan or not.
and you watch the Purdue game, and you
right.
show up against when they play Louisville. Show up, and we hope they show up.
Right.
I think that's why people get frustrated by what we're seeing right now and what we saw under Brian Kelly is because they don't always show up. It's one thing to lose because you played your butt off, and it's just one like Charlie losing to Michigan State in 05 and USC in 05 and Ohio State in 05. You could live with it because they played hard. They weren't the better team that day. This team's losing to teams that they have no business losing to. Kelly's teams were that way for a long time, and eventually he started beating the teams you're supposed to beat. But like then they'd lose to the good teams. You're like not even playing hard. It's like Vince. The thing that launched this whole IB YouTube plug was us being pissed off at the Alabama game because they played not to get blown out. This is Notre Dame, man.
So true. Trevor.
People at Notre Dame would have that same appreciation for what the history of Notre Dame is all about.
Right. Trevor, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Truly disappointing to watch this afternoon, but on Saturday nights like this, I'm thankful for Irish Breakdown.
Well, appreciate that, man.
Thank you, Trevor.
Very much.
Appreciate that because I'll tell you what, this is not an easy thing to do. After a loss like this, I'll be honest with you. As much as I love this is the last thing I wanted to do. Like, it's cathartic, but this is the last thing I wanted to do. I don't want to talk to anybody. I just want to sit by myself in my room and
rewatch the game and scream at the TV.
Yeah, well, rewatch the game is even more torture, frankly. But yes,
screaming at it makes me feel better.
Okay,
because I couldn't do it at the stadium. What the? Yeah.
Except that one time when you're trying to show me that highlight. All right.
Yeah, I had the headphones on. I didn't realize how loud I was talking. Hey, Vince, look at this. Hey, Brian, turn the volume down, bruh.
It was so funny because it just so happened to be super quiet when you did that too.
Random play. Hey, look at this. It's Tourette's. I'm sorry.
Oh, it was great. Anyway, sorry. All right. Dr. Bull Dobbs, thank you very much for the super chat. I blame the offense 100% as well as section 129, who never stood up on 3rd and 4th down until there was 30 seconds left, despite my efforts. Should have taken the one-on-one matchups when they had them.
He nailed that. There were definitely opportunities where got like Bo Collins and Chris Mitchell and guys like that against a one-on-one and just would not take the shot. It's just cowardice. Hate to say it. It's probably mean, but I'm pissed.
Jacob Mears, thanks for the super chat. My firstborn baby was born this week. Congratulations, Jacob. Welcome to the land of fatherdom. Appreciate that. Maybe he will see Notre Dame win a national championship in his lifetime.
Hope so.
Brian, didn't we say that last year?
What?
Didn't we come out and watching the film against Ohio State and say, why didn't Sam pull the trigger?
Yeah.
Why is he just not pulling the trigger?
Said the same thing with Drew Pine.
Say the same thing. Like
that's my whole point, Sean. It's the same stuff. And it's stuff that we didn't see from those players at other schools. That's my whole
Right.
point. So, okay, Notre Dame, it's overwhelming, blah, 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 blah. But, like, whatever.
It's almost like, dude, someone has you so scared of making a mistake.
Wonder who that could be. Wonder who that could be.
Andrew Burt, thanks for the super chat. The most concerning takeaway from this game, like Marshall and Stanford, is the team had no juice going through the motions. That's on coaching.
100%.
Yeah, agreed.
100%. Andrew nailed it. He's 2 for 2, I think, tonight.
Alex Rohr, thanks for the super chat. Really sick of giving all these other teams their moment. When is it going to be Notre Dame's moment? Frustrated is an understatement. Feeling more heartbroken. All love, though, to the IB crew. Thanks, Alex.
Vince, or Trevor, every time I feel like they have one of those moments, they piss it away. That's the frustration.
I was about to say, we had a moment. They had a moment last week.
Yeah, it was like 7 days ago.
Clemson 2022, right? Like,
yeah. The team has had their moments, and it's very short-lived. I mean, even some national media outlets who historically criticize Notre Dame week in and week out even gave their just dues after last week. And here we sit tonight.
Yeah.
Same old Notre Dame. That's what everybody's going to say. And you know what?
They're not wrong.
Running out of arguments against it.
Can't wait to hear it when I get to school on Monday. Look, all Notre Dame fans, when they get to go to work on Monday, we're all going to take it. We're all going to take it on the chin. And you just got to eat it.
That's why I'm here tonight, to be honest with you. It's the only reason I jumped on the show.
I mean,
I wasn't going to make you guys be the only ones to take it.
We're all going to eat it on Monday. And it just is what it is. You got to be like, yeah, you're right. Notre Dame stunk. I don't know what to tell you. AST12321. Thanks for the super chat. Should we try to beat UF in the coaching carousel? Undeniable that Freeman doesn't have it with multiple home group of 5 losses as a ranked team.
My opinion is absolutely not. It would be an incredibly dramatic overreaction.
Correct. I completely agree with that.
And you're going to say, well, who the hell is going to want that job if you're going to do that?
William Chesney, thanks for the super chat. Guys, it's starting to show. Marcus Freeman is one of the best hype men, front-running coaches. When things go sideways, he seems shook at times. Playing safe to survive, an analytic guy following him nonstop.
I'm going to have to look at the game. Was that happening?
Apparently.
Yes.
Seriously?
Asking him, should I take a timeout here? Should I do this? Yes.
What the heck?
Yes.
Wow.
Why? Just because he went on some Barstool Sports guy and got called out for
weak sauce.
That's the thing is like,
at least that's the way it came across the TV.
It's like he didn't get shook last week. That was a coach with full confidence in his team's preparation. So when the fourth quarter came, he was good. And then this week, he had no answers. None. He did look shook for a couple of times. I saw him on the side. He does nothing. I felt like I was watching Miracle. Remember at the end when Kurt Russell's character looks at him and goes, he doesn't know what to do.
Right.
Like, that's what it looked like a couple times.
Andrew Burke, thanks for the super chat. Why kick a 62-yard field goal when you have one timeout? I know it's 5 seconds, but you could try a quick slant or an out route. I would have just put it up into the end zone.
I didn't think they had any timeouts.
They had one.
They did have one?
Yeah. They left the game with a timeout still in their pocket.
Are you effing? Yes. I thought they were out. Are you effing kidding me?
Yeah, because they clocked it.
Nope.
They weren't supposed to have it, though.
Yeah,
so it was a blessing.
Yes.
Because the clock was supposed to, I think after the review.
Was that a penalty? Was it a penalty or a review?
No, it wasn't after the review.
So the spot.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They were supposed to wind the clock, and they didn't. So they kept the timeout.
Yeah, they started the clock on the snap.
They never used it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Never used it.
Yep.
That is even worse. Because I'm sitting there thinking, like, okay, you don't have any timeouts. You know, if guy gets tackled in bounds, because now you could have literally run a little angle route to Aeneas Williams, popped it 70-yard, go down and call. I mean, like, good God.
I mean,
that's
any yards are better when you're trying a 62-yard field goal. Okay, like you get 10, now you got a shot.
That's
right?
even worse.
Yeah, no, he had a timeout in his pocket. He still has it. It's still there.
That's
Hasn't
even
used it.
worse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Noop Life. NUPE Life.
that's- you got it.
007.
You got
Okay.
it right.
Noop Life. 007. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
Eric Heigl. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. Charlie Weiss's last belt loop. Thanks for the super chat. Mr. Davis, it is boring to watch. Then people are surprised top explosive kids don't want to come to Notre Dame. Freeman is the issue. 3 OCs in 3 years.
Yeah, I said that earlier, B, where before you got on. It's just boring football to watch.
And look, we talked about the fact that
quarterback were commits. I don't care if you got CJ Carr,
Right.
Kenny Minchie, Noah Grubbs, whoever, but you don't use them. You went out and got the top portal quarterback in most people's minds, and this is what you do with them. Why the heck would I want to play that off? I mean, yeah, 100%, Charlie.
And look, we talked about the fact this offense was going to be explosive and then it would turn kids towards Notre Dame.
It's regressed.
It's doing the opposite right now.
It's regressed.
So if one thing's true, then the other thing has to be true too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I can say about that. Marky Stewart, thanks for the super chat. The quarterback played awful football.
There's literally not a person in the show that's saying otherwise.
Nope.
Completely agree, Mark.
Jacob Mears, thanks for the super chat. Maybe there's a reason Marcus Freeman is on his 3rd OC in 3 years.
I would love it if sometimes on posts like this, people would explain what they mean, because we don't necessarily know what you think that means.
Right.
You know,
yeah,
like,
there is a reason. One guy went to Alabama. One guy got a head coaching job. And
I wonder if he means like there's a reason people keep leaving.
yeah,
Which would
I
be
think
fair.
I think that's what he's
Be
getting
fair.
at.
That's fair.
Relly Q, thanks for the super chat. Notre Dame has somehow been breaking quarterbacks mentally since Dane Christ. Why? I had been blaming Kelly. Is Marcus Freeman trying to run a knockoff Jim Tressel offense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. That's what he knows. Coaches do what they know, right? I mean,
Well,
that's the
not
case.
excusing it.
and evolve, but yeah.
Recruit Craig Krenzel if that's the case.
Right.
Stop going get dynamic quarterbacks, trying to make it seem a masquerade as if you're about to have an explosive offense.
But would you not say Craig Krenzel's very similar to a guy like Riley Leonard?
Riley's a little bit more athletic, but
Okay, you're making my point even more. I mean, Tressel played, Tressel played a running offense, but they still threw the ball down the field.
mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Yeah, they did when they had Todd Beckman at quarterback, but when he had legitimate quarterbacks, they would still. I mean, Jim Tressel was the head coach for Troy Smith, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I remember, it's been a long time ago, and I'm getting kind of old, but I kind of remember Troy Smith throwing the ball down the field a lot when he won the Heisman Trophy.
I mean, Marcus Freeman has personal experience with, how a dynamic quarterback should be used.
He was on that team.
No, I'm saying
that's what I'm saying.
He's seen a dynamic quarterback walk into the horseshoe and come away with the victory.
Right.
With Illinois. No, with
Illinois. Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I'm just saying.
But he was on the 05 team too. When Vince Young
You're right. When Vince Young did the same thing.
He saw what his own athletic quarterback, Troy Smith, did in college.
Yes.
Spark 5219, thanks for the super chat. The $64,000 question is, how do we fix this? Well, we're not on the inside, so there's not a whole lot we can.
That'll be a better conversation for maybe tomorrow's upon further review. Trevor, you and I might even discuss a little bit on the Tuesday show as well.
I mean, to give it a jump start, honest evaluation, honest conversation. I'm talking about flat out, transparent, what's wrong? Coaches in a room, say, even if we come to blows, it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
It's the truth, but we walk out of this room in agreement and solutions. You do whatever you have to do. It starts with them before they can even go to the players. You have to figure it out. You have to come out of there with a plan, whatever it is. And even if we're going to run the ball like heck. All right, That's the game plan moving forward. We're going to tighten it up even more. If that's it, stick to it. Let that be the anchor of this offense, this team. We're going to be tough, hard-nosed, defense, mistake-free. If that's what it's going to be that. Don't play around with it. Be that. If you're going to use the talents that have been added to your wide receiver room, then come out and do that. And you have to be the coach that changes. You have to be the coach to say, yo, we're going to be aggressive. If we make a mistake, that's all right. Our defense has our back. Our defense has our back. There's two ways you can play to a really good defense. You can play really conservative and depend on your defense, or you could be really aggressive and say, look, if we make a mistake, our defense has our back. We're going to keep being aggressive.
Dabo Swinney won 2 national championships doing that.
Absolutely.
Why did he not care about Deshaun Watson turning the ball over 17 times? Because he knew he was going to make a lot of plays and a defense that can bail him out. That's the difference between hiring a defensive coach and an offense. Defensive coaches have to learn. That's the biggest lesson Kirby Smart learned through his first couple of years. Yeah, we're going to play great defense, but we can't play great defense and still do that. There's a reason Saban went away from that. We're going to find that. Now, Kirby did a better job of finding a happy medium than Nick Saban did, in my opinion, late in his tenure. But, yeah.
Truth L, thanks for the super chat. BD, interesting quote. One constant the last 3 seasons quote. Thought, please expand on that. Did Marcus Freeman control Parker? Top 10 scoring offense.
Again, top 10 scoring offense means nothing. It's what we've always said. It only matters what you do in big games. Like, Trevor, you do not come to Notre Dame to dominate a 3-9 Pitt team or Central Michigan or Tennessee State or Navy. You come to Notre Dame to beat Louisville on the road on primetime TV and Ohio State and Clemson and Texas A&M. And, you know, that's what you come here to do. Here's the deal. Kirby Smart did not hire Todd Monken and say, okay, here, you're going to run my offense. We're going to play ball. No, he said, I'm hiring you to build us a championship offense. Mm-hmm. Go do your thing. No coach likes turning the ball over. None. But there's a right and a wrong way to teach being smart with the football. You got to be smart with the football. You don't protect the football. There's a difference. Trevor, you played quarterback. If all I ever told you was, don't turn it over, eventually you're going to be like, dude, I'm afraid to turn. I'm afraid. I mean, we saw this with Ian Book. He was so afraid to throw a pick because of how he was taught that he would say, I'll just scramble. And right now we're seeing Riley Leonard, who's Marcus Freeman is in his ear a lot in practice. And he's basically got this mentality of, and he says it. I mean, he says this publicly. We got to protect the football. If that's the first thing you're saying to a quarterback, you're kind of missing on how to develop a championship offense, Vince. You just are. Yes, of course you need to be smart with the football. So it's not that Marcus Freeman's calling the plays or telling Denbrock what to play. It's a mentality. It's a mindset. The most important thing is protecting the football. And eventually you're going to get to the point where you get so paralysis by analysis. I don't know if Trevor or Sean said that earlier, that you're then going to go make mistakes. Or you're going to put yourself in these types of – be aggressive, go at a team, put them away early, let your defense pin their ears back. I mean, or you do this. And one way is proven to win champion. Like, people say Jim Harbaugh was not a conservative football coach. Michigan was an aggressive team, but they were aggressive running the football with their play-action passes and getting their quarterback in space. But they were still aggressive. Go look at the Ohio State game in 2022. Doing stuff to get their tight end free on wheels and throwing the ball down. That's how they put Ohio State away. And then once the Ohio State kind of backed off the run game, that's when Donovan Edwards said, okay, now I'm going to feast. Right? There's a difference between saying, hey, we're going to be a running team and we're going to be a conservative team. Those two things don't go together. And so it's a mindset of passivity that just it can paralyze you and doesn't allow you to maximize who you are as a team. And that's what we're seeing. It's why you go get Chris Mitchell and then don't let him run don't let him run vertical routes. It's why you get Riley Leonard and you don't let him. I mean, have they done one single until that last drive bootleg? One single play action. I mean, have they run anything but one or two play action passes in these two games? where you fake that outside zone with him and then do something with. I mean, Northern Illinois tried that today. Worked out pretty good, right? So, but it's hey, we're not going to be creative because we're just going to control the clock and blah, 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 blah. We just got our ass kicked by Northern Illinois. Pardon my language.
Full Life, thanks for the super chat. Pain. All I can muster to type right now is just pain.
And not the Mr. T kind, but the kind you're sitting on your couch crying, eating chocolates, watching, a Hallmark movie.
I hate to be that guy, but this might be the best super chat we got so far because I am
100%.
right there with him.
100% Full Life.
It's just pain, man. Like, I don't even know how to process this. It's just painful. It's just painful. AST12321, thank you. If I can only choose one, I'd rather beat the bad teams every time, like Kelly did at the end, than occasionally beat some top 20 teams on the road.
I can't say that I disagree with you.
Right. Look, for all Kelly's faults, at post 2016, he did beat the teams he was supposed to beat. Like, didn't really have to worry about these types of games.
Well,
now,
like
sometimes they were a little more. Sometimes they were a little closer than they should have been, or got your blood pumping a little bit too much. But they generally pulled them out, right?
They almost lost to 2 MAC teams in his last couple of years, but they didn't.
Yeah, but they didn't.
Right?
You know what I mean? Like, we would always come on here and be like, "That was a horrible performance," but at the end of the day, they got the W. Like, I was already rehearsing that intro in my head,
and
while I was driving home.
That's where the players need to step up, Vince.
Yeah, agree.
In my opinion. Like,
No,
Sean,
how
many times have you and Malik and other guys that played on some of Kelly's teams talked about the fact that they were just like, look, we know Kelly coach ain't gonna put us in a position to be successful, so that's on us. That this team had that last week. They don't have that this week.
Yeah.
I mean, at some point in time, you can say coaching, schmoaching, whatever. I'm gonna go out there and make a dang freaking play. I'm gonna go make a stop. I'm gonna go make a tackle. I'm gonna go,
Whatever.
This team didn't have that today, man.
Andy Milton fan. I don't want Marcus Freeman to go. I'm a huge fan of his. But how does one change his philosophy of being scared of making mistakes on offense? Is it fixable?
Hey, Trevor.
Yeah,
Stop.
I think it is.
Just stop.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm kicking it to you. Just stop.
Yeah.
This is the way we're doing it. Stop.
Yeah.
100%. A lot of self-reflection. I'm not here to make excuses for anybody, but this is Marcus Freeman's 3rd year being a head football coach. Not just at Notre Dame, not just in South Bend, ever. And there's a lot that you have to learn. I'm sure, coaches like Kirby Smart would even be one of the first people to say, I'm not the same coach that I was last year. It's a continuous learning process. And I wholeheartedly believe that, Marcus Freeman is the person for this job. It's just more learning. And the next biggest hurdle that he's going to have to get over is I'm going to have to rethink my ideology of what this football team is going to be about. I have to reconstruct the direction that this is going to go and how we're going to get there. And that's where you start. I do 100% believe that this is fixable. And I think a lot of other people do too, or else Marcus Freeman would have been fired already.
It can be fixable, Sean. The question is, will it get fixed? That's
the biggest question. That's the biggest. Look, pride goeth before destruction.
Right.
Hey, you
He's
can
already
be prideful.
Already in
stick
Sunday
to your
mode.
guns. Hey, you can stick to your guns, or you can have an honest conversation and evaluation and admit to yourself, this is not the path I need to be going down.
I love it. Sean, I'm just gonna. Is this an aside? We're gonna be making a visit and passing through Chicago here in a few weeks.
Absolutely.
I'm stopping by on Sunday mornings, man. I want to hear you do your thing.
Sean's always in Sunday mode.
I know, but like I just feel like I need to see it, man. I'm inspired by Sean so much. I need to see him in his Sunday mode. That's all.
I look forward to it, Vince. Hey, I look forward to it.
Anyway, sorry for the aside there. Joe, thanks for the super chat. So I didn't think I could feel worse, but now knowing that we need to find a new coach is really crushing. Ugh.
Well, I will say this. There is no doubt that Notre Dame needs to find a new coach. I don't necessarily mean that means to be someone other than Marcus Freeman. We just need a different Marcus Freeman. Every coach goes through this, right? Mac Brown went through this for about 5, 6, 7, 8 years at Texas. And he finally said, hey, I can't keep running this offense. It just keeps getting our butt kicked by Oklahoma. We got to do something different. So he changed his offense, went out and got Vince Young, went out and got Colt McCoy. Next thing you know, he's a Hall of Famer. Right? Like this, and I said this with other coaches. I said this: fixing something firing is not always the answer. If a coach is unwilling to change, then that's the answer. But Marcus Freeman does enough good things where if he's willing to make the changes, you absolutely give him the opportunity to do that because he does so many of those other things so well. So. Yeah, I mean, look, that's always the easy answer. Fire this guy, bench that guy. That's not always the answer. It's not always the answer.
I said that's the easy answer. It's not always the right one,
right?
Necessarily.
So it's always the easy response. It's not always the right answer.
There you go. That's a good way to put it. Riza, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate it. What would you do to fix this?
Riza, we will. I promise you, we are going to have multiple shows on that this week. I don't want to disrespect your super chat, but it's a long answer. And we're 350 in. It's a long answer, but at the end of the day, Sean said it earlier. And Trevor said it as well. It's a lot of at the coaching and player level. It's a lot of looking in the mirror, judging yourself before you start blaming everybody else. Like you want to get into Sunday mode. The Bible does not teach people you shouldn't judge. That's not biblical. The Bible says don't judge until you have first looked at yourself. It says take the log out before. It doesn't say take the log out and then sit down and shut your mouth. It says take the log out first, then, right? There's biblical instruction to how to properly present judgment on a person. But that better not come. You don't go over to somebody's house, Sean, you and another brother in the church and submit changes. Don't step out on your wife when you're stepping out on your wife, right? Judgment has to happen, but you have to look at yourself first. And anyone not willing to look at himself first is not someone you're going to win with. And that's the reality. And that begins at the top and it goes on down. Again, replacing people, firing people is not always things.
And if we believe in the track record, the vast majority of the time, Marcus Freeman has pointed the finger back at himself in tough times.
Mm-hmm.
Very rarely do you see Marcus Freeman.
That's true.
Talk about anybody else at the time. I haven't listened to him after this game. But it's very rare that he points the finger at someone else. So if I would bet that he's going to look within himself. Now, whether or not he looks within himself, evaluates, and then makes the necessary change.
Right.
That's an entirely different discussion.
Right. That's the concern. But yet there are plenty of times where he has looked in the mirror for self-reflection. But clearly, this is one he has failed to see.
Right.
And you made this big old stink about surrounding yourself with your guys. Well, your guys need to be willing to speak truth to you, and you need to be willing to listen. That's what we need, hopefully, that we'll learn after they've kind of looked in the mirror on themselves.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Michael S., thank you very much. I thought we were long past this kind of game. Deluded again.
I feel you, buddy.
Didn't see this one coming. Not gonna lie.
Oh.
Nut crud. Thanks for the super chat. Admittedly, I am down on Leonard. That pick in the fourth cost the game. Let's put him aside. What does it take to score 17 points? Is it Freeman? How's it fixed? We don't have the dudes. What is it?
And we did kind of address this during the show. Quarterback's got to play better. Players got to be put in better position to be successful. When the quarterback does get you the ball, freaking catch it. Make some third down stops. mean, there's so many things that need to get fixed. It just really comes down to being more of an aggressive mindset, being more prepared to come out and play your best week after week after week. You don't have to respect your opponent to respect the game, to respect Notre Dame. People that respect the game, people that respect Notre Dame don't come out and think another team is going to lay down and die. They make them lay down and die. I'm not going to just assume you're going to kneel before me. I'm going to force you to do so. Right? And it's a mentality thing, man. I go back to it. It's a mentality thing. Today wasn't about sloppy play. We've seen teams play sloppy and win games. Today was you didn't play hard. That team punked you on your own field, and you did nothing about it. You got slapped in the face, and you took your ball and went home.
DK fired Jim Tressel.
Jim Tressel won a championship.
I was going to say, it should be like Jim Tressel Jr. Riza, thanks for the super chat. SD nailed it. This offense is boring to watch. I'm an obsessed fan of this team, but I'm getting closer to becoming disinterested until we have an offense and a mindset that resembles something of this century.
Brother, I feel you. I mean, we talked a lot about it, guys, but I mean, yeah, I get it. It's not fun to watch.
It's right. There was absolutely nothing spectacular about Northern Illinois' game plan. But it was entertaining.
It was creative.
It was very creative.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Creative. It was like, yo, okay, man. Wow.
Right, Sean, conservative.
But it was basic. It was so basic.
It was, but it wasn't.
But it wasn't.
It was, but it wasn't. Trevor, it was a creative running game. This is what I say. Just because you're conservative doesn't mean that means run the ball.
Right.
Like one of the most creative game plans I've seen from a Notre Dame offensive coordinator in the last 20 years was what Tommy Rees did to Clemson in 2022. They threw for 85 freaking yards. That was one of the most creative game plans that we've seen. Creativity doesn't equal throwing the ball 70 times. Be creative. Go hire an air raid guy. No. Use your pieces. Do something to put pressure on the other team schematically, alignment-wise. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the frustrating thing, Trevor, is we're not even mad that they want to run the ball because they actually threw the ball a decent amount today. It's just boring. There's just nothing there. You do nothing to put pressure on the defense, man.
Michigan won a national championship running the football.
Yes, but they were creative.
They were creative, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They would take shots. They were aggressive. They were coming out. And aggressiveness can sometimes be, we're going to come out here and we're going to punish you, physically punish you.
That's what Notre Dame did on their last touchdown drive. That's what they did. They leaned on
this game or
this game.
Yeah.
No, this game.
Yeah.
And the last one of the last game. So same conversation.
And first drive as well, Vince. That's what they did on the first drive.
Well, so why are they going away from it? They show they can do it. What? Oh, that's the frustration. Like, look, I have coached teams that stink. Like, they can't do it. Like, they can't do it. No matter what, they can't do it. We have seen Notre Dame do it, but then they don't. And it just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense to me. Why are you going away from what's working?
Wasn't it like in the second quarter? It was very interesting, man. They ran the ball, got a first down. It was near midfield. And then they went out at 5 wide. And Jeremiah Love was all the way out to the field. And I just knew he was coming backfield. I'm like, okay, they're going to flex him back in the backfield, right? Because they've just literally run the ball to this point. It's like, now you want to get cute? And I know you need to keep defenses honest, but it's like, it's no need to go 5. There's no need to do that.
Keep them honest by running the ball or running a play action pass.
Absolutely.
Out of the looks you just running the ball down their throat with.
Absolutely. And look, you had 30-something seconds. You know that your tackles, especially your left tackle, with the defensive end that's going to be firing off the ball because he doesn't have to worry about the run. You're not going to have a tight end that's going to chip and get into the pattern late just to give Riley a few seconds. Just an extra half second. It's almost like give the kid some help. Give him some help. Give your quarterback extra half second to a second. It's just small things like that that just goes to, like I said, where's the awareness of what's going on and what's needed? Jeremiah Love getting one carry after it's
your first drive of the second half. This like
Segan 24. Thanks for the super chat. If Antonio Brown didn't get hurt, it would have been worse.
Yeah, maybe.
It might have been, but they still didn't have a problem moving the ball. So I don't know that it mattered. Like that's the most, but that's the more disturbing part of that whole comment, Brian. To be perfectly honest with you, I appreciate the super chat because you're absolutely correct. He didn't play the entire fourth quarter. He was not in on the drive that Northern Illinois went a measly 31 yards, but took 5.5 minutes to do it. He wasn't even there. He was on the sideline just cheering away. Like, they didn't even need him to do that. That's the sad part, man. Like, frustrating. Just your ordinary Joe. Thanks for the super chat. Brian, share your favorite Drew Tranquil quote. Then let's hope we see a 24 iteration.
You know, it's funny. Obviously, he was talking about when they lost to Georgia, but the guys, that was Georgia, not Northern Illinois.
Yeah.
And they battled that game. They just didn't execute in some big moments, but they played their butts off. Different scenario. But he basically was like, look, I feel bad for the teams we're about to play. But here's the thing. There's a question. We were talking in I think it might have been the mailbag yesterday. And they were talking about the culture of this team. And I said, hold on a second. We don't know that the culture of this team is what 2012 was. Yeah, they looked good for a game, but can they stop doing this? That 2012 team, every game they went down, every game they played, even when they didn't play well, they played hard every week. They didn't always play well. They always played hard. That team had a culture. That team had leaders. Manti was not going to let you not play hard. Cap was not going to let you not play hard. Right? Zach Martin was not going to let you not play hard. Does this team have that culture? Just because they won one game, it's just like, hey, let's see it happen for more than a game before we start saying this team is the 2012 culture. Because I don't know that this team is that, and we saw that today. I don't know that this team has that 2017 mentality, fellas, where they are going to bounce back. Because if they bounce back the way they did in 2017, they're going to murder a lot of opponents here moving forward. But I didn't see anything today because, like, again, that 17 team, guys, they played hard against Georgia. They didn't play well. This team did not want to be out there today. They wanted to fast forward to the Louisville game.
Nutcrud, thanks for the super chat. Is Marcus not the guy? If it's nothing else, is Marcus not the guy?
I think we've kind of addressed that a lot.
I think we have it as well. Mike Nolan, thanks for the super chat. No quarterback runs after the middle second quarter. Love one touch after the TD run. Was Riley Leonard hurt? 2nd and 1 at the 50. Cried for QB run and milking clock. Terrible decisions. Why?
Again, the 2nd and 1 call was not the problem. That's
the execution was
coaches do that all the time. It's a great time when you have those running backs. It's a great time to take a shot on 2nd
because you know you're going to get it on 3rd and 1. You know what I mean? Or you have confidence that that's going to happen. So I have zero problem with the
specific play call. Question the execution, but that
you can't have revisionist 2020 vision. You know what I mean? Like that's not fair to the moment.
Yeah.
Nick Baker, thanks for the super chat. What are Trevor's socials, Trevor?
Oh gosh. I will have to go and check. I can actually put it in the chat.
There you go.
I don't know them offhand enough quickly.
It's TT Row 5, I think, isn't it?
Yep. T-Tro 5. Yep, on Twitter.
There it is. So. T-Tro 5. Give it a follow, folks.
Did you guys have a problem with the not pushing Northern Illinois back on that penalty?
You mean, did I have a problem with them actually pushing them back?
Yeah.
No.
I actually thought it was the right call. Vincent
I
actually said that. It's like, look, they may convert it, but
right.
they're going to go for it on 4th and 2, and you haven't stopped them in a short yard situation all game,
and that's why.
Make them have to beat you, and then of course they did.
They did.
You know, so like I actually felt that was the right call, and we actually said even if it doesn't work, it's still the right call. And then of course it didn't work.
Right.
You know, but no, I mean at that point in time, it's like, look, you haven't stopped them for 2 yards all game long, and it was 4-down territory. So I'd say, hey, put them in a passing situation and then just stop the pass. This is one of the best pass defenses in college football, supposedly. It was last week. It's not now. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's silly. That's overreact. It didn't play like it today.
Yeah.
Yeah, agreed. If they had been stopping them on short yardage, I would have said, no, that's not the right move. You're going to stop them.
They've been blowing Notre Dame off the ball all game in those situations.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, 100% correct. Yep. Segan24, thanks to the super chat. Wonder how this looks on the Peacock special series. We'll all have to wait till December to find out. And I don't know that I want to relive this.
Glance over that. Depends on how the season starts.
It ends. Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Good point. We can all laugh at it someday. Ha 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 ha. All right. G. Rob Connolly. I am team Steve Angeli. Cool. Irish for Life 99. Thanks for the super chat. Is it time to put in Carr to prepare for next season now that this season is kind of a wash already?
No, I mean the season's not a wash.
Season's not a wash.
And you know, if CJ or Kenny is ready to run the team, then sure. I mean, look, I don't mean any disrespect to G. Rob Conley. Love you, man, but like, I mean, guys, he's a nice quarterback. He's not taking you to the next level. It's just not.
It's not the answer.
And I think Kenny and CJ can, but are they ready to do that? Or are they going to be given the chance to be developed in a way that's going to allow them to do that? I don't know the answer to that question. You know, everybody always talks about how great Gino Guidugli is, and I'm like, based on what? Sam Hartman's regression last year, now Riley's regression last year. You know, look, hey, if they wanted to make a quarterback change and say, hey, we're going to go with CJ Carr, you will have or Kenny Minchey, you will have no beef for me.
Nope.
And I love Riley Leonard, but like, look, we all know that's the future. If you don't think, hey, because you may say, hey, look, we got a lot of games to play, but right now this team, it's not it. We can't accomplish what we want to accomplish this season with the way things are going now, and you want to make a change, that's cool. But there's nothing about Marcus Freeman that makes me think that's the move he's going to make. I think the move he would make is to put Steve Angeli in the game, and maybe that helps right the ship temporarily. But that doesn't fix a lot of the same problems, because then Steve's going to get thrown under the bus in 3 weeks when this team fails to show up for another game.
Yep.
And he'll get blamed for it, and it won't be his fault either. And how do I know that's going to happen? Because that's literally happened to every quarterback we've seen for how long? Remember when they tried to throw Jack Cohn under the bus in 2021 and go to Tyler Buckner, and then Tyler didn't do what he needed to do in the second half, and Jack came off the bench and rallied him and led him to that win at Virginia Tech? Right? So that's what happens in Notre Dame. Because Steve Angeli's the man, and then in 3 weeks when Steve Angeli deals with the same things Riley Leonard's dealing with, has a bad game, team didn't show up, he gets no help from other people, and he gets the blame for everything. And now it's like, hey, let's bench him for this guy. I mean, the problem is if you put CJ in the game, you've got 3 quarterbacks ahead of him right now that you might lose. And that's some really tricky stuff right there.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Lamont, Vince, what do you mean Freeman should let Denbrock be Denbrock? Free gave him the keys. Denbrock called a trash game. Let's just IJS in, I don't know why.
I'm just saying.
Thank you. Got to work on my texting. Apparently.
Bro, you're a high school dean of students.
Dude, I text in full sentences with punctuation and my kids make fun of me.
I mean, you see the craziness.
Well,
yeah. No, I'm with you on, texting like a grown-up. But
yes.
But
unfortunately, most of the craziness I see is in picture form. That's the problem.
That's sad.
Yeah, Vince, I'm right there with you. I have to ask my nieces and nephews, like, yo, what is this? No shade here.
Hey, 7-year-old nephew, come here real quick. I'm on the phone for me. Yeah.
Well,
Look, I'm not saying we all agree that Denbrock did not call a good game today.
Oh, 100%. But I also feel like there are parameters to what he's calling. That's all I'm saying. That's just what it feels like.
Maybe, but I still think it comes down to it's a mentality of this football team that this is what we're going to do, and we're going to be this way. So like I don't think Freeman's on the thing. Hey, run it here. Hey, don't do this. Don't do that.
No, I agree with that.
Right. It's the mindset of this is what I expect. Because look, Denbrock's a good soldier too, man. If the head coach says this is what we're going to do, he's just going to do.
And that's what I'm saying. I think it's an offensive philosophy that comes from the head coach.
Right.
He's calling the plays. Like yeah.
But
Freeman
you're being
is
asked to call things outside of your comfort zone.
Correct. There you go.
It's like, Trevor, have you ever coached or played in a triple option?
No.
If I handed you a triple option playbook and said, hey, man, go get it done, would you call a very good game?
No.
All right. So it's an extreme example, but you get the point that I'm making, right?
Right.
You bring a guy in, let him do his thing. And if it's not good enough, then go find somebody else. But there's a reason you brought him in.
Right. Marky Stewart, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. This was a terrible loss. I'm not bailing on Freeman. I think that Riley Leonard hype was fake. I saw his weakness with my own eyes. We're going nowhere with him. Sorry, fellas.
Hey, go ahead, Vince.
As I say, number one, you don't have to apologize to us. And then maybe that was just being sarcastic. It was a terrible loss. I agree.
Mark's a good dude. Mark's a long-time IB.
I agree. It was a terrible loss.
I don't think he likes disagreeing with us, but he's going to give us his honest opinion.
And that's great. I appreciate the honest opinion. I do. I don't know. I don't think the Riley Leonard hype was fake. I don't think that's true. But he's not living up to the expectations right now.
Right. Look, I'm not bailing on Freeman. I don't think Sean's bailing on Freeman. Trevor, you're not bailing on Freeman, right, Vince? But at the same time, you got to be willing to say, hey, coach, this isn't good enough. Right? It's like, it's not bailing on him, say, coach, what? And it'd be also, if this was the only time this had happened, like, y'all are overreacting. He's literally lost to 2 MAC caliber football teams in 3 years, guys. Think about it. Like, you don't have to bail on him. You can love him all you want, but it's also not doing it. It's not being, to me, honest when you're just, we have this debate all the time. We so easily blame the players. We do to Notre Dame players what we hated Brian Kelly doing to Notre Dame players, which is always blaming them and never being willing to blame the head coach. Some of us are doing that. I like Coach Freeman. I don't, for whatever reason, and I don't want to knock on him, so I'm going to blame Riley Leonard, or I'm going to blame Riley Mills, or Howard Cross, or Jaden Greathouse, or Drew Pine, or Tyler Buckner, or whoever else. I love Marcus Freeman. He's a good, decent man who's done a lot of good things at Notre Dame. But this is a pattern. And you can blame Riley Leonard just like you blame Sam Hartman, just like you blame Drew Pine, just like you blame Tyler Buckner, just like you blame Tommy Reese and Jared Parker and Mike Denbrock. And look, Coach Freeman is the head football coach. We don't get to just praise him when things go well and then blame everybody else when they don't.
Right.
We're not bailing on Marcus Freeman, but this is on him. And if you want to say Riley Leonard hype was fake, then who went out and got him? Who thought he was the guy? Who is emphasizing him being the leader of this team? That's also still on Marcus Freeman. They could have said, hey, let's roll with the dudes we have. He could have said, hey, look, we're going to develop the kids that we got, or we're going to go out and get somebody else a quarterback. Who went out and got Sam Hartman? You think Jared Parker basically manipulated Marcus Freeman and talked him into getting Riley Leonard? You know Marcus Freeman was part of the game plan last year. Riley Leonard's hype was not fake. Riley Leonard's a damn good quarterback. He never played this bad at Duke, ever. So again, we can be supporters of Marcus Freeman, but it's like this, Mark. If you love somebody, that doesn't mean you always tell them they're pretty and special or that they're good or what they did was good. I'm not a parent, but I was a coach. Sean, you're a parent. Did you ever tell your daughter she was wrong?
Absolutely. Still do it to
Did you
this
not
day.
support her when she did those things?
Absolutely.
Or were you supporting her by doing that? I love you. That's why I'm coming down on you.
Right.
That's why I'm telling you this isn't okay.
Yeah.
Because I do love you. I don't want you to make those mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I'm not going to go blame your friend. Hey, it's not your fault, sweetheart. You were manipulated by your friends. That's why you made the decision you did. We're okay. It's not your fault. Okay, yeah, Riley Leonard played poorly. Let's just say everything you say about Riley Leonard is true. Then then Marcus Freeman's not a good evaluator of talent. We know that's not true. Yo, we know that's not true. That's the one thing we know isn't true. So it's still on him. He picked him as the quarterback. He's the one that chose to go with him. So no matter how you spin it, he's the head football coach. We can't blame Jack. Hey, you know what? It's Jack Swarbrick's fault. He actually told him to go out and get Riley Leonard. I mean, it's still on him, right? Am I wrong here, guys?
Buck stops.
Was he wrong for saying the two guys I have in this quarterback room aren't good enough? Because this goes back to him being honest. He looks at Drew Pine, he looks at Tyler Buckner, he's like, no, right? So the decision is to go to the portal. At the same time, he knows he needs to improve the position in recruiting. He's trying to do both things at the same time. So there's evidence that he knows what needs to happen at the position. But what happens once the talent gets here? This is okay. Like, why isn't this turning on? Like, why isn't this working? Like, something's not plugged in. And now we're hopefully they're trying to figure out what it is, right? Because it's not on display. Like, is the HDMI cord bad? Like, what is it? Like, do I have it on the wrong input? Is it in HDMI 1 and I have it on 2? Like, but it's not on the screen. Whatever it is, it's not showing up on the screen. Why is that? And that's what needs to be figured out.
Sean, support doesn't equal blind faith. Support doesn't mean always saying someone's right even when you know they're wrong.
Yeah.
Sometimes support is, Coach, I love you. Can't do that again. It's not good enough. You got to make a change.
Yeah.
Justin, thanks for the super chat. Freeman is the guy, and we'll figure it out.
I hope you're right.
That's a glasses half full man right there.
Would anybody in here hope that he's wrong? No,
I hope he's absolutely correct.
I hope he's right.
Yeah, me too.
And not because I just don't want to go through another coaching change, because we all like and support Marcus Freeman. We all 100%. Want him to be successful.
100%.
But we're also not going to lie about what we see. We may end up being wrong, but we're always going to give you our honest opinion.
Yep. And his kid's really good football player. I need him to stick around for another year. So
you're so selfish.
All right.
Dude. Your kid's gone after this year anyway, so
this is true. But I'll still be there rooting for him. DeVere, thanks for the super chat. Spot on, Brian. The fact that we see the same offense regardless of OC is inexplicable. DC see the same tape for years, and it's predictable.
A&M or Northern Illinois just was daring Notre Dame to throw the ball down the field today.
Yes, they were going one-on-one. I mean, if you'd have told me that Northern Illinois was going to be in zero coverage as much as they were, I would have been like, this score is going to be, ridiculous.
And if you guys say, well, you guys told us the receivers were really good. Again, who evaluated those guys and went out and got them?
Marcus Freeman.
Yeah.
Or at least he stamped it. He stamped off on it.
So he went out and recruited guys that aren't as good as the guys in Northern Illinois. Is that what you guys are telling me?
Right.
Well, whose fault is that? Was that also Riley Leonard's fault?
Right. Mag Champ 1. Thanks for the super chat. Marcus Freeman coaches not to lose rather than to win. He needs to let the kids play freely and live with some mistakes. Yeah. Cool. Kenny Moore. I agree
completely, man. It's a great point. Yeah.
Kenny Moore, thanks for the super chat. You put our players in the NIU jerseys and them in ours. Does Notre Dame still lose?
Yes. As long as the coaches are the same.
If you flip the coach, if you kept the coaching staffs, flip the players, then Notre Dame loses by multiple touchdowns.
I mean, the way today went.
I mean, in a vacuum, the way today went, then Notre Dame loses by multiple touchdowns because the Northern Illinois coaches out-coach Notre Dame's coaches. And if they're out-coaching Notre Dame's coaches with better players.
And that started on Monday, bro. That wasn't just today.
No, 100%. And look, no one that knows anything about football thinks that the Notre Dame roster isn't better than the Northern Illinois roster. Okay. And that's not even a stretch. Right. So, if you flip it and you give them the coaches, like, of course, yes, Notre Dame loses by a lot if that's the case.
You know the difference? And I already know. I can hear the former Notre Dame players already. Zora Stevenson said this as well. I talked to Coach Freeman this week about in preparation for the upcoming game, and they had 2 really good practices at the beginning of the week, and then he said they had to back off. And I'm like,
did she say that? Okay.
No, she said that.
Okay, Sean, I was told by somebody that was around the team that they did walkthroughs on Thursday.
See?
I didn't want to put that out there, but like they just confirmed it.
Yeah, Zora Stevenson put it out there. This is what I'm saying. Like, why are you who is in the SID department? Like, yo, these are the types of things that cannot be said out of these meetings. Like, there need to be guidelines. Like, you don't release this, release that. You can't say that about the quarterback. Like, it happens all the time. Like, we give you access, but it's certain things that you can't say. And the fact that she said that immediately, I was like, let up. I'm like, dude, a Lou Holtz team, Lou Holtz players would tell you practice was worse.
Yes.
Facing an NIU team than it was facing Miami.
You knew it.
It was worse.
But Sean, you knew you had to be locked in.
Yes.
I sat in the basement with Reggie and Oscar talking about this. And they're like, oh, God. I mean, just ask them about, was it true? Was Coach really like this? And I mean, oh, God. Yeah. Oh, man. It was miserable. The whole staff. We hated it. Well, it's not like that anymore. Well, maybe it should. Maybe it should.
It's like you've been doing walkthroughs on a Thursday. Like, come on, man. Come on. Then there's no way you took this game as serious as no.
That's what I was referring to earlier. And I wasn't going to say it because I wanted to get it confirmed, but literally they just confirmed it on the broadcast, apparently.
Yeah. She said on the broadcast.
Lord have mercy.
Irish for Life 99. Thanks for the super chat. On a good note, I saved 20% on my insurance with Geico.
We needed that.
Appreciate that. And thanks for giving that back to us.
Look at Trevor's face. He's like, seriously?
This is where we're at, brother. 421 in. All right. Kevin Tracy, thanks for the super chat. How would the transfer portal have impacted Notre Dame in 2016? How committed are the current players now in comparison? You guys rock. Thanks,
that
Kevin.
Team still would have sucked. That was a coaching.
It was
problem.
bigger than the players at that point.
I mean, was Brian Van Gorder going to get fired in the offseason if they had the transfer portal? Like, that team would have sucked no matter what. They would have. I mean, they had it started Avery Sebastian at safety. Like that team would have sucked no matter what.
You don't like your defensive backs? I mean, your cornerbacks calling audibles and stuff, right, Brian?
That's a freaking joke. That team would have sucked no matter what. That dude's going to the local gym to get workouts in because they couldn't work out at Notre Dame's campus. That team would have sucked no matter what.
Oh, man.
Get the new transfer guys in to go work out at Gold's Gym. Do they have a Gold's Gym around here,
I don't
Vince?
think so. Maybe they
Planet
do.
Fitness.
Yeah, there you go. Planet Fitness.
Joke.
Hey, no judgment zone.
Yeah. How committed are the players now in comparison? I mean, look, I don't think any of the transfers today weren't committed. Riley Leonard didn't play crap today because he's not committed. RJ Oben has been a disappointment so far. I don't think it's because he's not committed. I don't see like the me guys that are just doing their own thing. I just don't think this team as a whole is not there.
Whiskey Foxtrot 72. Thanks for the super chat. Seems like this loss pushes any extension talk to the end of his current agreement's final year.
Definitely puts it off for this year.
Yeah, a contract extension is the furthest from anybody's thought process at the present.
I mean,
Lore 84.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, like there's been a lot of talk about the defensive line. No one's uttered that coach's name, but I'll stay away from it.
I think somebody put it in the chat earlier, but I think the same person was just trying to fire the entire staff. So
they have been disappointing through 2 games.
Yes,
there's no doubt.
No, I agree with that completely. Lore 84, thanks for the super chat. I never will be a fan of undersized, quicker linemen. We need big boys up front like Georgia has. We got bullied up front today.
My pushback will be you don't have smaller players and then ask them to two gap and ask them to take on blocks.
Right.
You're going to get smaller, quicker players. Here's a thought, Trevor. How about you let them play quicker?
Yeah. Well,
blows my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, you're watching TV, Trevor. Like when I'm live at the game, I tend to watch skill players. But when I would kind of try to go back, I'm like, why are they coming off the line and asking Donovan Hinish to like just lock on? How about, I mean, when did you ever see him try to penetrate? He's a 275-pound defensive tackle, and they're asking him to play like he's Gabriel Rubio. You don't have Gabriel Rubio.
Right.
So stop asking him to play like that. And if you want someone to play like that, put Armel freaking Mookum in the game. Trevor, I mean, you tell me, am I wrong here? My nuts?
No, you hit the nail on the head. I brought it up earlier. I was asking where Armel Mookum was. I was asking for a roll call for him. Just making sure he was still a part of the team. And he was. I saw him on the sideline before they cut to a commercial break.
And we were told how good he looked. But, I mean, like, again, if you're going to have undersized defensive linemen, don't ask them to play like big defensive linemen. That's the thing is if you have smaller, quicker guys, use them. When the Broncos played the Packers in 97, they didn't ask them to play power football. They played zone. They used their quickness and size to their advantage. I don't understand this. So if you want to play that way, then start getting more reps for Armel Mookum. Start getting more reps for Sean Sevillano. Start getting more reps for Devin Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Stop asking Devin Hinish. And it's not even on Donovan Hinish. You're asking him to do things you shouldn't be asking him to do.
Thank you.
Laura 84, thanks for another super chat. Did we even try to get Cam Ward?
God, no.
Jimmy Page, thanks for the super chat. Eating 40 seconds rather than calling a timeout. When did that happen? That's a genuine ask at this point. I don't know when that happened.
Oh, he made the decision and he had 2 timeouts. Once again, he consulted whomever the analyst was on the sideline. And instead of calling the timeout, they let the clock run down. And then eventually Northern Illinois called the timeout.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. It would probably, because I was calculating in my head, it would have been it definitely would have been extra seconds.
Gotcha.
If he had called the timeout, because I think he would have called timeout with like 133, 132 or something like that. Yep. You run a play, another 40 seconds, and they probably would have picked up maybe, but those 2 seconds wouldn't matter. Because now you have 7 seconds, but you don't have the timeout though.
Can I ask, Sean, I want to ask this of Trevor and Vince, my fellow offensive guys here real quick. I've always been of the belief that I would rather lose my timeouts and have more time as an offensive coach.
Most people think that way. As
opposed to losing a bunch of time and then having time. Because I still feel, even if you have timeouts, you're still stressed. You're still pressed for time.
Oh, yeah.
Like, thoughts on that? Especially now with the 2-minute warning.
Right.
Thoughts on that, Trevor? Thoughts on that?
I agree. Especially in college when the clock stops after first downs inside of 2 minutes. And you get the 2-minute warning. I would rather give myself more room for error, I guess you could say, and burn your timeouts, because we saw it at the end of the game today. It was, Notre Dame's trying to drive down the field, and there was, obviously to try to kick a 62-yard field goal to win it, but everything was magnified. Every incompletion was, 7 seconds off the clock, and when you have 19 seconds, it's a lot of time. A lot of time. I'd rather have more time on the clock.
Vince?
I would rather have more time on the clock as well. Obviously, everything was very rushed when they finally did get the ball back, and there's things you can do to stop the clock.
Didn't even use their freaking last time.
Well, and that's the other thing. It's a moot point because he still has the timeout in his pocket at home in bed right now, so it doesn't even matter. Hope he's still in the office. Anyway, McKay Rippy, thanks for the super chat. So how do they identify the root problem? I have to believe Marcus Freeman has already looked in the mirror, but he hasn't found the answer.
Sean, that's kind of what you were saying earlier, right? Like
you can't, identifying is one thing. Being willing to make the change is another, right? That's the issue. Like, you can apologize to somebody, say, I'm sorry, it's never going to happen again. And then if you turn around and do it again,
I do wonder sometimes, Sean, if they did look in the mirror and say, it really was the quarterback. But this year we'll get a more dual threat quarterback, and it won't be and will be. I've heard some things from some people where it is kind of like, well, Sam hurt us in this, and like I do wonder if they say, hey, what we're trying to do here does work. We just need the right guy to do it. But then they get the quote unquote right guy, and they're not letting him do. Like, here's the if you see a guy do something and you love what he does, and you say, let's go get him. And then you don't let him do it. It's like, Vince, if you went out and hired a chef you went out to an Italian restaurant and had the best Italian meal of your life, and you're like, I'm rich now and I want to have this person come cook meals for me. So the person comes over and say, okay, what would you like? And you're like, I'd like French food. Like, well, yeah, but I cook Italian food. Yeah, but I think you're a great cook. Yeah, I know. I'd like French food, but I'm an Italian chef. I want French. You went out and got Riley Leonard. Let him freaking be Riley Leonard. You went out and got Chris Mitchell, not because he's got great hair and he runs really good outcuts and hitch routes. It's because he's freaking fast. Here's a thought. Let him play fast. You got a big, Riley's a lot bigger than you think. Hey, here's a thought. You got Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price. They're crashing the outside zone. They know how to play. You and I were debating this show. They have teams have figured out all they're doing is zone read. So I'm going to crash the end down and loop the linebacker around. Here's a thought. Run power read.
Yes.
And then they can shove that crap right up there. What's. Have answers. They're stopping this. Okay, what's your answer? I won't run that anymore. Oh, okay. That's not an answer. There's answers to be had. You're not using them. You're not using this quarterback to his game. So, of course, Riley Leonard's not playing as well as you'd like him to, because they're not letting Riley Leonard do the things that freaking brought him here in the first place. So, yeah, I do worry that there's a bit of maybe they're not identifying all the problems. Some of them they are, and they're fixing, and we've praised him for that. But some of them, clearly, they're not. Because if they were identifying the offensive philosophy as being the problem, then they would have fixed it, and they wouldn't still be doing the same thing. Maybe now they will.
Maybe. All right. Zach McNamara, thanks for the super chat. Hey, guys, huge fan. Thank you. I feel like we didn't have much pre-snap motion like NIU did. I feel like that would have been a great strategy to open up the running pass game. Seemed like a lot of pass game came from empty.
Hey, Vince, you and I were at several practices. You remember how much motion we saw from them?
So much.
And we saw a lot of it last week. I saw very little of that today.
I saw a bunch last week.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, we saw a bunch of it last week, and then it was like this week is just static. That's what I'm saying. Everything was static.
Yeah.
You went away from what worked. Which is kind of hard to do if you don't practice as much.
Daniel Flagstad, thanks for the super chat. D totally unprepared. Leonard looked loose.
I think he meant lost.
Okay. He looked lost. Reads were slow and throws were late. O-line was confused and up and down. As good as Love is, he doesn't look to cut back on zone runs. All coaching.
Lot of good stuff there, man.
I know one thing. B, you talk about it. During the game, I was talking to Left, and he was like, "Yo, his feet are too slow right now."
Riley's?
Yeah, he was like, his feet are just too slow. You can see he's thinking too much. He's not. They're not letting him play.
I'm so glad you said that, because when you think too much, it slows your body down. Your mind goes so fast that your body slows down.
Yeah. And I was like, wow. And he was like, that's why he's late to get to stuff. He's just trying to figure it out. And it's like, man,
he's rushing his reads way too much. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes, hey, look, guys, we're just going to drop back, throw a go ball. That's it. Oklahoma comes back, ties the game up. Everett had one read. We're running a play action bomb to Chris Brown. That's your read. Throw the dang ball far to Chris Brown. That's your read. Hey, we got Bo Collins or Chris Mitchell matched up here, dude. Just drop back and let her rip. 2nd and 1, we're going to line up. Here's what I'd have done on 2nd and 1. I don't mind, Pat. I'd have gone 12 personnel. I'd have lined up. I'd have motioned my second tight end over like I'm about to run something heavy, and I'm throwing a straight-up catcher and let her rip back, go route to Chris Mitchell, because there will be no safety help. No read. No read whatsoever. No thought process. Just throw a bomb. If it doesn't work, you run the ball and get a first down next play.
Bradford Dobbs, thanks for the super chat. Being exposed for who you are top down is better than getting fooled all season. We're about to learn a lot about Marcus Freeman and this entire operation.
100%, bro.
I'd
About to learn a lot about this football team.
I'd rather be fooled all season and get a bunch of wins, but whatever.
Well, I think the point is you get fooled all season, then you get to the postseason, you get beat by 40 again.
Right. I totally understand where he's coming from. I was
tonight. I feel your pain, Vince.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NUNC, thanks for the super chat. What do we have to play for this season? First time catching a live, struggling to feel excited going forward. You still have the rest of the season to play for. You have one loss. I mean, I don't want to be Mr. Overly Positive because at this point it's like I need to see this team every single week. I'm not thinking playoffs or anything like that. But the reality is, your actual reality is you have one loss. That's the reality. If you continue to only have one loss as you go week to week to week, then you still have plenty to play for. Now, it's a lot more precarious at this point whether you're going to be able to retain just that one loss. But the reality as we sit here on September 7th is Notre Dame has one loss.
You know what? You flip it. If you had told me before the season they would be 1-1 after 2 games, my assumption would be, okay, they lost a close game at Texas A&M.
Sure.
They didn't get it done. The offensive line had issues, came back, corrected things against Northern Illinois. Now we're moving forward.
Sure.
Like, sky isn't falling. But because of the order, it's a totally different feeling.
Right.
It's a totally different feeling, right?
Yep.
It would have been much easier to stomach losing that game last week, but then recovering, than it is to have a big win like that, and then to come back and have your team play the way they played today. It is, I totally understand why the fan base resides where they, I understand why they're right where they're at tonight. I do. I get it. And no matter where you sit, you're well within your right to be sitting right there.
Sure.
And hopefully, after a day or two, you can kind of come back down to earth and enjoy the rest of the season. But I understand the emotions and why they're so high tonight.
For sure. And they should be. I mean, they should be high. But look, and again, I'm not, and I want to preface this statement with I'm not saying this is going to happen. Okay. If Notre Dame goes 11-1, it doesn't matter what the one is. They'll make the playoff.
Yeah.
People are saying, oh, this law. You're right. This is an awful, awful, terrible, terrible, terrible loss. And nobody's saying that it's not. Okay. And I am not saying that they're going to win the next 10 games. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if we're talking about a reality where they do, and they're 11-1, they're in the playoff. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I'm not. This is why I need the chat off. But all I'm saying is an 11-1 Notre Dame team is in the playoff. And to be honest with you, they're probably hosting a game.
No, if they go 11-1, they're hosting a game. The problem is you may now be a 7-8 seed.
Yeah.
And that means you're going to get the 1 seed in round 2. Right?
Oh, I completely agree.
Because they're still
you're going to have to measure resumes at some point, right? I mean, you're going to have to compare people. And, you know, when you start comparing losses, it's going to be like, well, Notre Dame lost to a 500 NIU team. Okay. Right. Totally not good, but I'm just saying an 11-1 team isn't out of the playoff. That's the only point I'm making. I'm not saying that's going to happen.
Bit of advice for people. If you're looking for something, a way to stay locked in, stop looking at it. And I'm being serious. This is meant to be helpful advice. Stop looking at it big picture, which is hard to do.
Right.
But just say, okay, I want to see how this team responds and really try as best you can to live in the moment, right? Because if you start thinking about the future of the season, it gets depressing. It does, folks. I'm with you.
Yes.
I'm with you. There's a huge missed opportunity today. But if you still want to support the team, but you want to do it in a way where you don't just get depressed thinking about it, say, then just focus on Purdue. Take the mindset that the team has to take. What are they going to do to get better? How do they respond? We're going to learn a lot about the character of this football team with how they play next Saturday. Right? Focus on that. And I'm being serious. Like if you're still wanting, hey, I love Notre Dame. I don't want to give up on Notre Dame, but I'm just, okay, then try to focus small. see what kind of answers that we get, and then how that game goes, and we can focus on Miami of Ohio. Because if they come out and destroy Miami of Ohio in 2 weeks, that's just as good of a team as NIU. Tells us that maybe they learned something a little bit, hopefully. So that would be my advice.
Yep.
For people that don't want to just bail on the team or bail on IB.
It's one game at a time at this point. Like,
right. Because I don't even want to be talking about playoffs and stuff. Right?
No, I don't either.
I mean, the way they played it at, Purdue's not going to lay down it. Purdue smells blood in the water, folks. I mean, Ryan Walters looking for a program-defining win, and he sees a wounded Notre Dame team right now. I'm just worried about beating Purdue. I don't care about Louisville right now. I don't care about Florida State right now. I don't care about USC right now. I care about, can they beat Purdue? And then if they show that they can bounce back from that, then we can focus on, okay, we can figure that out if they start piling up some wins. But right now,
and Ryan Walters, you already know he's playing man to man.
Oh, every team's going to say, I'm going to make you beat me throwing the football.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because teams did that Notre Dame last year, and they actually had a quarterback that had a long history of throwing the football because they just knew Notre Dame wasn't going to do it.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shy Sandman, thanks for the super chat. It's hard for me to believe this coaching staff can't see reality. Is there some sort of argument with the NIL money that locks Freeman into making a quarterback switch?
If Marcus Freeman thinks from changing the quarterback is going to help his team be a better football team, he'll do it. There's nothing NIL-wise.
No.
They started Riley Leonard because they think he gives them the best chance to win football games.
Yep.
You can agree or disagree with that, but it's not because of NIL. The money's already been paid. Notre Dame didn't pay it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else is paying it. It's not coming out of Marcus Freeman's pocket.
Jimmy Page, thanks for the super chat. How would you guys rate the creativity of calls?
Scale of 1 to 10, 3.
Yeah, 2.
Hey,
Trevor's like 3, that high?
I was about to say, can we give fractions? Is that a?
You can do whatever you want, guys. You can do whatever you want,
man.
Oh, man.
Listen,
and you know what's crazy? It's very similar to like the Ohio State game, right? They run the ball. Audrey gets the big run. He gets pulled out. Then all of a sudden they want to get cute. Like, dude, they're on the heels. Just run it down their throats. Close this thing out. It's the same thing today. Like, they're on their heels. Like, you haven't been throwing it deep all day. Like, why are you getting cute now? Just end this. End it.
It's weird. Like, what you want your team to be known for is what you go away from when you need to do it.
You need to do the most.
That's so weird.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
John A1, thanks for the super chat. I can't remember the last time the Notre Dame broadcast said, and wide open for a Notre Dame wide receiver target.
Well, there's a couple today.
They said it today they said it today on the interception.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett was like, yo, if you throw the ball out there, he's going to come open.
Mm-hmm.
He's not.
He had a chance to throw it over the top.
Man, I mean, there were wide receivers open. Great House was open.
They didn't play great today, right? No one's saying that, but they were, yeah.
DeVere, thanks for the super chat. When Riley played Notre Dame last year, Notre Dame fans had a very different take on him. It's not on any one player, which is why it happens every year.
If Riley Leonard would have played today, like he played against Notre Dame last year, Notre Dame wins that game by 20 points.
Easy. GFS, thanks for the super chat. I'm a believer that quarterbacks need to grow with a program, especially at Notre Dame with all the off-field obligations. These one-year QBs, I believe, aren't prepared.
I think it's a fair take. Especially when you ask them to not play not to play the way that they play.
Mm-hmm.
And I think just history has shown that if you can get a guy in his second year as a transfer quarterback, it's a significant jump in play.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Burrow from 2018 to 2019 are two completely different quarterbacks.
Well,
100%.
Saw that from Jaden Daniels as well.
Jaden Daniels, yeah.
That's what's so frustrating about Riley Leonard, though, because he's a different kind of quarterback.
Sure.
You don't the mobility part, the movement part, that usually transitions pretty quicker. Look at Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
He was way better in his 1 year at Oklahoma. Why? Because they used his legs.
Yeah.
It was built into everything that they did. They would simplify the reads for him, give him quicker reads early on to help him get flowing. And then as he got more in the system, then they'd open up things a little bit.
Red Bearded Eagle, thanks for the super chat. Okay, guys, I'm with you. There is a system problem. There's a deep-rooted issue. What are the answers in your opinions? Is this a beat around the bush way of saying a head coaching change is needed?
Not at all. None of us are saying that.
Nope.
We're saying that a head, you know what? There is a head coaching change that is needed, but it is the current head coach needs to make some changes. It's not Notre Dame needs to go fire Marcus Freeman. A week ago, people were talking about he's going to get an extension, and he's this. You know, I'm worried about losing Ohio State. Now everybody wants him fired. That's what we do as fans, right? We're not saying that. We're saying there's a problem here, and he needs to fix it. And if he doesn't, this is going to continue to happen. That will eventually lead to him no longer being the head football coach of Notre Dame.
Yeah.
But that is not what we are saying. I'm speaking for all of us because I know you guys, and we've talked about it. But sit there and blaming Marcus Freeman for what happened today and saying there's a problem that needs to get fixed, that's not saying he needs to go. We're offering a reality of the situations and saying it needs to get addressed. And I've said a million times, Sean, I know you and Vince agree with me. I don't know if you do, Trevor. Actually, Vince, you said it earlier. Firing a guy or replacing a guy is not always – it's the easy go-to. It's not always the answer. It's not always the answer. I mean, Mac Brown could have fired Greg Davis. Instead, he said, hey, Greg, we need to change our offense. Greg Davis went out and learned some new offenses. And next thing you know, Texas is a national champion, running an offense that looked nothing like what Greg Davis ran with Chris Sims at quarterback.
Michael Dallas fan in DC1 Campbell. Thank you, Mrs. Driscoll. That made my evening.
That was in relation to her comments on Tommy. I still can't believe she said that.
Hilarious. John A1, I'll be pessimistic then. For me, the season's over because this isn't a championship team. It's all maintenance now. How much can they fix?
I get the emotion. Do any of you guys, I mean, I think we all get the emotion, but I mean, guys.
But no, the season's not over.
I watched Ohio State lose by 2 touchdowns at home to a Virginia Tech team not much better than this team. And they went out and won a championship. You guys remember that, right? They lost by 2 touchdowns to a 7-6 Virginia Tech team, right? I mean, I'm actually going to pull that up real quick. But
that was again with Braxton Miller's famous spin move, wasn't it?
No, that was the next year.
No, that was the next year when they went to Big Tech. Yeah.
Yeah.
They started, what's his name? It was a true freshman that game, right? Because Braxton got injured.
Yeah.
In fall camp.
Right. That's
and
right.
They started JT.
He was a redshirt freshman, I believe.
That's right. Yeah. I remember that.
But a week after beating Ohio State, they went on. That Virginia Tech team lost at home to East Carolina.
Yeah.
And a week after that, they lost to Georgia Tech. Right. So
talk about.
Thank God Ohio State didn't say season's over. Let's bench everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
There was a flaw on that team, and they said we got to fix it. And guess what? They fixed it.
That goes to the coaching. Think about it. They lose their starting quarterback weeks before the first game, and then going into the playoffs, they lose JT Barrett, and they won a championship. If Urban ever wants to say, "I'm a dude," this proves I can coach. It's that season right there.
Yeah, but they weren't the same team in September. I mean, in October, November that they were in September. And I'm not talking about just playing well. They made adjustments to this is who we got to be as a football team.
Yeah.
Joshua Gaynor, thanks for the super chat. I don't think we need a quarterback change. I think our defense didn't step up like we should have, and we didn't have a screen on first down. Maybe I'm wrong on offense, but I don't think we called the right plays.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
There's plenty of blame to go around. I'll just say that.
But Vince, that's the point, though. This is it's easy to say, "Oh, it's all Riley Leonard's fault." Riley Leonard played like crap today.
Yeah,
everybody knows it.
So did some other people, though.
Right. He's not the only reason that they lost this game. There's a lot of people that you can put Yeah.
Josh Phillips, the overrated chance will be insufferable all week. Don't listen, man. Like, turn that crap off.
But you know what? Even when you turn it off, you still know what's happening, and it's deserved.
That's okay. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
deserved.
You got to eat it. Like,
Right. It's deserved.
hey, think about this.
Like
We're
Sean
not
said,
part of
hey,
the team, Josh.
I'm not going to church tomorrow just because I know I'm about to hear it because I brought this on myself. You know?
Yep, exactly. Ed 3, thanks for the super chat. Great show tonight, gents. Thank you, Ed. I know it's not easy doing this after a game like that. Preach.
Yep.
Tristan Mize, thanks for the super chat. At this point, is 11-1 and making the playoff even enough? I know it's a lot to ask and think about after today, but would 12 plus 2 or 3 fix things?
Sure.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, if like, because here's the thing we said before the year, they're going to go 11-1. I don't know who they're going to lose to. I don't think it'll be one of the big three. I don't know who it's going to be.
Well, now we know.
Well, was this the game, and they're going to figure it out and fix things? Because again, a week ago, we're thinking, boy, this team can do something based on what they did. So it's all going to be about how they respond. So yeah, Tristan, absolutely, man. And I think I met Tristan the other day at the grocery store, by the way.
Oh, nice.
But real nice guy. But yeah, I mean, that's where we're at though, man. I mean, it's like, does this derail their season? Only if they allow it to.
Mm-hmm.
And only if they don't learn the lessons and make the changes. People say, oh, Virginia Tech is not NIU. Yeah, this NIU team might actually be better than that Virginia Tech team was. It was not a very good football team, folks. Again, a week after beating Ohio State by 2 touchdowns, they lost to East Carolina. East Carolina, right? That's not a real good football team. And again, we're also not saying this Ohio State team is that, or this Notre Dame team is that Ohio State team. We're not saying that either. Simply saying that just because you have a terrible loss in September does not mean your season is over with. And thank goodness Ohio State didn't take that mentality of bench everybody. We're going to go with the young guys and, you know. So today sucked.
Yep.
There's no spin in that.
I had a
But
great morning.
they're not
The
going to
afternoon
quit.
sucked.
They shouldn't quit. Neither should we as fans. Can't get pissed at the Notre Dame players for quitting when we do it.
Dylan Riggins, thanks for the super chat. Why wouldn't MD Mike Denbrock, thanks, make the offense the way he wants it, regardless of Marcus Freeman? I thought Denbrock was going to have full control of the offense. That's why I was so excited for him to come. I can't make sense of this.
And
we talked about this already.
We all have bosses we report to.
Exactly.
I get your frustration, Dylan. I do. But I mean, we all have bosses to report to. And one thing about Mike Denbrock, he's always been a good soldier.
Full Life, thanks for the super chat. Just wanted to follow Ed and shout out the great show. You're all awesome. Thanks, Full Life. Appreciate you. Ryan Brewer, thanks for the super chat. Team played with the same intensity as the coaches. What happened to Marcus Freeman fire from last week?
That's the whole point, though. I mean, you can't fake the intensity of that moment.
That's
why you got to really push guys in practice, though, Vince. Right? Like that's why Lou Holtz did what he did in practice before those games, because he knew. Like what did I say, Sean? What was it? Was it the Catholics versus convicts, or was it I forget what the show was where he said, like, and he didn't need to push us during Miami week.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't need that. He knew he needed to push us the week that he thought we were going to overlook that football team because we're young kids. That's the whole reason he did it. It's because they're not going to be motivated by the opponent. They got to be motivated by me. And that's exactly why he did it. And so, yeah, I mean,
moments like that, you have a bunch of players that have believed and bought into the preparation for that game or the lack thereof. Meaning, oh, we're good. We're doing walkthroughs on Thursday. Oh, we're good. We're ready. And then you get punched in the mouth, and now you're either looking to your leaders or your coaches to get things back in control and say, all right, I know we sent you guys off, but this is what we're about to do. And I always point to, Brian, I thought this was the great. Nick Saban prepared for Georgia an entire week. Georgia went right down the field and scored. He told his defensive coordinator, scrap everything we worked on this week. Scrap it. It's not going to work because guess what? They prepared for us too.
Mm-hmm.
And what we prepared all week is not going to work. We're going to go too high, make them throw underneath, shut the run down, and double 19. That's it. That's the game plan.
It's called
And they
adjustments.
won.
It's called
It's
coaching.
adjustments.
Won
And
an
he didn't
SEC
wait.
title.
Yes, he saw it after the first drive. Everything we did this week, it's not going to work. It's my job to get this right now. That's coaching. That's coaching. And when your coach comes into the game and in preparation, like he's on easy street, you look at him as he walked into the at halftime, you could tell he was feeling like, oh, we got this. We got this. So as it was reported, he told his team at halftime, this half is going to tell us what we're made of. Well, you got your answer.
Mm-hmm.
You got your answer. If that's what you told that team in the locker room, you found out what your team was made of.
And you prepared them to be that team.
You found out. So now, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Bam. Shy Sandman, thanks for the super chat. Did you guys see the analytics guy talking to Freedom? That was odd. Never seen it like that with the head coach.
It was weird.
I'm going to have to go back and look at that, and we'll talk about that maybe tomorrow, Vince.
Rob Tidoff, thanks for the super chat. I saw zero juice today from the offense, defense, and special teams. Apollo Creed was more prepared in his first Rocky fight than this team today. Go Irish.
You know what Apollo did in that fight, though? He fought back.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Gumbo and Bodane, thanks for the super chat. There were plays you could see Leonard looking down the field and not pulling the trigger. Were the receivers not open, or is he just not pulling the trigger? The downfield calls were made.
Vince, you and I were there. Would you agree with me that was more on him?
Yes. We've talked about this even the past two games. You know, he's rushing his reads. He just doesn't look comfortable, whether that's a lack of trust in the offensive line. I don't know what the reason is. Not
confident in himself to throw the ball down the field.
It's a lack of confidence right now. And unfortunately, I've seen this from another quarterback recently at Notre Dame. So,
couple.
Tristan.
I think you're referring to Buckner, right?
I was actually referring to Hartman.
Okay, I thought you were talking about Buckner, and I was also going to talk about Wimbush. He just lost the confidence in his ability to throw a football.
And look, Book was afraid to throw it downfield too.
Yeah, Hartman last year's another good example. Yeah.
So I mean, just line them up. Like it's a systemic problem. All right. Anyway, Tristan Mize, thanks for the super chat. Seems like Freeman has put the handcuffs on the offense. He wants to coach not to lose instead of coaching to win.
Agree.
Ethan Kaufman, thanks for the super chat. It's mind-blowing. Notre Dame has not had elite quarterbacks since Quinn and game-changing wide receivers since Fuller or even Floyd. There's a deeper university issue.
This has nothing to do with the university.
Agreed.
It's a program issue. Yes.
But it's not a university issue. M. Stace, 1987. Thanks for the super chat. I'll say it for you, boys. Gino needs to go.
He's got to do better. We don't get a whole firing thing, but he's got to do better.
Yeah.
He's got to do better.
Marquis Stewart, the fire Marcus Freeman 2 games into this season is wild.
None of us in this show have done
that. Well, Mark, I appreciate that because, you've been very critical, and I appreciate that because we all have been. But to say that is very,
he's been critical kind of us. He thinks it's not Marcus Freeman's fault. It's Riley Leonard's fault.
Oh, I see.
And so he's kind of pushing back on.
Gotcha.
There's people saying you should fire Marcus Freeman. There's a lot of people saying that. That I don't think that's a good take. Not by Mark, but people saying that.
Yeah. Gotcha.
We're not saying that.
No,
I still appreciate the super chat.
Thanks for the super chat. I haven't ever seen a practice, but how do 2 very senior experienced coordinators coach soft for a week of preparation?
I got no answers, man. I wish
because we weren't there either, and we don't know if they coach soft. I don't know how to even respond to that.
I know the team didn't play hard. I don't know that they played soft. They didn't play hard.
Right.
And that's preparation.
Correct. Decaf, thanks for the super chat. Seeing what we've seen, do you think this is why Andy Lugwood didn't want the job? Coaching with handcuffs.
Andy Ludwig wanted the job.
He absolutely,
yeah, he literally accepted the job, which is when they found out about the buyout problem. Like Andy Ludwig absolutely wanted the job,
and then he backed out because it became like this big
financial
thing
right,
and a financial.
exactly.
He absolutely,
and it was just a thing of like, this is how you guys do things,
right?
Pass.
Don't let the Notre Dame spin tell you that he didn't want the job, because that's what they did. Eric Pruitt, thanks for the super chat. If Marcus Freeman keeps winning his way, why would he change? This play style won at Texas A&M.
But he's not winning. Winning some games isn't winning. That's not how Notre Dame is evaluated. Because people care a whole lot more about getting your butt kicked by Northern Illinois than they do about you beating Texas. Because nobody cares that you beat Texas A&M last week. Nobody cares. And does anybody in this chat say, well, hey, at least they beat A&M? No, nobody cares. You lost to Northern Illinois, guys. And his style is not winning, because last I checked, Notre Dame wasn't in the playoff and didn't win a championship last year. That's what winning means at Notre Dame. So, no, it's not working. They're beating teams for a lot of reasons. And sometimes, it's whatever. That's not it. That's not it right there.
Ethan Kaufman, Cam Williams, let's play. Other top teams are playing freshman wide receivers, and they are shining. Play the kid. See what he can do. He's like 9th on the depth chart right now. Like, that's not playing Cam Williams is not the problem. That's all I'm saying.
I know we're already at that. It's the receivers thing again,
I guess. Like, that's not the problem.
Yeah, Jaden Greathouse dropped the ball today. Okay. How do you know that Cam Williams on the draw? I have no idea. I don't know.
Right. And to be honest with you, he wouldn't even be the first freshman on the field. So,
yeah, I mean, look, I'm not against playing Cam Williams, but you still got to throw him the stinking ball, and you still got to call plays to get him down the field.
Correct.
Because I'm not sure how his hitch and quick outcut game is right now.
Right.
I'm being sarcastic, by the way.
I know you are. John A1, thanks for the super chat. I feel like Obi-Wan looking at a burnt up Anakin Freeman, crying and saying, "You were the chosen one. You were supposed to win it all, not lose to the MAC."
I feel you, dude. That is a great analogy. That is awesome.
That is a great
You were the chosen one.
That is a great analogy. Because I can just see it. I can actually see the movie in my head, and then I'm inserting Marcus Freeman.
And we've met John A1, so we can see John A1's face too. Like, you were the chosen one.
Yes, I know. It's hilarious. That's actually really funny.
I love it.
It's really funny. KJ, thanks for the super chat. If losing to NIU wasn't bad enough, listening to Notre Dame lose with Jason Garrett announcing his nails on the chalkboard. Hey, turn on the radio, brother.
Yeah. Listen to Tony and Ryan.
MTH, thanks for the super chat. Seemed there were several times when the play was still going and Notre Dame players on D were just jogging to the ball. Why the low effort?
Guys, I wish we had answers for that. I really do.
Have none.
I really do. We don't. It goes back to I wasn't at practice, but I don't have to be at practice to know that they didn't prepare to play hard this game.
Notre Dame's wine and cheese. Did we only throw it deep twice? One was dropped, the other one was picked. How did Denbrock go from LSU offense to whatever this is? Who can we beat now?
Who can they beat? Literally every team on their schedule.
Yes, and they'll still be favored to beat every team on the schedule, most likely. Well, I shouldn't say that. If they continue to lay eggs, they're obviously not going to be favored to beat everybody. But they have a better roster than every team left on the schedule.
Right. The issue's not talent.
Correct.
No. And they can literally beat every team on their schedule.
Carson Jackson, does Al Golden focus on better run D after his previous comments about not worrying to be a top run defense? Seems teams can run down Notre Dame's throat for 5 yards a pop.
I think that's being a little bit misconstrued of what he was saying.
Correct.
I mean, they did only give up 119 rushing yards last year. But today they did not have a good game plan to stop the run. I mean, today you did see a little bit of a flaw in Al Golden's philosophy, which is they're an elite passing team. Northern Illinois passing defense. Northern Illinois said, we don't care because we're going to run it on you.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame didn't have answers.
They
weren't prepared to handle it. Go ahead, Trevor.
Prime example of why complementary football is so huge. Because Northern Illinois was never in a spot where they had to pass.
Yeah. And you know what, though? What's funny is the couple times they made the plays.
Sure.
3rd and 12 after the hold, made the play.
They only had 10 completions as a team today.
What was their total yards? It was like barely over 100, 140, 100, something like that.
Yeah, I know they had 190 some rushing yards. Gosh, I do not want to pull this box score back up.
Sorry doing that to you, man.
That's all right. We're here for it anyways. All righty, I got you. So they had total passing yards. They had 198 to Notre Dame's 163, and rushing they had 190 to Notre Dame's 123. Dominated time of possession by 9.5 minutes.
That's embarrassing.
It
It's
really, Sean.
embarrassing.
That's perfect.
It's embarrassing, man.
Full Life wasn't going to do another super chat so y'all could go to bed, but Brian started cooking.
Sorry.
Thanks,
Let him
Brian.
cook.
Insured by Big. Thanks for the super chat. Cheers, fellas. It's never fun losing. No jokes here, but this is why I never get too high or too low week to week. Cheers. It's probably better for your mental health as well.
I'm still glad Brian Kelly's not their coach. It could be worse. This is my favorite LSU fan. Truly.
Oh, he's an LSU fan?
Yeah.
I did not
Good
know
dude.
that.
He's signed up for the message. I mean, he's a really good guy.
Awesome.
Yeah. And that's a classy response because LSU caught a lot from us last week, but I'm still happy that with that move. Still wouldn't trade it.
Rocket for Heisman. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you guys. How did Riley win the Manning Passing Academy and make those throws? Or is this an O-line issue? Sorry, I just got on.
This is why what you do in shorts and a t-shirt means nothing.
Correct.
It's true for high school prospects, and none of that stuff means a dang thing. So, and we all saw one clip of him throwing at the Manning Passing Academy, and it got turned into something. But there's a reason we didn't talk about that because it didn't mean anything.
Yeah. You know who looked really good throwing RVA? Me.
Yeah.
And I'm not playing for Notre Dame.
I was really good throwing when there was no pass rusher in any defense trying to defend me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Chief Brody, thanks for the super chat. Devastated, boys.
I'm with you, brother.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Insured by Big with another super chat. Ran out of room previously. Go Tiger. There it is. Just all right.
All good. He deserves it. He took a lot of stuff last week.
I'm joking. Hey, and you know what? The Tigers pulled it out tonight. It was a little touch and go there for a minute, but they did pull it out. So good for them. David Galito, you've all said it tonight, especially Brian. This is a complete failure from the top down. This is a pattern for the team under Marcus Freeman. Home opener, really?
Yeah. Ridiculous. I love how you put the tone into that one properly too, Vince.
I figured. Yeah. Randall Knorr, even Uncle Rico would have hit Chris Mitchell on that post route.
Dang. Wow. Dang. Randall coming with the fire.
Brendan Steyer, maybe NIU wins the MAC and gets into the playoffs.
And it would still mean nothing. It would still take nothing away from what this was.
An awful, awful, awful loss.
Yeah, I don't care if they beat the rest of their teams by 30 points and they make the playoff. This is still a joke.
Good joke.
Ragnavald. Kelly can't win big games. Marcus Freeman plays down to opponents.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, you're spot on. Can't disagree with you, my friend.
ND fan, thanks for the super chat.
Like, can I just say this? I wish that I could push back on some of you guys on some of these takes. I wish I could say you guys are wrong. It was this. It was just one game. I wish I could justify what happened today. I really do. It would make me feel better. But there's yeah.
Twisted Viper IC. Thanks for the super chat. Always seems we play down to opponents.
Yeah.
I mean, they certainly did today. Jimmy Page, how would you rate Love's run on the freak scale? Oh, it's up. It's high. Like 1 to 10, it's like a 9.5. Because when he leapt over that guy, not only was he leaping over that guy, but he leapt out of a tackle because a guy had him around the ankles. So he leapt out of that tackle over another guy and didn't break stride. Normally, when a guy jumps over another guy, they like fall down and it's like, what was the point kind of a thing? He didn't even break stride. He's just, it's very, very high.
Phenomenal. Great run. Great athleticism.
Yes.
So I'll respond to this. Go ahead, Vince.
Ethan Kaufman, thanks for the super chat. Maybe you should all coach. You all have the answers and dismiss our comments. Wide receivers is a problem, and Cam Williams playing would help.
We've literally said tonight we don't have the answers to certain things. Number one, I did coach. I have won a national championship, so I think I know a little something about winning footballs. Second of all, we didn't say receiver wasn't a problem, but there's a reason Cam Williams isn't playing. And what we said is if you put him in, you still need somebody to throw him the football. But here's the thing. Just putting in a freshman receiver that's currently 9th on the depth chart doesn't fix what happened today. If he would have been running the same route instead of Chris Mitchell, does the ball not get picked off? Does Riley Leonard miraculously make a better throw because Cam was not in there? Playing Cam Williams would have had zero impact on today's game, and that's coming from someone who ranked him as a 5-star and thinks he's going to be special. So, Ethan, I'm sorry you're in your feelings a little bit on this, but the point is we're not dismissing your comment. We're telling you that changes nothing. Nothing. You're telling me that if Cam Williams would have played today, that Notre Dame would have won the game today, that Riley Leonard would have been a better passer? You're telling me that? Right? I love Cam Williams. He struggled. He wasn't sure of what he was doing. He wasn't sharp about it. He dropped balls in the practices we've seen.
Yeah.
Oh, he would have caught the ball Jaden Greathouse. I haven't seen that in practice. I think Cam's going to be special. He needs time. He's raw. And the talented receiver's not the problem. I was at the stadium. Vince was at the stadium. Did the receivers play great today? No. Were they open plenty times? Yes. First drive of the game, I'm watching Jaden Greathouse wide open on an over route. Riley misses him by 4 feet. The ball way behind him. You guys know what I'm talking about?
That was a horrible throw.
If anything, that's an even worse throw of Cam Williams in there because he's faster than Jaden, and he would have been even farther out of the way. So, we're not dismissing anything. That doesn't have any impact on today's game. It doesn't have any impact on the fact your D-line got pushed around. It doesn't have any impact on the fact that you didn't call a very good game on either side of the ball. It has nothing to do with that. So, you want me to tell you, hey, man, it's a great idea. Play Cam Williams. Why? Why? Give me a reason why. He's fast. Okay, cool. He is fast. He's very talented. I ranked him as a 5-star. Sean, you had him ranked very high. Have you changed your opinion of him? No, he needs time.
No, he's
that
thinking
doesn't
about
fix
the game
anything today.
He's thinking about the game. You can see when he's running through drills, he's thinking too much.
Yes.
And not playing the way
Cam's going to be a great player at Notre Dame, in my opinion. I truly believe that. That's not the answer. So you can get mad and kind of, throw your, maybe you should all coach. Oh, okay, sure. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. It still doesn't change the answer.
Yeah.
I mean, it just, you want to give me a good reason why he should play other than just he's really talented? Yeah, he's really talented. No, literally no one here has denied that. But so's Chris Mitchell. They're not using him correctly.
So's KK Smith.
Exactly. So's Jaden Greathouse. They're not using him correctly. So's Jaden. They didn't do anything with Jaden Thomas today. They have a lot of talented guys. Not using them. So putting Cam in there means you've got another receiver you're not using correctly and a guy that your quarterback's not throwing the ball to. So, but I appreciate the super chat. I'll take that.
DeVere, thanks for the super chat. If you are Marcus Freeman, what's your message to the team?
My bad. It's my bad. This one is on me.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never have to worry about the same thing that Lou Holtz said at that Cotton Bowl in '87. You never have to worry about a Notre Dame team being unprepared ever again. This one is on me. And they won the national championship. That's the message.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's on me.
100%.
It's on me.
That's the only message.
Yeah.
And we're going to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're either with what we're going to do and you're about it, or you can hit the portal and go play somewhere else. But this will never happen again, and this is on me. But understand that means changes are going to happen, and we're going to do things differently. 100%, Sean. Best
John
answer of the
Massey.
night right there. I'm sorry. Best answer of the night right there, if anything, is that right there.
It only took us 5 hours to get to it. Thanks, Sean. Sorry.
If you'd have done it 4 hours ago, we might be in bed by
Past
now.
my bedtime. Getting salty. All right. John Massey. It's been years since a quarterback can throw progressions from book to now. If first read isn't open, they panic and run. Kenny and Carr can do it.
I mean,
in theory.
I think that kind of goes to what we, because Brian wasn't in when I asked you guys this question. Brian, do you think we underrated the Jagasaw injury? Like, if Jagasaw plays these last 2 games, do you think the offense is even incrementally better?
Is it incrementally better? Yes. Would the result be the same? No.
Does Riley Leonard feel any better or more comfortable?
I mean, I would say I'd have to question his mental toughness if that move right there is the reason he feels better, because I don't feel like Anthony Knapp was the problem.
No, I'm just saying, in your mind as a quarterback,
sure,
it's a lot going on, right?
Sure.
It looks like he's trying to figure this out. It looks like
Charles
he's not trying to make a mistake. He's worried about, they're speeding up his clock.
Right.
And passing situations. I don't know I'm really trying to be fair to the young man.
Could that be the issue, Sean? Sure. The reason I'm not as willing to say yes is because that happened a month ago. Like, if this would have happened a week before the opener, I'd have been like, that'll get you. But this happened a month ago. That happened a month ago.
Yeah.
You got hurt the first week of fall camp.
Right.
You've had plenty of time and if your quarterback's still not feeling good, then there's things you need to do as a coach to fix that.
Yeah.
Or to help him feel comfortable, and that's
hey, I'm trying to find reasons, man.
I'm with you, man.
I'm with you, fans. I'm trying to throw things out there that
if this wasn't if we'd have only seen this right now with Riley Leonard, we could say, yeah, maybe it's that. But this is a same problem. Sam Hartman struggled last year because he was worried about the left tackle. You know what I mean? It's always something, right? Yeah. And that's the whole point. Is like, could that be the issue in this particular case? Maybe, but it's always something. You need to do a better job as a coaching staff to make sure that you get him past that mental hurdle. If it is that. So,
I think he said it. He said himself on the interception, like, man, everything was wrong. Bad eyes, bad feet, bad throw.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, dang, you can't have that. No. Not in the fourth quarter, like.
Yeah.
Go Irish. Thanks for the super chat. Osbury is going to be a dude. We have to be able to throw the ball. Agreed and agreed.
Yep.
DeVere. Thanks for the super chat. No question. Just one more for Sean's answer and the crew staying on. Tonight sucks, but we ain't leaving. Go Irish.
Especially the ones that are staying. Great. All the people that are leaving.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, well, it is what it is, man. Isaiah Lehman, this 5-hour show has calmed me down. Go Irish. We don't deserve J Love. He's really good.
Yeah, he doesn't suck.
He's really good.
He doesn't suck. That's it.
That's words I've been waiting for. Babe, but no, I love the fact that everybody was here hanging with us. And again, this is my time and our time to just get it out and be with each other, guys, because this was not an easy day. Plain and simple. This was not an easy day. So appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Those of you who've been here for the entire duration, you guys are the best. IB Nation is the best. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you. So make sure you hit the like button, the subscribe button, the notification bell, share with your family and friends, jump on the boards.irishbreakdown.com. We'll be back tomorrow with Upon Further Review. And then, of course, we're just going to be bringing, shows to you over and over. There's going to be all kinds of content over on the website, on the boards. Stick with us. We're not going anywhere. We appreciate you guys very, very much. Got another super chat from Randall Knorr. It's like playing on Heisman difficulty the first time. Wow, that's pretty good. It is what it was like. It's ugly.
I How did I not complete that pass? I was nailing him.
Yeah, nailed him onto the freshman level. What the heck?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, Patrick, I just got to put this one up there because it's so true. Patrick Flanagan, leave it to Notre Dame taking all the joy out of what Texas did to Michigan.
I know, right?
Facts. Like I got to the stadium like fired up, man. I was like, did you see the score? Like we knew it.
Yeah.
And then the game started.
Yeah, we got that score almost pretty right, Vince. We got the Notre Dame one wrong, but you went 30. You went what, 31 to
31-14, something like that.
And I went 30-13.
Yeah. So we were right there. We were right there.
Got that one right. Got this one wrong.
Got this one really wrong.
Yeah, I was just a bit outside of my 48-10 prediction. So,
yeah,
I think I had 49-10. So,
as I always tell you, do not bet based off the things that we tell you.
Nope. Nope. But if I would have said, hey, well, you know, if you're gonna bet one game, do it on this one.
No, I told my dad said, he's like, he was thinking about Bassett. Do never bet on a game with a 28-point spread and the other team doesn't suck. Like seriously, it's just
fair.
No.
Fair. All right, fellas. Hey, for Trevor, Brian, Sean, and Ryan, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. We will talk to you next time on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.
No.